And after that,
alıyorsunuz.
you
Kendinize de
are
bu
having
anlamda
your
olumlu
certificate
etkileyen
and you are
kişisel
having this
gelişim
training program.
anlamında
So
da
this
bir
is also very
faydası olan bir
important
süreç
for
bu.
your
Daha
personal
sonra
development because you can add it
sistem
into your CV as
sizi
well. And then after that,
yetkinliklerinizi
the system
oluşturduktan
is
ve
finding your
oryantasyonunuzu
capabilities,
tamamladıktan
and
sonra
after
Kızılay
completing
gönüllüsü
your
olarak
organization,
kabul
you're
ediyor
becoming a
ve
volunteer and you're accepted as a
şubelerimizin,
volunteer for the Turkish Red
departmanlarımızın,
Crescent.
birimlerimizin
And the
açmış
branches,
olduğu
the
gönüllülük
units, they
programlarıyla
are opening
farklı
up new
alanlarla ilgili
volunteer
çağrılara
programs, and
siz de
there are some
başvurabiliyorsunuz.
calls
O
for
çağrılara yönelik bizim
volunteers, and
otomasyon
you can
sistemimiz,
apply for them.
yapay
We
zeka sistemiyle
have this automation system.
sizi
We have your
seçiyor,
artificial
size bu
intelligence
çağrıları
in place,
gösteriyor.
and
Sizler
they're
de
selecting
bu
you. They're
anlamda
showing you
size
those
gelen bu
calls for
çağrılara, bu
volunteering,
tekliflere evet
and
ya da hayır
you
de kabul
can
ediyorsunuz.
say yes or no
Bu
if you want
süreç
to become a
aslında
part
bir
of it. So
yolculuk,
this process
bir
is a
serüven.
journey. I can
Sizin
say
de
that this is
bahsettiğiniz
a
gibi bu
journey, this is
serüvenin
an
içerisinde
adventure, and within this
deneyimlerinizi
adventure,
başkalarıyla paylaşmak,
you can share
deneyimlerinizi
your
puanlamak,
experiences with
yaşadığınız
the other people, and you
deneyimlerin
can rate your
daha iyi
experiences, and
ortamın
you
daha
can
iyi
use it
bir
for the
dönüt
good
platformuna
deeds,
dönüşmesi
and
için
you can
aktif
just
katkı verebileceğiniz
make
bütün araçları
active
aslında
contribution.
arkadaşlarımız
And
tasarladılar.
actually,
Dolayısıyla
they have designed everything
Türkiye'deki
for
ve
contributing
dünyadaki
to the
ya da
overall
bizim Kızılay
system.
ve Kızılay Hareketi
In Turkey and
içerisindeki
all around the world,
gönüllülük
and in
sistemine de
the Red
ciddi bir
Crescent
katkı
system,
vereceğini, bir değer
we
katacağını
believe that this
düşünüyoruz.
is going to be
Ve bu
creating
sistemimizi de
additional
paylaşıyoruz
value,
da diğer
and
ulusal
we are
cemiyetlerle,
sharing this
federasyonumuzla,
system with the
başkomitesiyle.
other
Dolayısıyla
international
sürecimizin
systems.
bu anlamda
This is the process.
dijital sürecimizin,
So
150
this
yıllık
process
analog sürecimiz
part
vardı ama
of
dijital
what
sürecimizin
other activities
başlangıcı bizi bu
analog
anlamda
process
heyecanlandırıyor.
ending and the new era is starting.
Kesinlikle
It's really
bu
quite
Covid
exciting.
döneminin ilk aylarında
COVID-19 in the
Google
first beginning
üzerinde
of
evden nasıl gönüllü olabilirim
how I can be
sorusu
a volunteer
%300 artmış başkanım.
it
Yani bu
increased by
soruyu sorma eğilimi, insanların evde olup ne yapabilirim deme isteği. O
100%.
yüzden
And so the
çok
people are really are willing
mutluluk
to do
verici bir haber. Gönüllü Ol platformunun Kızılay tarafından da
things because
hayata geçmiş olması.
nice
Buradan tekrar paylaşalım. Gönüllüol.org değil
and
mi başkanım? Doğru mu
Evet,
söyledim?
volunteers.
Evet.
Gönüllü
Kızılay'ın herkes oraya davet
This is
ediyoruz.
Turkish
Şimdi
website.
o halde
So we're inviting
vaktimizi de
everyone to
iyi
be a part of it.
kullandığımızın
And so
müjdesini vererek
I'm very happy
AFAD
that
başkanımıza da
we are
aynı soruyu
using time
yönelttim.
very efficiently
Size de yöneltmek
to
istiyorum.
the president
Kendi
of as
yolculuğunuzda
well.
gönüllülük
How about
anlamını,
you,
size
June?
ilham
How
olmuş
do you define
hikayeleri
the meaning of
bizimle
being a
paylaşabilir misiniz
volunteer?
lütfen?
So
Diğer
can you just
gönüllülere ve gönüllü
talk
adaylara da ilham
the
olması
source of
açısından.
your inspiration for being a volunteer so it can be a
Bu
source of
soruyu
inspiration to the other
sorabileceğinizi
people.
düşünerek acaba
Actually,
hangi
I
deneyimim
thought that you
paylaşsam diye
might have
süreci
asked
Aynen.
since
düşündüğümde
I
Seni
just
2000
çalıştığım gibi.
found about my
2011
experiences.
yılında
In
yolum
2011,
Somali ile kesişti.
so I was in Somali,
Somali'ye
and
gittiğimde
when I went to Somali,
o
and
zaman Yeryüzü
so
Doktorları Derneği'ndeydim.
there was this.
Kızılay
I was
Başkanlığı'nda ayrıca
I
Yeryüzü
was part
Doktorları
of the
Derneği
institution.
Başkanlığı da
It
var
was
biliyorsunuz.
the origin
Yeryüzü
physicians,
Doktorları gönüllüsü olarak
and
oraya
I was acting as
gittiğimde
a volunteer in another
şunu gördüm.
institution. When I went to
Çökmüş bir
Somali,
ülke.
I see that
Savaştan, kıtlıktan, iç savaştan ve
country was
kıtlıktan
completely
bütün
collapsed
kaynakları
because of
aslında
drought, because
tükenmiş.
of
Aslında umudu
there are
kalmamış
wars
bir
and everything.
ülke
And so it was a
ile
hopeless
manzarasıyla
country. So
karşılaştık.
that was the view I had
Bu aşağı
witnessed
yukarı
in 2011,
2011'in Temmuz
and
ve
it
Ağustos
was
aylarında
July and
250 bin
August.
civarında
So
insan
we
açlıktan hayatını kaybetmişti. Afrika
250,000
boynuzunda,
people
Doğu
were
Afrika'da
dead
bu
because of
anlamda.
hunger.
Sağlık sistemi
And
yoktu.
so there was
Bir
no health system back
üniversite
then in 2011, and there
ayakta,
was
tıp
only
fakültesi
one
ayaktaydı
university.
ve
Only the
kendi
school of
çapında
medicine was standing,
yani eğitim
and
faaliyetlerini
they were
vermeye devam
trying to
ediyordu ama
give
o kadar yani
trainings with their
hocaları
own
yurt dışına çıkmış,
facilities,
hastaneleri
but
kırılmış,
all the
o kadar
professors
iptidai
left the country,
şartlarda
and the hospitals were
hayata tutunmaya
collapsed, and they were
çalışıyorlardı ki
trying
ben
to
de bir sağlık
hold on
üniversitesi
to
öğretim
life
üyesi
in
olarak,
such a
bir
critical
akademisyen olarak
situation. So as an
bugün
academician,
en önemli
I
şeyin insan
believe
yetiştirmek
that
olduğunu,
I know
en
that
önemli
most
şeyin
important thing
topluma
in the
mukavemet
whole
vermek,
world is
ona
to
bir
raising
dirençlilik kazandırmak
the
için
new generation,
yetişmiş
and
insan gücüne destek
so
vermek
the
olduğunu bugün söyleyebilirim.
capabilities within the
Bugün
society, the
şuna
human
karar verdik
beings
biz
that
yeryüzü
you
doktorları
raise in the
olarak.
society is the most important.
Burada
And we decided as the
hekim
doctors,
ihtiyacı var.
we
Ve
decided
hekim
that we need
yetiştirmek
doctors
için,
really,
hemşire
and in
yetiştirmek için
order
bizim
to raise
yapabileceğimiz,
doctors and
hani belki
nurses,
can kurtarmak için
yes, you can save
acil
the
müdahaleler
lives of
için
the
bir
people. Yes,
ekiplerimiz bir
you can
taraftan
do
çalışıyordu ama
some.
akademisyen
You can have some
arkadaşlarımızla ismini de
search and
anmadan
rescue,
geçemeyeceğim.
but
Profesör
I
Doktor
just
Orhan
want to say,
Alimoğlu Medeniyet
Professor
Üniversitesi
Dr. Orhan
sevgili Yeryüzü
Alimoğlu,
Doktorları Gönüllüsü hocamızla
and
beraber
I just want to
program orada
commemorate this also.
tasarladık
we
YÖK'ten de
create
onaylattık.
a system and we had
Devletine de
approval
onaylattık.
from the
Türkiye
higher
Uzmanlık
education
Programı.
institution.
Ne
So it
yapalım?
is
Savaş
called
ve kıtlık
expertise
devam
in
ediyor.
health. So
Kuraklık devam
the
ediyor.
war
Ama
and
biz
drought
gönüllüler
and the
olarak
hunger are
Türkiye'den
still
giden
going on.
gönüllü
As the
akademisyenlerle
volunteers,
beraber
the
orada bir
academicians from
uzmanlık
Turkey,
programı
we
başlattık ve
created an expertise
online
program for the physicians and we started to give
zaman
online
zaman oradaki
trainings.
talebeleri, uzmanlık talebelerini
And the
Türkiye'ye davet ediyoruz.
students
Zaman zaman da oraya gidip
were
gerekli ameliyatlar
invited to
yaparak
Turkey. Sometimes we visited Somali
Somali'nin
and
ilk
we
mesela
did
kadın
operations
cerrah
and we
uzmanını bizim o
created,
gönüllü
we
programımızdan
actually
yetiştirdik.
created
Hatta
that program and we
onun
raised the
diplomasını da Sayın
first woman
Cumhurbaşkanımız oradaki
doctor, the
hastanenin
operator.
kendisi
And
müsteşarı
so
TİKA'nın yaptığı hastanenin açılışı
TICA
sırasında
built
verdi.
a
Ve
hospital and in the inauguration ceremony
orada
of this,
aslında birlikte
the
Türkiye'deki o
opening
gönüllü
ceremony of this
akademisyenlerin, baz doktorları
hospital,
çerçevesinde o göreve
we
gelen akademisyenlerin
honored
aslında
the
ya bu
first
iş devletin işi,
woman
devletler yapabilir
doctor in
diye
Somali.
belki
And we
düşünülebilecek bir alanda büyük
actually
başarısına
contributed
şahit
a
olduk.
lot.
Şimdi
We
o
can say that only
yetiştirdiğimiz
generally
uzmanlar kendileri
legal
üniversitede
kind of
hoca
things
oldular ve
to
orada
control the government,
öğrenci
but I think with
yetiştiriyorlar.
the volunteers, we
Hemşirelik
can
okulu
create
devam
a big
ediyor.
difference. So
Sonrasında
the School of
Sağlık Bilimleri
Medicine is
Üniversitesi
still
olarak
going
biz de
on.
orada bir
And
ödül
we
karşılığı
also opened up
acil
another
yardım ve
faculty in
afet
Somali,
yönetimi bölümü
and
başkanı olarak
especially
Somali'deki
as the head of the
acil
Department of
yardım ve
the
afet
Surgeon
yönetimi bölümünün
Rescue,
de başkanlığını yürütüyorum.
I
Somali'de de
became the
talebelerim var.
president of
Dolayısıyla
the
o
Surgeon
tarafa da
Rescue
bu
department
anlamda
of
destek
this
veriyorum. Bu
university as
gönüllülük
well, and we are
çabası
supporting them.
gerçekten
But this is
hayatta
just
hiç
volunteering.
tahmin
I
edemeyeceğiniz
believe
etkiler
that
yaratabiliyor.
the
Hiç tahmin
volunteering is creating
edemeyeceğiniz
big effects and it's opened
değişikliklere
up
yol açabiliyor.
interesting doors and interesting
Evet.
connections.
Sağ olun
So
başkanım.
that is my
Kesinlikle ben ne
inspiration.
yapabilirim
Okay,
ki
thank you.
demeyeceğiz.
And we
Hayal
should
edip
never say that what can
neler
I do. So
yapabileceğimizi
you
keşfedip
should
bunun için
always
harekete
imagine and
geçeceğiz.
you should always work
Ee,
for it. And
Bir kez daha
so we
hatırlatmak
need to
istiyorum.
dream about it.
Mesajlar da
Just to
gelmiş.
remind you again, so we have messages
Gönüllüol.org
again.
platformumuzun adı. Kızılay
Gönüllüol.org,
çalışmalarına buradan
gönüllüol.org.
dahil
So
olabilir
this
ve
is
daha
the name of
yaşanılır
the
bir
platform,
dünya
and you
için
can be part of
çözümün
the Red
parçası
Crescent
olabilirsiniz diyoruz.
organization, and you can be part of the
Herkesi davet
solution.
ediyoruz. Sayın
And we are
Başkanım son
inviting
sözleriniz
everyone.
varsa alabiliriz.
So if you have other
Yoksa
questions, we can take them.
devam
If
edeceğiz. Ben
not,
bu arada
we will
size
continue.
şunu
By the way,
buradan
I
hemen
just
belirteyim
want
hazır
to
siz de daha
say
yayındayken
that since
Ulusal
you are in
Gönüllülük
the
Komitemiz de 42 üyesiyle birlikte
meeting
içinde
still,
AFAD'ın da
we
yer aldığı,
have
kamu
AFAD and we have
ve
another
sivil toplum
42
kuruluşlarının yer
institutions
aldığı
and we have other
Türkiye'deki ilk
NGOs and
tek
everything.
platform gönüllülük
So this
alanında
is the first
savunuculuk
platform.
yapan. Bu
So they are
anlamda
independent in
onların
the
da
volunteering. And
sevgisini
I
buradan
would like
iletmek
to
istiyorum.
extend their
Teşekkürlerini
gratitude
bütün üyeler adına.
because all
Buyurun
the
efendim. Son
members are
sözleriniz
extending
varsa
their
alalım.
gratitude
Sonra
to you as
devam
well.
edeceğiz
So if you
sorularımıza.
have other things to say,
Ben de
please.
her birisiyle
I can
sahada
say
beraber
that
çalışan,
we are
değer
working
katan
together,
çözüm
all
ortaklarım
of
olarak
them,
gördüğüm
and
her bir
because they are
organizasyonun
stakeholders and partners, and
katkısı için
I
teşekkür ediyorum.
really thank them
Bu
for the
arada
great
gönüllülük
contribution. And by
faaliyetlerini
the way,
yürütürken özellikle
while we
zor
are
şartlar
organizing
altında
these volunteering
hayatlarını
mechanisms under
kaybetmiş
tough conditions,
veya
there many people are
sıkıntılı
losing their lives,
geçmişler yaşamış
and maybe they have been passed through difficult
dünyadan
times
göçmüş
because of
bütün
their volunteering. And I
gönüllülerimize de
just want to
rahmetle
commemorate
anıyorum.
all the
Onları
people, and
saygıyla
I
ve
really
hürmetle
want to
anıyorum.
remember them
Bugün
with
bir
gratitude
taraftan da
and respect
bir
because
taraftan da onlara
today is the
anmak
Volunteers Days, and
dolayısıyla
also it's a day for the
hem
commemoration of the valuable
gönüllülerimizin
people who passed
kutlu
away in the
olsun
past
hem
years
de
while they're trying
dünyadan
to
göçmüş
volunteer
olan
an
iyilik
activity.
yaparken özellikle
And I also
gönüllülerimize
want to
Allah'tan rahmet
extend my gratitude, and I hope
Allah
that
rahmet
they
diliyoruz.
would rest in
Kızılay
peace.
çalışmalarına bu
Yes,
sene maalesef
so this year also,
bir
in
hayatını kaybetti
explosion,
iyilik
one of the
sağlanırken.
workers
Ona da
of the
buradan
Red
rahmetler
Crescent
diliyoruz.
passed
Hepinizin
away
başı
when
sağ olsun.
he was working
Tekrar
in the
teşekkür
field.
ederiz bizimle
So
olduğunuz için
we
Sayın
hope that he
Başkanım.
would
Ben
rest in peace as
buradan
well. And,
AYDER Alternatif Yaşam
and also
Derneği
that the alternative life
katkılarıyla
situation
bizimle olan
with the
sevgili işaret
participation,
bizlere
and also
burada
we have
ayakta sunan
sign
arkadaşımıza,
language
gönüllümüze çok
interpretations.
teşekkür ediyorum.
We want to thank our
Tekrar
volunteer
vaktinizi
for
sağlıkla ayırdık.
her
Dilara söz sende.
participation and contribution as well. Thank you.
Merhaba. Merhaba. Merhaba. Merhaba.
Assalamualaikum. Dilinizi yaptım. dakika bir daha
Evet, gençlerin enerjisi ne güzel geliyor hepimize.
So we are really very happy to see the energy of the young people. So that was a great panel, and we would like to thank for our panelists for their experiences. Now we would like to
Temsilcilerinden oluşan bir panel var.
start a panel which we have the representatives of the all volunteer institutions. They know all of them.
Ne
I am
zaman bir
sure about this
ihtiyaç olsa onlar
because
her zaman
whenever we need
oradalar.
something, they're
Panelin
always there.
moderasyonunu
And
adım
for the
adımdan yine
moderation
çok yakın
of
takip
this
ettiğimiz sevgili
panel,
dostum ve bir akademisyen olan
there's an
sevgili
academician,
Itır
and
Erhart
Uter
yapacak.
Erhart
Sevgili
will be
Itır,
moderating
söz
this
sende
panel.
ve
And now,
misafirlerinde.
Uter,
Buyurunuz.
the floor is yours, and also I would like to give the floor to our guests as well. So our panel is starting now.
Evet, sevgili Dilara çok teşekkürler.
Thank you, Dilara,
Mutluyuz burada
for
olduğumuz
this nice
ve bugün
introduction, and
birlikte
we're very happy
kutladığımız
to be
için.
here and
Ben de sevgili
about the fact that
konuklarıma
we're
önce Dünya
celebrating this
Gönüller Gününüz
day
kutlu
together.
olsun diyorum.
And I would like
Hep
to
beraber
congratulate the
gönülleri ve günleri
International
kutluyoruz.
Volunteer Days, and
Evet,
we
bizim
are
panelde
today
konumuz
celebrating this. And
aslında
in this
afetlerde
panel,
gönüllülük.
we will be
Gerçekten çok
talking
kritik
about
bir
being
konu.
volunteer in the
O yüzden
disaster. So this is such a
STK
critical
Afet
topic.
platformuna
So
başlayacağım ben.
we wanted
Son
to start with
yıllarda
the
beni
NGO
en heyecanlandıran
disaster platform. So this
ekiplerden bir
is
tanesi.
one
Ben
of
de
the
çok
most important things.
heyecanla
This is
içinde
really giving me
olduğum,
an excitement,
açık
and
açık
I
olarak
am
da
part of
içinde
this
olduğumuz bir topluluk.
organization as well. This is the
Bunu
community that I'm
Serhan
also
Sözer'e
part of it.
soracağım.
And I want to ask
Serhan
this
çünkü
question
ilk
to
günden beri
Serhan
o da
Sözer
içinde ve
because
şu
as
anda
of the first day,
sözcüsü.
he is part of it and
Nasıl
he's the
kuruldu,
spokesperson
misyonu
for this.
nedir
And
ve
what is
neler
the
yapar
mission? How
STK
it is
Afet platformu?
established? And so what is this all about
Teşekkürler
volunteerism and
Itır.
emergency response?
Açıkçası biz
Thank you,
uzun
Uter,
senelerdir
for
birbirini
so long
yani
years.
sivil toplum
We
alanında
are
tanıyan
helping and we
işte
know
farklı
each
farklı
other
STK'ların
as the
yöneticileri
NGOs, and
olarak
we are
bir
the head
şekilde
and the
Elazığ'da
presidents of
yolumuz
the different
kesişti.
NGOs.
Yani
And
kimileri
we
birbirinden haberdar bir
actually came
şekilde
together in
gittiler
Elazığ. We
Elazığ'a.
were aware of the fact
Benle
that
birlikte örneğin
some
iki
of the people
STK
were aware of the situation.
geldi ve
And there's
birlikte
another NGOs, and they
Diyarbakır'dan bilmem işte
paid a visit
Elazığ'a
to
gittik.
Elazığ, and we took a minibus from
Baktık orada
Diyarbakır
buluşları var.
to Elazığ, and
İşte
we met there
ticaret
together.
odasının odası
And so we
ayarlanmış
had the
ve
Chamber of
bir
Commerce, and they
toplantı odası
settled a
içerisinde ya
meeting
biz
room
birlikte
for us.
hareket
In this
edemez miyiz
meeting
diye
room,
konuştuk.
we decided to act together,
Sonrasında
and after
valiyle
that,
toplantıya birlikte
we
gittik. Depo verildi
made a
bize, bir
meeting with
depo
the mayor, and they gave
Sonra
a
baktık ki biz birlikte
warehouse to us,
inanılmaz
and then
işler
we said that
yapıyoruz ve
we could
Elazığ'da
really do something
gerçekten
great together.
bir
In
katkımız
Elazığ,
oldu
for
bu
instance,
afet
we really
döneminin
contributed
hızlı
a lot
geçmesinde.
to this city,
Elazığ
especially after
depreminden
the
sonra bir araya
disasters.
geldik Şubat ayında bu
And
sene.
we came together
Yani birlikte
in
nasıl bunu kurumsal hale
February
getiririz
after
diye
the
konuştuk. Sonra Covid
earthquake happened in
başlayınca Mart'tan
Elazığ. And
itibaren
when COVID started
bizler
in
bir
2000
şekilde
and as
Zoom
of March,
toplantıları video
we
üzerinden
started to
her
create
hafta
Zoom meetings
aksatmasız
over the
toplantı
video.
yaptık.
And each
Ve
month we
sonuçta 1
made
Ekim'e kadar
meetings
yani
together. So
Mart'tan
up until
Ekim'in
the
başına
1st of
kadar bu
October, I could
toplantıları
say that
yaptık
from
ve 1
March
Ekim
to
itibariyle
October, we conducted
biz
online Zoom
platformumuzu
meetings. And
kurduk.
as of the
Afet
1st of
platformu
October, we established this
23
disaster
üyeyle
platform. And
kuruldu
we
ve
have
tam
23 members
bazı
in
detayları
this
konuşacakken yani
platform.
yönetişimi bir
And so
şekilde
we wanted to create this
becerdik yani
governance, and we
yani bu
actually
ortak
managed to
mekanizmanın
do it
ortaya çıkacağını
because we created
oluşturduk
this
ama
common
tam afet
mechanism
olayını
together. And
yönetimini
so we
netleştirirken İzmir
managed
depreminde de daha ilk
and in
günden
the
itibaren
Izmir
kriz
earthquake,
masamızı
as of
kurduk
the first
ve
wave, we
çalışmalara
created our
başladık. Bizim
crisis desk, and we
misyonumuz
started to
açıkçası
work on it. And
afetlerde
our
ortaya
mission is
çıkan
in the
kaybı
disasters,
asgariye indirmek.
we want to
Yani
minimize
bu
the
can ve
loss,
mal kaybı
and
olabilir.
so it
İşte
can be a
psikolojik
material loss, or
bir
it can
takım
be the
sorunlar
people, or it can be
hissedilir işte
psychological
afet
problems or
zedeler.
the
Bu
casualties. So
anlamda
we
biz
want to minimize
elimizden
the
geldiğince bütün
results of
alanlarda yani
disasters. So
arama
in every
kurtarma,
areas, keep it
insani
from the
yardım,
search and rescue,
ihtiyaç analizi,
human
gıda
aid, the
bankacılığı,
need for the analysis, food
psikososyal
banking,
bir şekilde
psychosocial
bu
help and
platformu
aids, everything. So
oluşturduk
we
ve
created that
yani
platform,
kendi
and by
içimizde de
means of
bunun
this platform, also
standartizasyonlarını
internally we made a
oluşturuyoruz.
standardization of
Şu
it.
anda yani aslında
And so
yapılacak işler
I can say
anlamında da
that
sadece
when
afet
I
döneminde çalışan bir platform değil. Bunun
it
altını
is
çizmek
not only
istiyorum. Afet
working
olmayan
during the
dönemlerde
platform, but whenever there's
esas
no
yapacağımız
disaster,
çalışmalar
also we are
afetlerdeki bizim
working
başarımızı
on our
gösterecektir.
schedule,
Bu
and
anlamda
this
da
is going to be leading
standartizasyon,
the papers
eğitim ve
during the
risk azaltma
disasters,
konularında
and risk mitigation,
çalışmalarımızı
standardization,
hızlandırdık.
and about
Özellikle risk
people trainings. We
azaltma
speeded program, especially the risk
konusu
mitigation,
çok
is
önemli.
the
Yani
most
bunların
important
her biri
topic
çok
in
önemli.
our
Bunların hepsi bir
portal.
hazırlık yapma
Everything is
ve
of course
bir
important
afet
because it's
olduğunda
all about
adeta
preparation.
makinenin
And whenever
dikişleri
there's a
gibi
disaster,
hareket
so we need
edebilmeyi
to work as the parts of the
sağlayacak
machine. So
bizde.
we have to
Bu
work
anlamda
simultaneously,
kamuyla özel
and we
sektör
are working together
ile
with the public
aramızdaki
and the private
entegrasyonu da
sector. So
sağlamak
we have a
istiyoruz.
very
Çünkü
good
bir afet
integration with them,
olduğunda
because whenever there's a
sadece devlete
disaster,
düşmüyor iş. Bence
so
bütün sivil
the
toplum kuruluşlarına
responsibility is
iş
not
düşüyor.
only on
Biz
the
de
shoulders
elimizden
of the
geldiğince
government,
destek
as
olmaya
the old
çalışıyoruz.
NGOs. We
Ve
have to support
afetlerde
the system,
hiç
and we
aksaklık
are
olmadan yerimizi almak
without
istiyoruz.
any
Birbirinden
violence, we
değerli
want to take our
sivil
place
toplum
in the
kuruluşları var
disasters.
bizim
They are very
platformda.
important
Yani 23
NGOs in our platform.
STK kurucu
We have 23
bahsettim. Yani
institutions,
kurucu üyelerin
and
dışında
so
biz
those
İzmir'e
are the founding
gittiğimizde
members. And when
yerel
we went to
STK'larla
Izmir,
birlikte
also we
50'nin üstüne
worked
çıktı
together with the
sayımız ve
local
biz birlikte
NGOs, and we
çalışabildik.
were more than
Yani
50
gerçekten
institutions,
bu
and we could work together.
dayanışma
And
ve
this
birlikte
solidarity
bu
and
zor
this kind
zamanların
of
üstesinden
unity in
gelebilmek
such kind of
ülkemize
tough
oturtmak
times, be
istiyoruz.
able to overcome those problems, we
Çok
have to work and
teşekkürler.
support
Yalnızca afet
better.
döneminde değil tabii
So
afete
you,
hazırlıklı
as
olmak
you also said,
ve o
that it's not
aralardaki
only
süreyi
the
iyi
disaster now, but to be
değerlendirmek,
prepared. To
koordinasyon için,
prepare,
organizasyon
this
için
preparedness
sürekli
is
birlikte
very
çalışmak
important,
gerekiyor.
and
Onun
to work
altını
together
çizmen
constantly
çok
is very
önemliydi
important, and
bence.
it's such an
Tabii
important thing to
burada
emphasize this
STK, kamu,
preparation
özel
period.
sektör
Yes,
işbirliği de
NGO,
bence
private
çok
sector, and
kritik.
the public sectors.
Hepimizin farklı kasları var, güçlü
Solidarity is
kasları
important.
var
We
ve
have different
birlikte
muscles and
anca
different
bu büyük
strengths, and
sorunların
only
üstesinden
together we can
gelebiliyoruz.
overcome
O
the
yüzden
biggest problem.
gerçekten çok
And that's the reason
önemliydi
why it's
altını
such an
çizdiğin
important
noktalar.
thing to emphasize.
Buradan Nurdal Bey'e
And
dönmek istiyorum.
I'd like to ask my
Tabii
question to
Kızılay afet
Mr.
deyince
Nordal.
ilk aklımıza
And
gelen
of course,
kurumlardan bir
when we
tanesi.
say disaster, the
İlk
Red
andan
Crescent
itibaren
is
orada
the
Kızılay ve
first
Kızılay
institution that comes to our
gönüllüleri.
minds. And we
Kızılay
have the
gönüllüsü
Red
olmak
Crescent
isteyen
and the volunteers
çok var.
from the
Gençler
Red Crescent.
arasında
There's
da
so
çok
many
olduğunu
people,
görüyorum
especially
ben.
the
Ben
young people.
üniversitede
I know
hocayım.
that there's so many
Dilara'nın da
people,
bahsettiği
they want
gibi.
to be part of the
Öğrencilerim
Red Crescent.
arasında çok
Primary
var.
division of
Kızılay
the
gönüllüsü
university,
olmak
there's so many
isteyenler.
people who want
O
to
yüzden
be
gönüllülük
a volunteer
programlarını
of the
sizden
Turkish Red
dinlemek
Crescent.
isteriz.
And can
Beni
you
çok
just talk about your
heyecanlandıran bir genç
programs?
Kızılay var
So
mesela.
there's
Onu
this
da
young Red
dinleyebilirsek çok
Crescent,
mutlu
for
oluruz.
instance.
Çok
Can you just give
teşekkürler.
some information about
Tabii
those
ki
things?
bütün panelistlere saygılar sunuyorum.
First of
Önce
all, I
size
would
de
like to
saygılar
salute
sunuyorum.
and extend
Kızılay'ın
my respect
gönüllülüğü
to all panelists
esasında
and to our
bir
listeners.
teşkilma
The
modeline de
volunteerism,
dayanıyor
the
biraz.
Red
Çünkü
Crescent
hem sitelerde
is
teşkilatlanan
about
bir genç Kızılay
organizations,
yapılanmamız var. Bugün
because we have
152
this young
üniversitede
Red
genç
Crescent
Kızılay'ın
in
toplulukları var,
152
gönüllü toplulukları ve bunlar
universities. We have
genel
volunteers,
merkez
and
düzeyinde
they
gönüllülerden
are
oluşan
also
bir yönetim
connected to our
kurulu
general
tarafından
center. So
sevk ve
also
idare
they have a
ediliyor.
board,
Eğitim
and they're
programları
managing their own
tasarlanıyor.
programs. So they're
Kızılay Kadın
designing training
Hareketimiz var.
programs.
Şubeler
And we
üzerinde
have the Red Crescent
kurguladığımız
Women
ve tabii
Movement.
ki
So this is
toplumun
also inside
daha
the
doğrusu bütün
branches.
illerde
And also
teşkilatlanmış,
in all the other
şubeleşmiş bir
cities,
yapısı
we
var.
have organizations
Haliyle
and
burada
branches in different
kontrollü,
cities.
biraz
And
organizasyon
when
gerektiren
you have
yapılanmayla,
this kind of
bağlı
an
yapılarla
organization, and
ilerlemesi
it
gereken bir
requires
gönüllülük sürecimiz
such
var.
kind of a control,
Genç
but
Kızılay
it's all about
teşkilatları hepimizi
volunteerism.
çok
The
heyecanlandırıyor.
young Red Crescent
Çünkü
is like for
2017'den beri biz
everyone,
bu
for all of
teşkilatlanma
us, because
modeline
in
başladığımızda
2017
gördük
we
ki
initiated
gençlik
that
enerjisi
organization,
aslında bir şey
and
yapmak istiyor,
the
sahada
energy
olmak
of the
istiyor.
youth, they
Daha
want to
çok
do
kurumlara
something, they
değil
want
de
to make a
kurumların
deal,
hizmet
and
götürdüğü
they
insanlara
want
dokunmak
to
istiyor. Onların
touch
etki
the
alanlarında
people
bulunan
who are
faaliyetlerine
affected
katılmak
by the
istiyor.
disasters, and they
Toplum
want to
zaten
take
gönlü
part in
güzel
the
bir
deal.
toplum.
And
Gençlerimiz de
the
gerçekten öyle.
society is
Bunları biz
very
nasıl
much inclined to
yönlendirebiliriz, neler
volunteers, and the
yapabiliriz
young
diye
people
düşünürken
especially are like this as well.
Kızılay
And we were
yönetiminin, genel
wondering what
başkanımızın
could
da
we do
vizyonuyla biz
as
Genç
the Red
Kızılay
Crescent, as the
oluşumunu,
president of
hareketini
our
başlatmış
Turkish Red
olduk.
Crescent
Hızlıca
president.
şu anda
We
81 ilde,
initiated that young
şubelerde
Red Crescent in
teşkilatlandı. Onun
87
dışında
different
üniversitelerde
institutions in
teşkilatlandı ve
cities. We have
toplumun ihtiyaç
unions,
duyduğu bütün
and we are
alanlarda
trying
gönüllülük
to
faaliyeti
find
yapıyor. Sosyal hizmet, kamu
solutions
hizmetleri,
for the
mülteci, göç
society about
hareketleri,
everything, the
çevre
refugees,
sorunları,
flood protection,
ağaç dikmek,
environmental
yaşlı
problems,
bakımı,
plenty,
yaşlıları ziyaret
taking care
etmek,
of the elderly, visiting
engelliler,
elderly
aklınıza
people,
gelebilecek
disabled
bütün
people. You can think
alanlarda
about
bu
all the areas which are
arkadaşlarımız bir
affecting the
program
society,
dahilinde bu
and they
süreçlerini
have a
sürdürüyor ve
program and they are running
raporluyorlar. Biz de
there
onların bu görünürlüğünü
with
sağlamaya
their
çalışıyoruz.
activities and
Genç
their
Kızılay
great
özelinde
reports,
bir
and we
akran
try to
eğitici
support them.
eğitimi
And also
projemiz
we
var.
have
Bir de
peers training
afetlerde gönüllü
program.
lider
Also for the
takımları oluşturma.
disasters, we
Özelinde
do have some
bahsedeyim.
leader
Konumuz
teams.
da
So
afet
during the
olduğu için
disasters. So
akran
the topic
eğitici
is
eğitimimiz
disasters
şu,
today, the
üniversite
peer training program
topluluklarımızda
in the
bulunan genç
university.
Kızılay'ın
In the universities,
başkanları ya da gönüllü liderlerini bir programa
we
dahil
have
ediyoruz ve
some
onlara
leaders,
afetlerle korunma, ilk yardım
and
ve
so
sosyal hizmet alanında eğitici
social
eğitim
services,
veriyoruz.
about the
Onlar da
social
gidip
service. We
kendi
are giving
grupları,
trainings,
üniversitelerinde
and they
kurup
are
çok basit
also
yolla
getting those kind of trainings in the
yaygınlaştırıyor. Şu
universities, and
anda
they want to
genç
extend
Kızılay'ın
this education.
5800
And
üstü
we have
eğitilmiş, sahaya bugün gittiğinde
5,800
nerede neyi yapacağını bilen,
trainers,
bilgi
and they
yardım
are
konusunda
people
tecrübeli
who are
gönüllüsü
experts, and
var
they
ve bu
have a
sayıyı
lot of volunteers,
gitgide
and they're knowledgeable
artırıyoruz.
about the
Peki
first aid issues
afetler
and
konusunda ne
recovery.
yapıyoruz diye
About
soracak olursanız,
disasters,
afet olduğu yerde zaten bizim daha önceden bir lider takımı yetiştirdiğimiz için doğrudan sahaya ilk bu arkadaşı intikal ettiriyoruz. Ve bizim müdahale kapasitemize destek olarak hangi bölgede ne kadar gönüllü ihtiyacı var, nerelere ne tür hizmetler götüreceğiz planını yaparak hızlıca organize oluyoruz. Ve biraz önce Genel Başkanımız bahsetti. Gönüllüol.org sistemini, gönüllü yönetim platformunu açtık. Şunun için önemli afetler açısından. Biz lokasyon bazlı, orada coğrafi bilgi sistemlerini de kullanıyoruz o sistem üzerinde. Lokasyon bazlı gönüllülerimizi tarayabiliyoruz. Yani diyelim Ödemiş ilçesinde
let's
bir
say
sel
that in
baskını
Ödemiş,
oldu.
if there's a flood,
Burada
for instance,
Ödemiş'te bizim
and
hangi
in
gönüllülerimiz
Ödemiş,
varı
what kind
dijital
of volunteers
sisteme
do we
göre
have,
bir
and what
taramayla
is the
çıkartıp doğrudan görev
system?
yönlendirebiliyoruz.
We
Oradaki
can
gönüllü
do
takımlarımıza
this.
yönlendiriyoruz. Bu anlamda AFAD'la, diğer STK'larla,
And we're
üniversitelerle
working,
yoğun bir işbirliğimiz var. Kurumsal işbirliklerimiz var
we have
ve bu
cooperations
kapasitemiz
with
artıyor.
universities,
Sadece
and
pandemi
we
döneminde
are
bile
trying
85
to
bin gönüllümüz
uh,
sokağa çıkma yasağının
increase
olduğu
the number.
zaman
Even
sokaklarda
during the
pide dağıttı,
curfew,
vefa destek
81,000
gruplarında
of
nöbet
people
tuttu,
supported
yaşlılarımızın
the
köpeklerini
volunteers,
gezdirdi,
supported the
parklara
society.
çıkardı.
They did
Yani
dog
inanılmaz
walking. They
güzel
helped the
hikayeler
elderly people.
yazılıyor. Bu
They
anlamda
distributed
hepsiyle
bread
gurur
to the
duyuyoruz.
people,
Tüm
and during
genç Kızılay
curfews they helped
gönüllülerimizle.
it, and we are very proud of them.
Çok teşekkürler. Bu 5800 sayısını
And
ben
we
not
have
aldım. İnanın bana da
5,800
çok umut
volunteers,
verdi.
and this is really giving
Şunun
me a lot
altını
of hope
çizmek
as well.
istiyorum.
And I
Sizin
just want to
söyledikleriniz de
underline this.
bence çok kritik bir
And
noktaydı.
I think this is very
Özellikle
critical,
afetlerde sahaya
especially
gelecek
in the
kişilerin
disasters, the
bu
people.
şekilde organize edilmiş
So they
programlardan geçmesi
should
çok
be
kritik.
organized, and
Çünkü
they
afet
have
olduğu
this
an
kind of
ilk
training.
refleks bir anda
Because
sahaya
whenever there's
gitmek
a
oluyor.
disasters,
Oysa
they always want to go
uygun
to the
eğitimimiz
field.
yoksa,
But if you
sahada
don't
nasıl
have proper
davranacağımızı
training, if you don't
bilmiyorsak
know how
belki
to
de
act
orada
in the
olmamamız
field,
daha
maybe
iyi.
it's better that
Buradan
we should
bütün
be in the
gönüllü olmak
disaster
isteyenlere
area.
çağrımız
So we want to
mutlaka
ask this to the
programların birine
people,
dahil olup
and they need
eğitimi
to be part
aldıktan
of those
sonra
trainings. And
sahaya
after
çıkmayı
getting
düşünmeleri.
trained, they
O
have to
yüzden
be
çok
in the field.
teşekkürler değerli bilgiler için ve
So
yönlendirmeniz
thank
için.
you for all the
Şimdi
information.
buradan Mehmet Bey'e dönmek istiyorum tabii. AFAD dedik hemen Kızılay demişken. AFAD gönüllüsü olmak isteyen çok sayıda benim de çevremde insan var. Orada olmak, AFAD
There are
gönüllerinin
many people
fotoğraflarını
who would like to
gördükçe,
become AFAD
onların
volunteers. So when they
yaptıklarını
see
gördükçe
AFAD
gönüllü olmak isteyen çok arkadaşımız
volunteers'
var.
pictures, there
AFAD'ın
are
nasıl
many
gönüllü
people who
programları
would
var
like
ve nasıl
to
dahil
go for
olabiliriz?
volunteering. So how can we get involved in
Ben de
AFAD?
çok teşekkür ediyorum Ata Hanım, size de bütün
Itır,
katılımcılarımıza
thank
da.
you very much, and
AFAD
thank you
gönüllülük
everyone
sistemi
for
de
joining us.
2019
AFAD
yılında Ocak
volunteering
ayında AFAD
system
tarafından faaliyete
was set up
geçirildi.
in
Tabii
January
kamunun gönüllülerle
2019
en
by
büyük
AFAD.
işbirliğini yaptığı
The
özellikle
biggest cooperation of the
konuda
public
afetle
opinion with
mücadele,
the
afeti hazırlanma konulu ana
volunteers
temasıyla en büyük gönüllülük
was
yapısı diyebiliriz
materialized
bu
in the
manada.
field of
AFAD gönüllülük
disasters.
sistemi aslında
Well, let
afet
me go into the
yönetiminde
AFAD,
güçlü
Disaster and
biçimde
Emergency
rol
Management
almak isteyen
Presidency's volunteering
görevlilerin
system.
sisteme
If
dahil
there are
edilmesini,
volunteers, then
yeteneklerini
they get
eğitimlerle
involved into the
geliştirmelerini
system and
ve
they
hangi
are further
alanlarda görev
trained,
yapacaklarını
and
belirlemek, bu
we
alanlara
determine in which fields
yönlendirilmesini
they're
ve
going to serve.
performanslarının izlenmesini amaçlamakta. Bu
And we
amaçla da
watch their performances
AFAD
accordingly.
gönüllülerimiz
With this goal in mind,
devlet
our
üzerinden
volunteers
başvurularını yapabiliyorlar. Buradan biz kendilerine şifre veriyoruz.
make
Bu
applications
şifrelerini
through
mutlaka
e-state,
AFAD
e-devlet. They
portalımıza
get a
gönderiyoruz.
password. We
Artık
direct them to our
eğitimlerin de
portal,
faaliyet
and
alanlarında
the
buradan takip
trainings
ediyorlar. Biz
and
de
the
onlarla buradan
engagement
iletişim
areas are
içerisinde
followed up online
bizim
accordingly,
tabii
and
ana
we get into
hedefimiz
touch with them. Well, let me tell you what the main goal of the project is. The goal is as follows. In Turkey, as you might imagine, there are various disasters occurring. We are situated in a geography which is very much prone to disasters. That's why we would like to further increase the number of the volunteers in this field. And secondly, the AFAD volunteers who would like to walk hand in hand with us are trained on a face-to-face basis, and we increase their capabilities and make them further stronger. And they work with the professional AFAD teams out there in the field, and they know what they're going to do. That's how we train them, and we benefit from them in this sense. Well, trainings are of utmost importance because, it's about volunteering in disaster. That's why you need to be trained. We have basic AFAD volunteers. So the volunteers who begin working with us are trained in an online platform, and it's about stress management and the rest. So we have such courses, but in the upcoming process, there will be psychosocial classes and classes on decreasing the disaster risk. Our volunteers are trained as to how they could behave before the disaster, during the disaster, and after the disaster. And the volunteers who complete their trainings do apply to us. We have volunteer coordinators in the provinces, and our volunteers are trained on a face-to-face basis. For instance, there is this 5-day research and rescue training. In this research and rescue training, we teach them what they can do in case of a disaster, and they can feel what kind of an activity they're going to undertake in case of a disaster. Moreover, we work hand in hand with the fire brigades. Moreover, we train them as to how they can set up the tents. Apart from these, there is this professional AFAD volunteers. Actually, these people do hold some other careers, be them psychiatrists, communication experts, or physicians. They become professional AFAD volunteers, and if we need them, then we ask them to offer trainings, or if we need them in the field of the disaster, then we ask them to go there. Moreover, we have some other further activities. We have some social activities that we undertake, just like planting saplings, cleaning up the schools, setting up libraries. These are some of the social activities that we undertake. In this pandemic process, unfortunately, we had to cut down on the number of the social activities, and the number of the face-to-face activities also decreased because as of March, we stopped face-to-face trainings. However, from time to time, we do hold only a few number of trainings, and we abide by the social distancing rule. Moreover, there is this scoring system that we put in place. Our volunteers do get some scores, and they can select presents. We have AFAD volunteers logoed presents. We send them to their addresses free of charge. Well, in the corona processes, we undertook some activities. Let me give you a couple of examples. For instance, in Elazığ earthquake, we had more than 200 volunteers. They set up tents, they packed up the packages, they carried the materials, and did the rest. Moreover, there was this Giresun flood disaster. 120 volunteers joined us from different parts of the Black Sea. We sent them an email, and they joined our activities under the coordination of our leaders. 120 volunteers helped the stores that were located in the disaster region, and we cleaned these stores working hand in hand with our volunteers. We had people from all walks of life among these volunteers. They were quite willing. Maybe it was the very first time that they digged into a place, but they knew what it required, and they did what the situation required us to do. Well, it is something that touches into your nerves. It is something that is very much sensitive, and it is very much emotional. I would like to congratulate the International Volunteer Day. By the way, I would like to commemorate the International Volunteer Day. Well, it's great to hear that we can join AFAD, because there are many people who would like to become AFAD members, but they are not members of the rescue team. I think it is highly valuable that you encourage the volunteers. Volunteering is something that should be commemorated and that should be encouraged. So thank you very much for all the information that you have shared. Now I'd like to move on with talk. Ali, I will give you the floor. When we talk about volunteering, talk comes to my mind in the very first place. And in Adım Adım, we have been trained by talk in terms of volunteer management. They are scattered all across Turkey. Could you please elaborate on what you do and how you organize young people in cases of disaster? Sure. As you have mentioned, one of our biggest advantages is the fact that we are located in different parts of Turkey, and we have volunteers in a variety of cities. For instance, in Elazığ earthquake, let me begin with the Elazığ earthquake. In this earthquake, unfortunately, the sound is not clear. We had volunteers from 17 cities. They got to Elazığ very rapidly, and we had some volunteers who were there all the time. We met the requirements of the people who were faced with the disaster, and we helped them immensely. We determined what was needed out there in the field. We met all the requirements of the people over there, and we supported them immensely. Well, our experience in Elazığ, as noted by Serhan, was very much individual, but we got to know each other as the NGOs, and when it came to Izmir earthquake, we were more prepared for that. And let me tell you what was different in Izmir. In Izmir, we were quite ready. We made a call to our volunteers, and we shaped our activities in line with the pandemic conditions. And the NGOs were highly prepared. So we reached out to almost 2,000 volunteers. And we did it in a very short span of time. I think this is a very important figure. I mean, 2,000 is a high number, right? And as the disaster platform, all the NGOs came together in Izmir, and I think we were highly successful. In a similar manner, just like it was the case in Elazığ, we joined the relief efforts in each and every way. Well, in each and every university, I think there is this talk club, and you might make an application to talk clubs in your universities. You will be trained to become talk volunteers. Thank you. Now I'm gonna get back to Dünya, Mrs. Polat. Well, the volunteers are highly important to us, but their well-being also matters to us. When we have a disaster, you go out to train the volunteers and you support their well-being. How do you work with the volunteers? How do you organize yourselves, Mrs. Polat? Could you please elaborate on it? Hello, everyone. I would like to commemorate International Volunteer Day. I think we're doing something highly important. As Turkish Psychologists Association and Foundation, we try to be out there in the field following the earthquakes, in the aftermath of the earthquakes. Well, we are a professional organization, and there is this trauma unit integrated into our society, and it's active almost all the time. Following the Soma disaster and the air crashes, we are out there in the field. However, in doing so, we mostly work hand in hand with the fire brigades and the volunteers who have experience out there in the field, and we train them in terms of their well-being. Our goal is to relieve some symptoms through the trainings that we offer to them. We're not offering a therapy. We are offering a social support mechanism. And after each and every training that we hold, we notice that such trainings are very much vital in terms of the well-being of the volunteers. Well, I believe such trainings are still not taken seriously, because we go through some problems when we try to reach the field. When it comes to Izmir earthquake, we worked hand in hand with Red Crescent in the very first place. Well, following the second week, the pandemic was scattered and the number of the tents decreased. That's how we turned ourselves into an online platform. Due to COVID, we had a telephone line. We do not offer psychotherapeutic support through the line, by the way, but we get individual applications, and then online therapy is offered to the volunteers in this way. Following the Izmir earthquake, we set up an online platform, and more than 2,000 people made an application to us. Almost 1,000 of them are our graduates. We have some criteria in terms of offering the trainings. You should have the required references, you should have worked out there in the field previously, and you should have been trained by us, because we also go through an orientation and training process as the volunteers. Currently, we have 420 trained therapists who offer their services under our umbrella, and we have 131 individual online applications. We have received 131 applications, and through online relief, we work with the teams who have experience out there in the field. The Family and Social Policies Ministry organizes our activities. They have approved our volunteers' names, and if they send us the people who need psychological relief, then we support them. Izmir Metropolitan Municipality also worked hand in hand with us. Moreover, there is this NGO platform that we work closely with, and we have an activity. We talked to Saran previously. We work hand in hand with the Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency team and the other teams. Well, we go step by step, because as of the very first day, it was not that easy to experience all this disaster. You need some time for the events to sink into. I live in Izmir, and I have experienced the earthquake myself. And I believe we need to come together under the platforms, and we need to elaborate on what volunteering is, how much time we need, how much time we need to spend out there in the field. And then there is this cleansing period, right? Psychological training and sharing teams or support teams should be set up so that the psychological well-being of the people will be put in place. We highly believe that people need to contact with us in an attempt to regain their well-being. Thank you very much. Well, all the points that I have heard point out to the fact that when it comes to disasters, we need experience, we need to be out there in the field only after we receive trainings. I think this is a very critical point that we need to underscore. Well, you have all underscored the fact that civil society, local administration, and public authorities should work hand in hand in terms of managing the disasters, because our job is not that easy. That's why we need to work in cooperation and coordination, and we should show solidarity. I would like to commemorate International Volunteer Day once again. Thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Last but not least, I'd like to extend my thanks to Dünya, AFAD's NGO platform, Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency, because in Izmir, we were out there with more than 7,000 volunteers, and our volunteers were quite exhausted in terms of their psychology, and Dünya, I would like to extend my thanks to your team. Talk was incredible, and they worked hand in hand with the Red Crescent volunteers. They were incredible. We worked in close coordination. Thank you very much for all your efforts. I hope we won't go through further disasters, but it's a reality of Turkey. And now that it's a reality of Turkey, we should work in coordination and cooperation. I think we should set up such a culture, and I'd like to congratulate AFAD, Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency, and Red Crescent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Serhan bir son söylemek istiyorum.
Sarhan,
Tabii.
last remarks, please. Last remarks, okay?
Şimdi biz AFAD'ın da İzmir'de
Well,
çalıştık ama
we worked with AFAD in Izmir,
kamuda elimizden gelen desteği verdik.
and we supported all these organizations immensely. For instance, Red Crescent had its own warehouse in Izmir, and they asked us to send volunteers to them. We sent almost 50 volunteers per day to Red Crescent's warehouse. In a similar manner, Bayraklı municipality needed our assistance, and TOK's volunteers worked in Bayraklı municipality. And in the main warehouse, again, we had volunteers working with them. In Izmir, almost 300 to 350 volunteers supported Izmir, as well as the governorship of Izmir. In this sense, the public authorities, civil society, and private industry, private sector should work in close coordination. If possible, I mean, you should open up yourselves to coordination, to solidarity, and as a disaster platform, we're going to follow up the process very closely. Thank you. I would like to commemorate International Volunteer Day once more. Thank you.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you.
Sevgili Itır, sana ve tüm panel
Dear Utur and all the panelists, we would like to extend our thanks to you. Let's recall our hashtags are we can share together, I'm aware, I am a volunteer.
Bana da sosyal medyadan mesajlar
And by the way, I get some messages through the social media with regard to volunteering. In an attempt to become UN volunteers, we will inform you very briefly in one of our panels. Apart from that, if you have any individual questions, you might make an application on an individual basis. We all need your assistance, your help, and we're ready to help you. Well, we're gonna go for a break. It won't be a break, actually, but it is a platform that I have been following up closely. Boğaziçi Jazz Chorus will take the floor, and they have a special show for us. We will listen to them. And dear Masis will elaborate on arts and volunteering. He will be one of the panelists in the afternoon's panel, because music has a uniting effect, so to speak. I totally believe in its uniting effect, and I attach huge importance on it. In the panel on art and volunteering, you might listen to Masis, and now the floor is Boğaziçi Jazz Chorus.
Çiçekler büyüyorsa güneşli toprağında, şimdi çocuklar yürüyorsa ışıklı yollarında, sensin, sensin ey Mustafa'm, gelensin, yurduma hürriyet verensin. Güneşi gösterensin, sensin, sensin ey Mustafa'm, gelensin, yurduma hürriyet verensin. gösterensin, sensin, sensin ey Mustafa'm, gelensin, yurduma hürriyet verensin, güneşi gösterensin. sonu yokuştur deme, dağları aşarız eğer inanırsan. Uyan uyan dostum uyan, bu elini kalbini hiç olmadan bir olur deriz üstesinden, her şey mümkün eğer inanırsan. Yam yam yam yam yam yam.
Gerçekten Yürekten alkışlıyorum. Bu gönüllülük gününde gönüllerimize çok iyi geldiniz. Bana çok iyi geldiniz. Eminim izleyen herkese çok iyi geldiniz. Sevgili Masis, seni ve tüm ekibi kutluyorum. Şimdi evet, sırada Birleşmiş Milletler Kadın Biriminin bu aralar sık sık duyduğunuz ateş böcekleri kampanyası var. Şimdi kadın birimi bu yönde çok çalışıyor. Bugünün de şöyle bir özelliği var. 5 Aralık her yıl Dünya Gönüllüler Günü'nü kutlarken biz Ulu Önder Mustafa Kemal Atatürk'ün Türk kadınlarına seçme ve seçilme hakkını verdiği bu günde de teşekkür ediyorum, minnetle anıyoruz. Bugün Türk kadınları olarak böyle özgürce konuşabiliyorsak kendisine borçluyuz. Bir kere daha saygıyla, özlemle ve minnetle atamızı da anıyoruz. Şimdi saatler de yavaş yavaş 1'e geliyor ve ben artık bizi karanlıktan aydınlığa gençler çıkaracak diyorum. Buna çok inanıyorum, çok güveniyorum ve bayrağı sevgili Tuğba Toplama'ya devredeceğim. O da bir Birleşmiş Milletler gönüllüsü. Sevgili Tuğba da şimdi yanıma gelecek. Ben beslenme uzmanı Dilara Koçak. Evet, sabahtan bu saate oturumları sundum. Sizlere aktarmaya çalıştım. Bir gönüllü olarak küresel amaçlar için çalışma yolunda gönüllü çalışmalara devam edeceğim. Sizlerin de desteği ve ilgisi gerçekten tüm dünyanın ihtiyacı olan bir şey. Bir kere daha söylüyorum, farkındayım, gönüllüyüm, birlikte başarabiliriz. Ve sevgili Tuğba Toplama, artık sana devrediyorum sunuşu. İstersen bir iki cümleyle ben vedamı yapayım, sen açılışını yap.
Tabii ki.
Tuğbacığım, ne kadar zamandır gönüllüsün Birleşmiş Milletler için?
Yani Birleşmiş Milletler için daha 2 haftadır gönüllü olarak çalışmaya başladım. Daha tazeyim aslında.
Çiçeği burnunda taze bir gönüllü. Lütfen senin gibi örnek gençlere ihtiyacımız var. Söz sende Tuğbacığım. Hoşça kalın. Ben arkadan takipte olacağım.
Hoşçakalın Dilara Hanım. Çok teşekkürler bu değerli zamanınızı bize ayırdığınız için sabahtan. Merhabalar herkese. Bugün ve güzel günde Dilara Hanım'dan devraldığım bu sunuculuk görevi için çok heyecanlı olduğumu belirtmek isterim. Bugün Dünya Gönüllüler Günü'nü kutluyoruz hep beraber. Ben de bu güzel güne daha taze bir Birleşmiş Milletler Gönüllüsü olarak katılmanın heyecanı ve gururu içerisindeyim. Umarım beraber çok güzel bir gün geçireceğiz. Günün geri kalan kısmında çok şey öğreneceğimiz konuklar ile paneller, toplumumuz için önemli rol oynayan sivil toplum kuruluşlarının videoları ve Boğaziçi Caz Korosu ile devam edeceğiz. Eminim ki hepimiz için çok çok keyifli bir gün olmaya devam edecek. Şimdi yine Birleşmiş Milletler Gönüllüsü 2 arkadaşımız sevgili İpek ve Erman bize Birleşmiş Milletler Kadın Biriminde ekip arkadaşlarıyla beraber hazırladıkları kampanyayı ve 16 günlük aktivizm çağrılarını yapacaklar. Evet İpek ve Erman, söz sizde.
Covid-19 salgınına mücadele için hiç olmadığımız kadar evdeyiz.
Evdeki görünmez emeğin de belki ilk kez bu kadar farkındayız.
Yemek, bulaşık, çamaşır, ütü, çocuk bakımı. Bunlar evdeki ortak sorumluluklarımız.
Bu süreç, kalıplaşmış toplumsal cinsiyet rollerini yıkmamız için önemli bir fırsat.
Evdeki rutin iş yükü sadece kadının omzunda değil, olmamalı. Bunun farkına varalım.
Çocuklarımızla bağlarımızı kuvvetlendirip onların eşitlik algısını da güçlendirelim.
Haydi hep birlikte krizi bir fırsata çevirelim. Bu zor günlerden daha güçlü ve eşit bir aile olarak çıkalım.
Evde eşitlik, aile içinde eşitlik, toplumda eşitlik demek. Eşitlik için erkek katılımı çok önemli. Haydi siz de katılın.
Hepimiz korkuyoruz.
Endişeliyiz.
Zor günler geçiriyoruz.
Ama umutsuzluğa kapılmayacağız.
Yalnız değilsin.
Yalnız değilsiniz.
Yalnız değiliz.
Sevgi, saygı,
Dostluk,
Özlem,
emek,
özveri, sabır,
korona salgınıyla mücadele,
bütün bu değerleri yeniden anlamlandırmak, birbirimizi daha iyi anlamak,
daha çok kenetlenmek,
birbirimize daha çok destek olmak
ve daha birlikte bir dünya için.
güçlü ve yeni bir başlangıç da olabilir.
kentten kırsala,
kadın, erkek,
çocuk, genç, yaşlı,
engelli.
Mülteci, göçmen.
Yoksul, varlıklı.
Bu mücadelede hep birlikteyiz.
bu zor günleri birlikte atlatacağız.
Kimseyi
Geride,
bırakmayacağız.
kimseyi geride bırakmayacağız.
Kimseyi geride bırakmayacağız.
Dünyadaki her 5 çocuktan biri evli.
Sadece bugün 18 yaşının altında 33 bin kız çocuğu evlenmeye zorlanacak.
18 yaşından önce evlenen her 10 çocuktan 9'uysa kız çocuğu.
Çocuk yaşta evlilikler kız çocuklarına yönelik en zararlı uygulamalardan biri.
Türkiye ne yazık ki bu uygulamanın yaygın olduğu ülkelerden.
Türkiye'de şu an 20-49 yaş arasında olan her 5 kadından biri 18 yaşından önce evlendi.
18 yaşından önce evlendirilen her 3 çocuktan biri ise yine çocuk yaşta anne oldu. Altını çizelim, çocuk yaşta gebelikler anne ve bebeğin ölüm riskini 2 ila 5 kat arttırıyor.
Dahası var, çocuk yaşta evlilikler kız çocuklarını istihdamdan, eğitimden koparıyor.
Potansiyellerini ve hayallerini yaşamasına engel oluyor.
Çocuk yaşta evlilikler kız çocuklarının yaşam süresini kısaltıyor.
Kronik hastalıklardan engelliliğe yaşam boyunca sürecek ciddi sağlık sorunlarına neden oluyor.
Travma ve depresyon gibi pek çok ruh sağlığı problemini de tetikliyor.
Bu insan hakları ihlaline son vermek hepimizin ortak sorumluluğu.
Gelin daha eşit ve güvenli bir dünya için hep birlikte çalışalım.
Çocuk yaşta evlilikleri durduralım.
Kimseyi geride bırakmayalım.
Kadınlara yönelik siber şiddete dur demek için 1 milyon ateş böceğinden biri olmaya var mısın? Sıra sende. www.ateşböcekleri.info Birleşmiş Milletler Kadın Birimi UN Women.
Herkese merhabalar.
Hello everyone.
Ben İpek Naz Çınar, Birleşmiş
My
Milletler
name is
Kadın
İpek Naz
Birimi,
Çınar,
özellikle
UN
He for She
Women,
projesinin iletişim asistanı olarak
and
çalışıyorum.
I am the
Öncelikle
Communication
güzel
Assistant of
etkinlik
the
için
He for She
emeği geçen
project. First of
herkese
all, I
teşekkür
would like
ediyorum.
to thank everyone
Erman
who
merhaba, Gönüller
cooperated in
Günümüz
this
kutlu olsun.
organization. Arman, hello.
Merhaba
I would like
İpek,
to say happy
herkesin buradan Gönüller
Volunteers
Günü'nü
Day. Hello.
kutluyorum. Ben de
İpek, I
Erman,
would like to
ben de bir
congratulate
Birleşmiş
you
Milletler
for the
gönüllüsüyüm
Volunteers
ve
Day.
şu
I
an
am
Birleşmiş
Erman. I
Milletler
am a
Kadın Birimi'nde
UN
iletişim asistanı
volunteer,
olarak
and at the same
çalışıyorum.
time, I'm a communication assistant
Evet,
at UN
bugün
Women.
sevgili izleyenler sizlere ateş
So
böcekleri,
today,
karanlığa
dear
ve
spectators, I would like to inform you about our campaign Fireflies, giving light to the dark. So if you ask about this campaign or what is 16-day activism, we have all the answers. And on 25th of November, it was a day of fighting against violence against women, and we're also celebrating as the Human Rights Day. And we call this 16-day activism for this time period in order to prevent violence against women and girls. And we will see the details, we will hear the details from you, Erman.
Öncelikle 16 günlük
Yes,
aktivizm
of course.
nedir
Well,
ve ne
16
zaman
days
başladı ondan
activism,
bahsedeyim önce.
what is it and when did it
Aslında 16
start?
günlük
First of all, let
aktivizm
me start with
1991
question.
yılında
16-day
sivil inisiyatif
activism
olarak
started
kadın
in
örgütleri
1990s as a civil
aktivistler
initiative
tarafından
by
başlatıldı.
women
Kadınlara yönelik
organizations and
şiddete son
activists, and at the same
kampanyası
time,
olarak
it
tüm
is the
dünyada
campaign
yürütülüyor.
Put an
22
End
Kasım
to Violence
kadınları
Against
şiddete
Women.
karşı
It is
uluslararası
across the
mücadele
world
ve
on
dayanışma
25th of
gününden
November
başlayarak Bey'in
as
bahsettiği
the
gibi
day
10
of
Aralık İnsan Hakları Günü'ne kadar
fighting
sürüyor.
against violence against women,
2018
and this
yılından bu
takes
yana da
16 days.
Birleşmiş
As of
Milletler Genel Sekreteri
2018,
çağrısıyla
UN Secretary General
dünyayı
called
turuncuya boya temasıyla tüm
with the
dünyada
theme
kutlanıyor,
Paint the
yürütülüyor.
world in the
Biz de
orange, and
Birleşmiş
all the
Milletler Kadın
celebrations are
Birimi
going
olarak
on
bu
across the
hareketi
world. As the
öncülüğünü
UN
yapıyoruz
Women
tüm
Unit,
dünyada.
we are pioneering in this
İpek,
women
istersen sen şimdi
movement
biraz bizim 2020
across the
senesinde
world. And IPEC,
kampanyamızdan
Tabii.
bahset.
If you wish, you can mention our campaign in 2020. Well, as Erman mentioned, this is called Firefly. If you ask why Firefly, we are UN Women Unit, and for that reason, we have been conducting this 16-day activism as of 2018. We are celebrating it with fireflies. First of all, we can start what we did in 2018 and 2019, then we can proceed with 2020. Well, in 2018 and 2019, we started a campaign called Activism, 16-day Activism, Bring Light to the Dark, and the inspiration was Firefly. Why Firefly? Because they are known by their lights and they are communicating to each other. They are bringing light to the dark, and we inspired from that. We don't want everyone to be left in the dark. We don't want anyone to be subject to violence. And we started this campaign in 2018. In 2019, we focused on fighting against violence against women and girls in public areas. And our motto is to leave a firefly everywhere. And we called on everyone to mark locations where they feel unsafe. And by this, we reached approximately 15,000 people. We shared the data with different partners, for example, municipalities. By using these data, municipalities made improvements in their cities and districts, especially in places where girls and women feel unsafe. And this year, with the Firefly campaign, the inspiration again is the same Firefly, and İpek will mention that. Yes.
Dinleyenler, izleyenler 2020
Dear
yılında
audience, in 2020 we continued this campaign, as you know, as we all know, together with COVID-19 coronavirus. We're spending more time on our mobile phones and computers, and together with this more time, we are seeing that there is more cybersecurity against girls and women because we spend most of our time on social media. So what is cybersecurity? Most of us are not even aware of this, but unfortunately we encounter this every day. However, this is normal. And there is not much data or work about the subject in Turkey, and we decided to focus on cybersecurity against women and girls in Turkey. We wanted to say stop to it. So why is cybersecurity? Erman, can you please share some data about global incidents? Well, as İpek mentioned, there is not much data, no data from Turkey at all. Across the world, there is new data. And together with COVID-19 in Australia, cyber violence increased by 50%. In the UK, cyber violence increased by 25%, coming to the lines of complaints, but there is not data about every cyber violence, and the literature is now being produced. For that reason, as the UN Women Unit, we want to contribute to this literature, and we would like to follow this topic in Turkey. And by starting this topic, our aim is to prevent cyber violence against women and girls, and for that reason, we started a campaign. So if you ask, what do we do? www.fireflies.info. So with Turkish characters and English characters, English letters. It is a website. We designed a website, and on this website, everyone is invited to become 1 million. Because when we come together, then we can form solidarity and we can raise awareness as fireflies. So our target is 1 million. In fact, on the website, dear audience, there is a survey which consists of 10 questions. And these questions, in fact, are about cyber violence, and these are measuring our awareness. How aware are we? Or what can we do in such a circumstance? And this website makes you to answer these questions, and then you can see the results after answering the 10 questions. And UN Women, we have experts and advisors, and you can download their guidance. And when you come across such a situation, when you are subject to cyber violence, you can see what you can do and what kind of actions and measures you can take. So this guidance is provided for you by this campaign, Fireflies.digital. This website is both in English and Turkish languages, and our purpose is to increase our awareness about cyber violence, and we all invite you to form 1 million. We started the campaign on 25th of November, Erman, as you know. And on 10th December, this 16-day activism continues. So how is it right now? Right now we have 190,000 people and we will continue our campaign. And then after 10th of December, we will continue with this awareness campaign. And we will try to increase our numbers. And as İpek mentioned, we would like to invite you to our campaign system. Be one of the fireflies and let us together bring light to the dark.
Şöyle aslında sadece internet sitesine girerek
Yes,
değil, bildiğiniz
you,
gibi
not
yine
just by
siber
getting
şiddetin en
into the
fazla
online
yaşandığı
website. As you
sosyal
know,
medyada da
social media is the platform where there is the highest amount of cyber violence, and we continue our awareness campaign there. You can reach us through UN Women Turkey and He for She Turkey. You can follow us at our accounts, and you can post our contents. You can actually challenge your friends to participate in this campaign. You can support us as well. As we say, there are so many things that we can do in this regard, but the most important thing is to be together, to volunteer, which is the reason why we are here today. And our purpose is to say stop to violence against women and girls, but it doesn't affect only girls and women. As a society, we have to be together. And if we are in solidarity, then and only then we can change things. That's why I would like to invite you to say stop, especially every type of violence and particularly cyber violence. And please come to www.fireflies.com so that we can have a firefly and bring light to the dark.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you.
Hepimizin hayalleri var. Mesela kimileri bir an önce zengin olmak ister. Kimileri de hemen CEO olma peşindedir. Kimileri de var ki hayatın anlamını arar. Peki anlamlı bir şeyler yaparken de başarılı olmak mümkün değil mi? Aslında mümkün. YGA işte bu inançla Türkiye'de kurulan bir sivil toplum kuruluşu. Geleceğe umutla bakmamızı sağlayan çift kanatlı gençler yetiştiriyor. İşte çift kanatlı olmaya somut bir örnek. Çocuklara bilimi ve en son teknolojiyi sevdiren Twin bilim setleri. Görme engellilerin hayatını değiştiren akıllı baston B-Walk. Türkiye'nin ilk yüzer güneş enerjisi sistemi hidrosolar ve insanlığa faydalı daha niceleri. Bu projelerde önemli iş ve bilim insanları, akademisyenler ve sanatçılarla yakın çalışırlar. Biz bu kişilere hayal ortakları diyoruz. YGA dünyadaki en prestijli üniversitelerin stratejik ortağı. Bu üniversitelerden seçilen öğrenciler Türkiye'de görev alıyor ve bu projeleri kendi ülkelerine taşıyorlar. Peki bu yolculuk nasıl başlıyor? Lise ve üniversite öğrencilerinin başvurduğu YGA zirvesiyle. Eğer sen de başarılı ve anlamlı, çift kanatlı bir hayat istiyorsan, seni de YGA'ya bekliyoruz.
Benim adım Yiğit. Şu anda Amerika'da Harvard Üniversitesi'nde okuyorum. YGA'nın Global Impact programıyla geçen
My name is Yiğit. I'm studying at America Harvard University, and I got to know YGA yesterday, and we have projects in villages. We are helping children, and they're showing us some events. We learn from them, but at the end of the day, when we say goodbye, you just think, absolutely, these kids at schools will have talents. I should leave a trace. I should have impact on these children. So this is something beyond science, and I think it is really a type of a solidarity of hope rather than science. My name is Ece. I'm studying computer science and philosophy at Boğaziçi University, and all people in the village are so sincere, and there is unconditional love that they showed me. So you just feel very happy, and you say, what did I do to get that hope?
Onları yemeklerken onlara
While we are giving them food, and I will cook everything myself because this is our tradition. We are welcoming them in the best way possible. And when they go from there, they should be happy.
Ben yapamadım, çocuklarım yapsın.
I want my children to be successful.
diyorum. Böyle
And
yurt
I
dışından
am helping my children to get quality education, maybe from abroad. And when people from this country and other country are coming to this village, there is excitement, there is willingness, and if we can do that, we can also be successful.
Ben öğretmenlerimden duydum. Cuma günü
I heard from my teachers, they told us on Friday, and they told us there will be people visiting us from the US, and they will teach us project.
Hayalimi gerçeğe dönüştürdüm.
Well, I turned my dream into reality, and right now I have more dreams. Science solidarity.
Öncelikle İpek ve Erman'a ve
Well,
ekip
first of all,
arkadaşlarına
Ipek and Erman and other teammates, thank you very much for this meaningful project. Thank you very much. And I hope fireflies will be more visible in the future. And now, with these words, I would like to continue with the rest of our program. So, in the first panel, we will discuss sustainability in volunteerism. The moderator is Meltem Okyarperdeci from the Volunteers Foundation, and we will hear the perspectives of experts in volunteerism. But I would like to remind that our volunteers watching our panel will have certain questions, and from time to time, you will see certain codes at the bottom of the screen, and you can read our survey. And the system is very simple. You can enter www.menti.com, and after logging in, you just enter this code and answer the questions. And by this means, we can be together on these distant days and we can feel that unity. So I hope the rest of the day will be very happy. Now I would like to leave the word to our moderator, Meltem.
Merhabalar, hepiniz hoş
Hello.
geldiniz.
I would
Harika
like
bir
to
gün
say welcome to all of
geçiriyoruz.
you. We are having a wonderful day and we are celebrating two important days. One is the World
Toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliğine gönül vermiş bir kişi
Gender
olarak
Equality Day, and as a person who really values importance to women's rights, I would like to celebrate Women's Rights Days, and I would like to celebrate and congratulate everyone's volunteer days and the National Volunteer Foundation and UN program, Turkey. I would like to thank all of them for all their contributions so far. And this is a panel session, and this is hosted by the Private Sector Volunteers Association. Our association is a member of the National Volunteerism Foundation, and as of 2013, it is contributing to the potentials of the members in order to contribute to social benefit. And Meltem Okyarperdeci, my name is Meltem Okyarperdeci. I'm also a volunteer, especially when it comes to social equality, gender equality. I'm both a mentor, the board member of the foundation. At the same time, I am the communication director, corporate communication director of the company, Shell. And today I have three important speakers in our panel. One is from Akbank Corporate Communication Department Head, dear Murat Güllü, and from Zorlu Holding, Human Resources Director, at the same time a board member of our foundation, Zülal Öztürkkaya, and Koç Holding Sustainability and Shareholder Relations Manager, Ayca Aksoy. Welcome all. Thank you very much. Hello, thanks. Well, during the panel, we will talk about the private sector and its perspective, its view of volunteerism. We will also talk about good practices and, of course, the sustainability strategies of companies and the place of volunteerism in these strategies. Before prolonging my words, I would like to ask my first question to Murat Bey.
So yesterday in the volunteer reward program, your photography project was chosen the most successful. I was one of the jury members. I was a jurist and I was really impressed by the excitement of this project. So can you please give us some details about this project?
Nasıl
These projects
desteklediğine,
that are
neler
coming
yapıyorsun
from
bu proje
employees
olarak
are
ve tabii
supported
ki
by your
Akbank'ın
organization. And what kind of a support do you provide? And what is the
yeri
place of
neler?
volunteerism in the sustainability strategy of Akbank? Hello, Malcolm. Hello, and I would like to say hi everyone. I would like to congratulate everyone's International Volunteers Day. Well, Akbank, as of its foundation, Akbank has corporate sustainability works, and we have three activity areas in corporate social responsibility: culture and arts, entrepreneurship, and training. But there is one more that is important, and that is volunteerism. And volunteerism is an employee initiative. It emerged as an initiative. The organization, the bank, didn't direct us, but employees started this initiative in 2012. In our own department, corporate communication department, our colleagues started an aid campaign. Well, sometimes I feel I'm not fair. Most probably. Well, Akbank is 72 years old, and 72 years ago, employees were also sharing a sense of responsibility. They were trying to produce solutions to the communities because there was solidarity, that there was sharing back at the time. But since 2012, we started an aid campaign in the Department of Corporate Communication. After this communication center, Sabancı Center, colleagues also wanted to take part. We said, why shouldn't we include them as well? And in GIBS'e, Akbank headquarters also involved in this project. And of course, Akbank is quite spread in Turkey. So we wanted to spread this initiative to all Turkey. And today, Akbank has 40 volunteer ambassadors and approximately 1,000 volunteers. It is a giant team, and all of the organizations supported all the work of volunteers. And today, the bank has the sustainability strategy, which is actually one of the most important strategies, and volunteerism is one of the pillars of this strategy. And we don't want to leave only in Akbank. And Akbank has been also working with university students for 6 years. And there is the project which is called the Good State of a City. So we have a history, and this started in 2012 with an aid project, and today volunteerism became one of the most important pillars of sustainability strategy. We have not limited to that. We are now reaching university students as well. We cannot even believe it. We grew a lot. Well, thank you very much. The motto today is let's succeed together. And volunteerism journey is a very good example with yours. Thank you very much. We will come back to you later. So Kıvılcım Nar from Zorlu Holding. So we would like to hear about your program, which is both in Zorlu Holding and outside. I would like to ask you, Zuhal, what is the place of volunteerism in the mission of your company? What is the position of volunteerism? And if I can get a similar answer to the same question, I would be glad. What is the contribution of volunteerism to the sustainability strategy of Zorlu Holding? Thank you very much, Meltem. Thank you and dear panelists. And I would like to salute all the participants with love. First of all, there are so valuable participants and organizations here. And I'm so glad that the concept of volunteerism is spreading in Turkey, and this really consolidates and increases my belief in volunteerism in Turkey. And I would like to thank you for the organization of this event as well. And I am so happy to celebrate this day together with all the participants. And as Zorlu Holding, we have sustainability approach, and we started with defining. And I think here I should start with defining as well. As Zorlu Holding, we started with dreaming about a better future, and we revised all our strategy, roadmap, and applications, and we shaped it according to 2030 sustainability strategy. And this vision includes strengthening the society and to inspire human resources.
And by this means, at the center of this vision, there is our colleagues, and our target is to fulfill this vision and to focus on diversity and inclusiveness, innovation, corporate volunteerism, and corporate initiatives. And we want to create an ecosystem. Of course, every organization chooses a different sustainability approach, but of course, our common dream is a better future. As Zorlu Holding, we are believing in more cooperation for a better future, and we believe that we need more volunteers, and we have the fire corporate project, and this is one of the most important aspects that we are inheriting from the predecessors as well. So our community adopts the idea of helping the society. So according to the strategy of 2030, we have corporate volunteerism program, and this is providing us with a method in order to consolidate it in the company. So we determined a target for 2022. For approximately 8 hours of voluntary activities will take place, and we need a systematic program in order to fulfill this promise. And 2 years ago, we decided to create difference in the future. With the manifesto, we volunteered to create a difference in the future. We started our program, and today we are celebrating our second year. And as you mentioned just a while ago, Zorlu Holding and all group companies are having this and implementing this program in order to encourage volunteerism. And participants are positioned at a very important place here because the corporate volunteerism project is produced by the recommendations of our colleagues. And we have two main pillars. One is the environment, and the second one is about decreasing gender inequalities. And this is compliant with our sustainability strategy, and at the same time, it is compatible with the Sustainable Development Goals. It is an inclusive framework, and we are working, collaborating with NGOs as well, and we are taking part in their projects. And at this point, we have approximately 1,500 volunteers, and in 2 years, we have conducted approximately 7,000 hours of volunteer activities. So we will continue effort, and within the framework of sustainability development goals, we will evaluate the project ideas which were submitted by our volunteers, and they will also implement their own ideas and projects. And we, like I said, we want to create an ecosystem, and in this ecosystem, we will foster change in behaviors. And there is another platform. It is called Corporate Initiatives Entrepreneurship. There is an entrepreneurship project that we accepted last year, and also I guess it also includes NGOs in this initiative here. Both the private sector and NGOs are invited, and they're effective, and they're providing solutions in terms of volunteerism. And I think this is actually triggering each other. There is a volunteerism in our organization. It is feeding from ecosystem, and it is a corporate ecosystem. And business ideas are actually coming from this, and they are triggered. And by means of investments, these initiatives can go up to other organizations and NGOs, which will provide social benefit. And this is, in a sense, providing us with opportunities. So this is our third year, and hopefully we will come up with new projects and new colleagues and new volunteers, and our sustainability vision and will continue. And then our sustainability development goals will continue to our guidance with our bigger team. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Etkinliğin başında
I
Mert
find
Fırat
this very
vurgulamıştı.
valuable. Mert Fırat mentioned this at the very beginning of the
işbirliklere,
event.
ortak
Together with the
projeler
pandemic,
yürütme,
we need
var
more
olanı paylaşma
cooperation
çok
and joint
kıymetli hale
projects and to
geldi
share
diye.
what we have.
Bu anlamda
It
da
has
değerli
been
bir
more
platform.
important than ever. For
Şimdi
that
Koç
reason, it
Holding'e
is an
dönmek
important and
istiyorum.
valuable platform.
Gönüllülük,
Now, I would
sürdürülebilirlik,
like to
kesiştikleri
proceed
birçok
with
nokta
Koç
var
Holding.
biliyorum.
There
Ayça
are
Hanım
so many
biraz hangi
intersection points
yaklaşımlarla,
with
hangi çalışmaları
volunteerism.
yürütüyorsunuz?
Ayça Hanım, can you
Bahsederseniz
please
çok
tell us
sevinirim.
about your
Bir de
approaches?
bizden
And
önceki
the same
panelde de
question
dinledik. UN
is also
Women,
for you. We discussed
UNDP
this from UN Women,
gibi aslında
UNDP, and
uluslararası
other
kuruluşlarla da
organizations,
Koç
international
Holding'in
organizations.
işbirlikleri
Coach
var.
Holding
Bu
all
anlamda
is
bu
also
ilişkiler, bu
collaborating with
işbirlikleri
international
holdingin
organizations. In that
sürdürülebilirlik
sense,
stratejisine nasıl
what is the
katkı
position of
sağlıyor?
this kind of
Onu da
collaboration
paylaşırsanız çok
to
memnun
the
olurum.
sustainability strategy of the holding?
Tabii ki. Ben de
Yes.
öncelikle herkesi sevgiyle
Well, first of all,
selamlıyorum.
I
Dünya
would like to
Gönüller
salute
Günü'nü
everyone with
kutluyorum.
love and respect, and I congratulate your
Biz de
International
Koç Holding olarak
Volunteers Day.
aslında
As Coach
bundan
Holding, well,
3
in
yıl
fact,
önce bir
3 years
sürdürülebilirlik
ago we started
yaklaşımımızı
and we
oluşturduk.
adopted
Çünkü
a
hem
sustainability
topluluk
approach.
içerisindeki
And
önceliklerimiz
this
hem de
includes the
paydaşlarımızın
priorities
bizden
inside the
beklentilerini
community as well as the
ortaya koyarak
expectations of
geleceğe
our
birlikte adını verdiğimiz
shareholders. And we
sürdürülebilirlik
call it
yaklaşımımızı ilk defa
Together to the
paydaşlarımızla
Future. And we
paylaştık.
shared
Burada
this
da
for the
esas
first time with our
amacımız
shareholders.
aslında
And the real
yine
purpose
paydaşların
here,
temel
in fact,
beklentisi Koç
is
Holding'den
actually
şuydu. Koç
was
Holding'in
this.
belli
A
çalışmaları
Coach Holding
özellikle
has certain
sürdürülebilirlik
works, and
meselelerinin
especially when it comes
çözümünde
to sustainability,
örnek olarak
we
hayata
require certain
geçirilmesi
solutions,
ve
and
daha
there
sonra
must
da
be
bunların
some good
yaygınlaşması
examples.
için
And then we
paydaşlarıyla
wanted to
işbirlikleri kurarak ilerlemesiydi.
disseminate
Dolayısıyla
these good
geleceğe birlikte
examples
de bu
by
beklentiye
communicating and collaborating with
dayanarak
shareholders.
kurulduğumuz
For
bir
that reason, we can
yaklaşım.
fulfill this
Burada
expectation in the
en
future.
temel hedefimiz bizim
Well, the basic
sürdürülebilirlikte
target
aslında
here is
işimizde
to
insandan, dünyadan ve
sustain
toplumdan
our
ayrı
job
görmediğimiz, her meseleyi bir arada
and humans,
yönetmeye
and we should not
çalıştığımız bir
see our
yaklaşım
job
benimsemek.
separate from humans and the world.
Dolayısıyla
We
da
want a
belli
holistic approach.
önceliklerimizi, bazı
For that
konuları da
reason,
çok
we
daha
determined
detaylı,
certain
daha öncelikli bir
priorities and we
şekilde
focused on
yönetiyoruz.
certain topics
Bunların
in more
arasında da
detail, and we are managing
dijital
them in a
dönüşüm,
more scrutinized
inovasyon,
way.
çeşitlilik,
There is digital
kapsayıcılık,
transformation,
geleceğin
innovation,
yetenekleri ve iklim
inclusiveness,
değişikliği de
diversity,
aslında en
futures,
temel
talents, and climate change.
5
These are the
konumuz
basic
olarak
pillars
ifade
that we are
edebilirim.
concentrating
Dediğiniz
on.
gibi bunların hepsi çok büyük
Like you
konular,
said,
çok
these are all
karmaşık
very
konular.
deep
Dolayısıyla
and
çözmek için
complicated
de
topics. For
işbirlikleri
that reason,
gerektiren
solution
veya
requires cooperation
hepimizin
and
güçlerini bir araya
collaboration.
getirmesi
We
gereken
have to bring
konular.
our
Ben
powers
bugün
together for
gönüllülük
these topics
ekseninden
and pillars.
aslında
And
az
today,
önceki
on
panelde
the
de
axis of
geçtiği gibi bir
volunteerism, as
toplumsal
is mentioned
cinsiyet
in the
eşitliği
previous
odağında
panel,
ve dijital
there is
dönüşüm
gender
odağında
equality and there is the digital
gönüllülüğün
transformation.
sürdürülebilirlik çalışmalarımıza
And
nasıl katkı
we
sağladığını
think
örneklendirmeye
I would
çalışacağım.
like to give some examples about
Biz
how
Koç
these
Holding olarak
topics contribute to
2015
our
yılında
sustainability strategy. As
Key
Coach
for
Holding,
She'nin
in
küresel G4C hareketinin on
2015,
etkililerinden biri olduk ve
we
buradaki
became one of
burada
the
küresel
10
ölçekte
most
diğer
influential
şirketlerle
leaders of He
birlikte
for
3
She project. And
taahhüt
on
verdik. Bu
a global
taahhütlerimizden
scale, we
biri de
gave three
aslında
commitments
100
together
bin
with the other
kişiyi
companies.
Türkiye'de toplumsal
And one of these
cinsiyet
commitments was to
eşitliği
bring
konusunda
100,000
hem
people in Turkey to
belli
cooperate
kalıpları
for
yıkmak,
gender
belli
equality,
kalıp
to
yargıların
demolish
önüne
certain
geçmek amacıyla
stereotypes. And that was the
bilgilendirmek ve
purpose.
onların
And
aslında
to
bu
raise
kalıp
awareness
yargılarını
was also
kırmaya
among our
yardımcı olmak
targets.
veya destek olmaktı diyebilirim en net haliyle.
That was
Tabii bu
the
100 bin
most
kişiye
clear
ulaşmak çok kolay değil.
purpose,
Bizim
but of course, it
topluluğumuzun
is not
çok daha
easy to reach
ötesinde bir
100,000 people
insan
because
grubundan
it is,
bahsediyoruz.
we
Bunu
are
da
talking
aslında ilk
about
başta
a
UN
people
Women'dan
group
daha
that
sonra
is beyond
AÇEV
our
ve
community. So
TASAF ile
first of all, we
kurduğumuz
started with
işbirlikleriyle
women,
aslında
ACEV, and
şirketlerimizden
other
350
organizations, and
kadar,
from
bayilerimizden de 90
companies,
kadar gönüllü
350,
aracılığıyla
and from the
hayata
departments,
geçirdik.
90
Burada
volunteers
oluşturduğumuz içeriklerin
participated in
tamamını
this
kendi
project,
gönüllülerimiz
and
aslında
all
birer eğitmen,
of
birer
these
diyeyim toplumsal
projects
cinsiyet
are
eşitliği
actually
elçisi
volunteers, and
olarak
they're also
hem
trainers,
önce
and they're
çalışma arkadaşlarımızdan
gender
başlayarak
equality
daha
ambassadors.
sonra
So we
bayilerimize,
first of all started
tedarikçilerimize,
with
oradan
colleagues,
daha
and then
yakın
we
halka
continued
da
with
çalıştığımız
dealers
için
and
aslında
suppliers, and we have volunteers
paydaşlarımıza
from all this
yaygınlaştırmaya
chain.
başladı
We
ve böylelikle
disseminated
de
this
geçtiğimiz
to all,
4 yıl içerisinde 100 bin kişiye ulaştık.
and
Diğer
we
taraftan
reached
diğer bir örnek
400,000 people.
yine UNDP ile yakın
And there
And there
zamanda
is another
özellikle
example, together with
COVID-19'un etkilerini
UNDP,
azaltmak,
especially
bu
in order to
dönemde sivil
reduce the
toplum
effect of
kuruluşlarının
COVID-19. We
bu
are also collaborating
krizden
with NGOs.
etkilenmesini teknoloji yoluyla aslında
And
biraz da azaltma
by using
çabasıyla
technology, we are trying to
geliştirdiği
reduce the
Boost
impact of
programının Türkiye
COVID-19 or
ayağında
NGOs.
destekçisi olduk.
This is called
Amacımız
the
da
BOOST
sivil toplum
program.
kuruluşlarının
We are the
teknolojiyle
Turkey
güçlenerek
supporter
dijital
of
dönüşüm
this project,
süreçlerini
and our purpose
destekleyerek
is to
aslında
contribute to digital
etki ve erişimlerini
transformation processes
arttırmak.
in Turkey
Burada
and
da
to increase the NGOs' effective access to
dönüşüm
certain
programını
platforms.
yürütüyor.
As coach
Burada da
holding for
amacımız
5 years, we
aslında
have been conducting a
dijital
digital
dönüşüm
transformation
liderleri nasıl
project, and
bizim
here our
aracılığıyla veya
purpose
dijital dönüşüm
is to
programından
benefit from digital
öğrendiklerimizi o
transformation
gönüllülerimizle sivil
leaders
toplum
and to
kuruluşlarının
transform
deneyimi
what we learn
olarak
to
aktarmaya
volunteers
çalışmak.
and
Bu çok
make
yeni
sure
bir
that
program.
NGOs also have this experience. This
İçerisinde
is a new program.
açığından
And AÇEV is
AÇEV'den
included in
az
this
önce
program.
videosunu izlediğimiz
We
YGA'ya
watched
kadar,
the video
ERG'ye
YGA,
veya TGV kadar çok
and
farklı alanlarda çalışan
TGO
çok çeşitli sivil
has
toplum
participants in
kuruluşları
this
bulunuyor.
project as
Dolayısıyla
well.
daha
There
bu
are so
alanda
many different
yolculuğun
NGOs.
başındayız.
For that
Umarım
reason, we
önümüzdeki
are just at
günlerde
the
onların
beginning
da
of this
detaylarını
journey, and
paylaşalım.
hopefully we will be able to
Çok
share the
teşekkür
details of
ederim
these
Ayten. Kamu,
organizations
özel
as well
sektör,
and
STK her
projects. Thank you
zaman
very
kol kola
much. Private
olduğunda
sector,
etkisi çok daha
NGO,
yüksek
they are
oluyor.
always hand
Bu
in hand,
anlamda da
and
güzel
when
örnekler
so,
paylaştınız.
there is bigger
Murat
effect.
Bey'e dönmek
Thank you very
istiyorum.
much for
Murat Bey,
examples. I would
siz
like to go
bireysel
back to
olarak
you, Murat.
gönüllüye çok inanan
Individually,
birisiniz ve
you
aktif
really
olarak da
believe in
gönüllülük de
volunteerism,
yapıyorsunuz. Bu
and
anlamda
you
da
are
sizi
actively a
kutluyorum.
volunteer as well, and I
Biraz
would like to
bahsettiniz
congratulate you for
yaptığınız
that.
gönüllülük
You
faaliyetlerinden
have
ama
already mentioned,
Akbank'ın ciddi anlamda
and
çalışan
I would like
sayısı
to
çok
ask you this
yüksek.
question.
İşbirliğiyle yaydığınız için
And
etki alanınız çok geniş
you have
ve
many
yapılan
you
diğer
have been,
projeleri de
you have
paylaşırsanız
many
çok memnun olurum.
colleagues, and can you please
Meltem Hanım,
share us
tabii ki
with
de
the
bu tür
experiences?
durumlarda bunları anlatırken aslında atladıklarım olacak mı?
So
Dinleyen
sometimes I'm wondering
arkadaşlardan
whether
gönül koyacaklar olacak mı diye de aslında şey
whether
yapıyorum
I might
birazcık
forget to
üzülüyorum
mention
ve
some of the
korkuyorum.
people,
Ama
and it's
aklıma
quite
gelen
difficult for
birkaç
me
taneyi
to
sizlerle paylaşmak isterim.
talk about those kind of things. But let me share some brief
Sizin
information.
söylediğiniz
At the
aslında
beginning of
Özel
our
Sektör Gönülleri
conversation,
Derneği'nden geçen sene
yes,
büyük ödülü alan
from the volunteer
fotoğraf
private
kurumumuzun
sector,
bir projesi var.
we
Mesela
have
bu
the
proje
photography
bizlere
group,
dayanan
and
bir
they have
proje.
been awarded. And this
Bundan
is such an
birkaç yıl önce
important project for us. A
arkadaşlarımız
couple of
bir
years
kulüp
ago,
kurmak
our
üzere
friends
bizim kapımızı
established
çaldılar.
a club,
Fotoğraf
and they
kulübü.
wanted to
Biz de hani
establish
fotoğraf
a
kulübü
photography
kurunca
club.
dedik herhalde
And with
arkadaşlarımız
this
işte Boğaz Köprüsü'nün,
photography club,
İstanbul'un
we told
orta
that
hatların
they would be
fotoğraflarını çekecekler.
shooting the
Manzaraların
photos of the
fotoğraflarını
bus which
çekecekler.
reached
Daha sonra arkadaşlarımız
like
bir
the
başka bir
mosques
konuyla
that we were
geldiler.
taking.
Biz kurduk
They
kulübümüzü.
gave us
Daha
a
sonra
topic.
şöyle
They
bir
said that
konuyla
we
geldiler. Dediler ki ya
established
biz
photography
bir proje
club, and
yaptık. Ondan
they
sonra bu
said
projeyi
we
size
created
anlatmak
a
istiyoruz.
group.
Anlattıkları
Like
proje
to talk
aslında
about this
tamamen
project.
kurumdan
They told
bağımsız,
me about
kendi yaptıkları,
and
Akbank Fotoğraf Kulübü altında yaptıkları bir proje. Projede şöyle,
and class, and the project is
aslında bu
this.
devlet korumasında olan çocukların bir fotoğraf albümleri yok. Ve bu çocuklar çocukluğundaki kendi hallerini bilmiyorlar. Ya bugün hepimizin, hepimizin muhakkak çocukluktan kalan fotoğrafları vardır. Baktığımızda hani belki benim şu anda çok fazla saçım yok gibi gözüküyor. Ama benim mesela çok uzun saçlarım vardı. Fakat bu fotoğraflar olmasaydı ben aslında bunları göremeyecektim. Kendimi tanıyamayacaktım. Ve devlet korumasında çocukların böyle bir eksikliği olduğunu, eksikliği olduğunu arkadaşlarımız fark etmiş ve Hayat Sentri Derneği'yle bir araya gelerek aslında mesai saatleri dışında hafta sonları yaklaşık 6 ay bu çocukların tek tek fotoğraflarını çekmişler ve çocuklara birer tane albüm hazırlamışlar. 180 tane çocuk için. İnternet arkadaşlarımız bizi izleyenler araştırırlarsa çok gerçekten bize dokunan bir projeydi. Bu projeyle gurur duyuyoruz. Arkadaşlarımız bu pandemi dolayısıyla ara verdiler ama 180 çocuğun sayısını 500'e çıkartmayı hedefliyorlar. Bir diğeri Red Runners.
The other one is the Red Runners.
Ve diğer
This is in
maratonlarda
this
koşarak
marathon, and
bağış
also they're
toplayan
running
arkadaşlarımız.
their marathons as well, and they're collecting donations. So the Red Runners is in its sixth year
en çok
until
koşucuyla
now.
koşmuş, en çok bağışçıdan bağış toplamış, en
A
çok
lot of
bağış toplamış
donation, and they
özel
run
sektör koşu takımı,
marathon. So
kurum
this
koşu
is a
takımı. Bu
huge
sene de şöyle bir şey yaptık.
corporate running team.
Dedik
And
ki
this year we
İstanbul
did
koşusu
something like
madem
this. In
köprüde
Istanbul,
yapılmayacak, isteyen
that
istediği
we're
yerden
not going to do
koşabiliyor.
the
Her sene
running
100-150
buses, so
arkadaşımızla
anyone
katılırdık. Neden dedik bu
run
sene 1000
anywhere they want.
arkadaşımızla
So
Türkiye'nin her
to
yerinden
participate
katılmıyoruz koşuya.
1,000 people,
Hatta
and we want to
Almanya'da
participate in
Akbank
this run
AG, Akbank
from
AG'den
different
de
parts of the city.
arkadaşlarımız koşuya
From
katıldılar.
Germany, for
Ve
instance,
her
from
sene de yine
Germany, they
çalışanlarımıza
all
soruyoruz. Diyoruz ki bu sene
participants, and we're
topladığımız
asking it
bağışı
to
nereye
our workers.
bağışlayalım?
And we're saying
Çünkü
that
oradaki
what should we
amaç da
donate
hem arkadaşlarımıza bunu
first
seçtiriyoruz, çalışanlar
to
Akbank'taki
be
arkadaşlarımıza.
to
Hem de diyoruz ki hem
get
bunu
this kind
seçin,
of a
daha
connection,
sonra da gelin
and we're
bize
saying
bağış
that
yapın.
use this,
Ve bu
for
sene
that please make
Çağdaş Yaşam Destekleme Derneği'ni seçtik.
so we
1000'e yakın
make this
arkadaşımız katıldı. 376 arkadaşımız bağış kampanyası açtı. Bağış kampanyasında toplamda 500 bin lira para topladık. Ve 100 tane çocuğa aslında bilgisayar sağlamış olduk bu sayede. Bu pandemi dolayısıyla evlerine geçen ve bilgisayarları olmayan çocuklara. Bunlar sadece tabii kurum içinde tutmayalım diye 6 sene önce şehrin hayali adı altında üniversiteli gençlerle proje
we
yapmaya
also are
başladık.
coming together with the
İşte 3
university
tane
students,
STK ve
and
400
we
tane
have
gençle
been
başladık.
working with three
Bu sene
NGOs and with
hatta bu sene de
400
pandemi dolayısıyla
young
nasıl yapacağız,
people. And because of
yapmasak
the
mı
epidemic,
acaba
we
diye
wondered
düşünürken
how we can
şu
do
noktaya
it.
geldik. And we come to this level, and we could do it during the epidemic. So we wanted to increase the consciousness, and we work with 16 different NGOs, and we are doing it together with the 6,000 people. And also, we want to create another platform where the slogan is "We are looking for the heroes who are going to save the world." And we organize conferences, and that was very good for the organization as well. And being a volunteer is a win-win situation. And so you are winning something, and the other person, we're always saying that win, win, win, win. So you are working, you're winning something, you feel yourself good. And today is the International Volunteer Days, and yesterday in the lunchtime, for instance, in order to increase the awareness and also the participation of our general manager, because Mr. Hakan is also a volunteer. And we asked Mr. Hakan this question, answer this question as Hakan, as also a CEO, because you're a volunteer as well. And we talked about our activities to all our workers, and we organized a meeting yesterday about the volunteering day. And because of the pandemic, we didn't stop anything, because we are working together with the Gülmek İyileştirir Foundation, and we said that also for the people, there are some foundations who are helping the children who are suffering from cancer, and we send them a hygiene kit. And before the sacrifice, we worked with Çorbada Tuzum Olsun Derneği Foundation, and we sent contents to those people. We said that in 1 hour they helped all the people. They have such a system. In an hour, they select the names and they're sending aids to the people. And it is the foundation called Çorbada Tuzum Olsun. And during the pandemic, the Akbak volunteers didn't stop. And also, I can say that before I end my speech, they're asking how we can be volunteers, what we should do. And I'm always saying that it's inside you. If you want to be a volunteer, definitely you will find a way to be a volunteer. You will find something to become a volunteer. And recently I learned it in a conference from UNDP, for instance. UNDP has a guideline which is called Saving the World by a Lazy Person. If you cannot do anything else, read that, okay? Read this guideline and how you can save the world just sitting on the sofa. So you can learn about this from the UNDP website. And I would like to thank all the volunteers, and I would like to congratulate your International Volunteer Days with this opportunity. And also, I would like to congratulate the Women's Rights Day of you and all the women.
Teşekkür ederim.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murat. All the volunteer organization, and I would like to thank all the workers of Akbank and their leaders for their contribution to the society. And I would like to congratulate you again on behalf of the people who are participating in this conference. And recently, we did the same thing in our office as well. Epidemic is not a obstacle, because if you're a volunteer, there's no limit for that. And in Shell, when we listed the things, we said that there's so many institutions and there's so many volunteer work, and we manage it together. And when you want to be a volunteer, you have to look inside of yourself, and that is it. Meltem, you reminded me of this. It's my mistake. And we are thanking everyone, but and I would like to thank all the volunteers of Akbank. In our team, there's Utku, Elçin, Sertaç. They're running those projects. They're managing the projects of the volunteering projects, and I would like to thank them a lot. Okay, Zilal, I want to ask my question to you, but also please answer this question with your head of human resources manager, because you are managing many things under the movement of Kıvılcımların Hareketi'nde. And so what kind of activities do you have as the private sector? Especially we are supporting the member companies, and we are paying a lot of importance to career journey. And from that perspective also, can you answer that question? Okay, in our volunteering program,
Turda da söylediğim gibi odak alanlarımız var. Bunlardan bir tanesi çevre, bir tanesi eşitsizliklerin azaltılması.
So we are trying to minimize inequality and the environmental issues, and we are working together with the NGOs, and we are becoming part of their projects. And in this area, in this time, we see the benefits of making a cooperation with NGOs because they're really helping us to improve our own muscles because they have their own expertise, and you can create more active projects. And the benefit of this is you can create your effect area, and also when you look at it yourself, you are really building up your muscles about coping with those kind of difficulties. And so the first thing I can tell is we made this and resources for the people who are suffering from cancer, for the children, and we give some development trainings for the families, and also about the happy fairy tales digitally. We were reading the fairy tales, and we were reaching those fairy tales to the women. And for we read books for disabled people, and in the Istanbul Marathon also every year we run for an NGO. And also I am a voluntary coach for the vocational schools, and we participated some of the activities in the village schools, and we created workshops for the children, and we established a jury for the scientific contest of the scientific technology institution, and we are trying to create those kind of projects. Of course, the epidemic opened up a new framework because we have been through this digitalization, and we have this e-volunteering in our lives. And so we are now reshaping all the projects so we can have and apply them in the online settings. And we have the children workshop, and we turn them into a digital format. And because especially for the children who are at home as of March, we created all the workshops online. And also there's another pad created by the other NGOs, and we get trainings to the NGOs, and we created some videos for the professional presentations, and we Mehmet Zorlu Foundation bring together the managers and the volunteers because the young people did experience about some problems about their future. They have concerns about their future, and we created those kind of consultancy platforms for the young children who have some concerns about the future. And we volunteers are very important because eventually they are creating as benefit for the society, and this is helping them to fulfill their self-actualization. And all the works that we have done up until now is about increasing the life motivation of the people. And it's also about building capabilities within the people. So we can clearly understand that most of the HR professionals, most of the people who have experienced volunteerism, they would think that I'm also right. Empathy, teamwork, solidarity, planning, creativity, all of those aspects are part of this journey. Communication, taking responsibility, this is improving all those kind of skills, and this is very visible. And so being a volunteer is a very important thing about the skills management because in the trainings you cannot teach certain things, and those kind of onboard activities are very important for the contributions of skills management. And yes, you are creating a social benefit for the disadvantaged society, but also you are contributing to the development of the individual, and this is such an important experience. And most of the people are discussing about this, and this is very meaningful for the new generation. So it is a search for meaning, and the new generation they want to work on sustainable, and they want to on sustainable companies. They want to create a meeting, and also it is a platform where the young generation can fulfill their search for meaning. And if you can create such kind of a culture within the community, within the institution, you can just run all your sustainability in parallel. deal with it. In this kind of a culture, all the companies, all the partners, all the stakeholders, when we all come together, I think this will help us to reach the destination that we're hoping to arrive. And it is very important because it requires sustainability. Voluntary needs sustainability, and this kind of mentality in the management is very important in Akbank, in Koç Holding, in Zorlu. We see those kind of things because the individual, the society, and the institution itself and the NGOs are getting benefit from this. Before I'm ending my words, I just want to thank all the people who contributed to our platform. And while we were creating this platform, the guidance of your institutions were very important for me, and I would like to thank you for this as well. And we are working many other stakeholders, and I would like to thank all the NGOs again on behalf of my institution and myself. And I believe that this can only happen together. And this is the reason why I just want to thank everyone
Çok
again.
teşekkürler Zülal
Thank you,
Hanım. Bugün
Zulal,
en
for
önemli
this speech.
hedeflerimden
And I
bir
think
tanesi
one of the
gerçekten
most
yapılan
important targets of
gördükleri
today is
unutmamak,
the
teşekkür etmek ve
volunteering,
bundan da
the
hiç
volunteering,
çekinmeden
and
yüksek
not to
sesle
forget
teşekkür
about
etmek.
them, to say
Bu
thank you
anlamda
for
ben
them,
de
to be
Kıvılcım
grateful about
Hareketi'ndeki
them. And
tüm
so I would like to thank
arkadaşlarımızı
all the
tebrik
people
ediyorum.
who are in the
Gönülden
Kıvılcım
kutluyorum.
movement.
Son
And
sorum Ayça Hanım size.
my last question is to you,
Herkesin bildiği bir
Ayça.
program.
As this is a
Meslek
program that
Lisesi,
everyone is
Memleket
aware of.
Gazetesi, Koç
So
Holding'in
we
çok
know
uzun
that the
yıllar
vocational
güdücü başarıyla
school is a
daha sonra
matter
koçluk
of
kısmını
society.
özel
So
sektör
then the
gönüllüleri derneğine
coaching,
devretmeye
and
karar
it is
verdi.
being supported
Hatta
by the private volunteers.
derneğimizin
And
içeriğinin
so
tamamen
inside
yenilemesine
the
ve bütün özel
foundation,
sektördeki
we
şirketleri
revised
açmasına da
everything
izin
and
verdi.
we opened up
Muhteşem
to
bir
all the
yaklaşım.
private
Buradaki
sector. This is such an
motivasyon nedir?
amazing
Biraz
approach.
ondan
What was the
bahsedebilir
motivation
misiniz?
here? How
Son
did you
sorumuzu
manage
da
to
böyle
do this
yöneltmiş
process?
olalım.
This is the last question.
Tabii ki çok teşekkür ederim.
And
Sizin de
thank you
dediğiniz
for
gibi ben o
that.
dönemde
And as you
Meslek
said
Lisesi ve
before,
Memleket
in this
Lisesi Koç
period,
Holding tarafından yürütülmüş hem çok uzun
vocational
soluklu hem de
school is a matter
uzun
of
yıllardır
society.
sürdüğü bir program.
This
Ben
is
o
the
dönem
platform,
Koç
that is a
Holding'de
program
değildim
that has been
ama
running for a
büyük
very
bir
long time. I wasn't working in Koç
emanet
Holding back then
duyacağım
when
bir
this was
arkadaşlarımdan
created,
bu
but I can
anlamda.
say that we took
Şöyle
over a
ki hem
serious, a very valuable
Meslek Lisesi memleket meselesinden
mission.
başlayarak
Let's
hem de diğer
starting
konularda
from the
aslında
vocational
genellikle
school
bir
is the
proje,
society
program
method. We started with
geliştirdiğimizde
this portal,
esas
and
amacımız
whenever we
bir
created
modeli
something, our
ortaya
main
koymak. Çünkü
objective
Koç
is to
topluluğu
create a
olarak çok
model.
farklı
Because
sektörlerde
as the
faaliyet
Kutch community,
gösteriyoruz.
we have different
Dolayısıyla
sectors,
her
and that's the reason
şirketimizin
why
kendine
in
özel
every
çözümler
institution, in every
üretmesi, o
company,
modeli
they are
alarak
providing
kendine
different solutions,
uyarlaması
and
ve
they're
kendi
adapting the models according
sektörü,
to their
şirketinin
themselves, and
önceliklerine göre
they
aslında
are shaping everything according to
müdahale
the
araçları
priorities
geliştirmesi
of their
oldukça
institutions, and
önemli.
this is how they are
Dolayısıyla
coming
bu
up with
toplumsal
intervention
cinsiyetçiliğinde
methods.
de böyleydi.
And so it is the
Mesleki
same thing
eğitimde
with
de
the
böyle.
equality of
Dolayısıyla genellikle
gender,
bakış açım bu
about the
modeli
equality
ortaya
of
koymak
professionalism and
üzere
everything. So it is important
oluşuyor.
to create that kind of a
Meslek lisesi
mission.
koçları da
And
aynı
the
zamanda
vocational school
MLV'nin
coaching
en temel
started with the
bileşenlerinden bir
same
tanesi.
mission.
Hem
So that was one of the
çalışanlarımızın
most
hem de
important
özel
components
sektörün
of our
aslında
foundation,
okulla
the
olan
workers and
işbirliğini,
also the
aradaki
private
bağı en
worker and
güçlü
their connection
kılabilecek,
with the
doğrudan
school. We really
öğrencilerin
needed
iş
that kind of a
hayatıyla
strong
arasındaki
connection
bağı
because we want
sağlayabilecek
students to get
en
directly
güçlü
connected to
köprü
the
rolünü
business
gören
world, and
kısmıydı.
actually that was the most important
Dolayısıyla
bridge.
bunun aslında
And
Türkiye'de hani
so
meslek
in
geliştirmenin
Turkey,
sorunları
the
günümüzde
training,
hala devam
the
ediyor biliyorsunuz.
vocational school training is
Dolayısıyla
still
bunu
lingering on.
sadece koç
And
topluluğunun
so we cannot
şirketlerin
limit it with the
çalıştığı
coach
meslek liselerinin
community.
ötesinde
And so
aslında
this
tüm
is
Türkiye'ye
not
yaygınlaşması
only the
bizim
matter of
için
what
hem çok
which
kıymetli
schools
hem de
we're
çok
working with, but
öncelikli bir
it should
konuydu.
be
Çünkü
expanded
dediğim gibi esas
throughout
amacımız
Turkey
o modeli
because that was
oluşturmak.
our
Daha
priority,
sonra
because
da
we
bunun
wanted to create a
yaygınlaşmasını
model
sağlamak.
and we
Bir
wanted to
de
expand this model throughout Turkey.
şunu söyleyebilirim.
And
Birincisi
here I can
ilk
say that
şeyimiz
first of
biz
all,
kendi topluluk
we
şirketlerimizin
as
ötesinde
our
ÖSYD sayesinde
group
bunu aslında daha
companies,
uzun yıllar
by
süren
means
bir
of
kitle
the
ve de
institution,
yüzlerce
and
binlerle ifade
also we
edilecek
can say that
hem
not with hundreds but with
gence hem
thousands
de
of people,
gönüllüye
we
yaygınlaştırma
wanted to
şansı
contribute and
bulduk.
we want to expand it
Dediğim
to
gibi bu bir
thousands of
çerçeve
volunteers.
yaklaşım.
So
Dolayısıyla
we created
ÖSYD'nin
that kind of a
kendi
framework, and
çalıştığı hem uzmanlığı
OSDM,
hem de
they
diğer
have their own
şirketlerin ihtiyaçları
expertise, and
doğrultusunda
also according
içeriğin
to the needs of the other
güncellemesinde
companies,
dolayısıyla
the
burada aslında
content
hem
has been
yeni
revise, and this is also important for updating the current model and to be able to fulfill the requirements of the society. So that was such an important project in this regard. And when we look at the projects, when we look at the programs, we still that they're still alive and they're still functioning for the society. They're sustainable because of those reasons, and it's very happy to observe that. I also want to thank their support for SDG. And with the coaches, we are trying to improve the skills for the 21st century. We want to open up a new framework from the perspective of the vocational school and the new skill sets. And the vocational school coaches, we are following a certain content, and our colleagues are spending time voluntarily in the class. But right now, the experts are now trying to solve some problems, and they are working on design-based approaches. And if a student do have a problem, they can directly consult to a coach, and if they have such kind of a problem. So we now have a new framework, and this we call it 21st century skill sets. And we are trying to optimize this voluntary approach, and also we want to contribute to solidarity between the vocational schools and the business through the private sector. And we are working together with the Ministry of Education, with IBM, and with our foundation also. And what I want to say is all of them are models eventually, and in this area there are some private sector volunteers foundation, and many other foundations are also part of this portal. And simultaneously, we are trying to expand the same model through those NGOs, and their roles are very crucial in realizing that mission. And we would like to thank them for their work, and in the following times, and if they we want to support them at the maximum level. And before I end my words, I would like to thank all the panelists and all the listeners, all the audiences, all the volunteers, and I would like to thank the host of this panel. And I also want to congratulate the international volunteer there is, and I hope that is going to be a great weekend for all.
Üçünüze tekrar teşekkürler.
Thank you a lot. I would like to thank our panelists.
Duyamıyorum Murat Bey sizi ama.
Mr. Murat, we don't hear you.
Çok özür diliyorum. Biz size de teşekkür etmek
Sorry,
istiyoruz.
we would like to
Çok
thank
güzel
you a lot
yönettiğiniz
too,
için hem de
because you
gerçekten
moderated
onurla
this
bunu
session very
ediyorsunuz. Ne kadar
nicely,
güzel şeyler
and you are
söylüyorsunuz.
really
Bunlar
honoring
tabii
us
biz
with your
şanslı olduk
words.
Akbank
And
Koç ve
we are very lucky as
Zorlu.
Akbank
Ama
Coach
ben
and
Shell'in de
Zorlu
çok
to
iyi
be
işler
part of this
yaptığını
panel.
biliyorum.
But I know that
Ya
Shell
o
is doing
nedenle
pretty
de
well
bütün
about
kurumlar aslında
volunteerism,
herkes elini
and I
taşın
think all the
altına koyup
institutions
çalışanlar.
are putting their
Ben
hands
özel
under the
olarak size de
stone, I can
teşekkür
say
etmek
that.
istiyorum.
And I would like to
Çok
thank
iyi
you
hissettim kendimi.
privately
Çok
as
sağ
well.
olun.
I
Murat Bey
felt
ben
very well
teşekkür ederim
to be
çok
part of
değerli
this panel.
paylaşımlarınız için.
Thank you,
Sizin
Mr.
bıraktığınız
Murat, for your
yerden
nice
toparlayarak paneli
words.
kapatmak
And
istiyorum.
I want to
Gerçekten derneğin
finish the end the
üyelerinin
panel.
hayata
And
geçirdiği birçok iyi uygulama var. Ve
we
her
have
yıl
very good
Gönülden
best
Ödüller programında
practices,
da
and in every
ödüllendiriyoruz.
year
Bu sene
we have
10
Gönülden
Aralık'ta
Ödüller
kutlayacağız.
rewards
2020 yılına
awards,
ilham
and
veren
in
bir
this
sürü
10th
projeyi
of
dinleme
December
fırsatınız
we
olacak.
will be
İlgilenenleri,
listening all
merak
the
edenleri
projects that is
ödül
an
törenimize
inspiration for
bekliyoruz.
2021. And if
Katılım
you're
linki
interested in it, please
vesaire
be part of
detaylarıyla
the
ilgili
award
bilgi sahibi
ceremony.
olmak istiyorsanız
And so if
derneğimizin
you want
sosyal
to
medya
get
hesaplarını
information,
ziyaret
you can just follow
edebilirsiniz.
the social
Bu
media accounts of
vesileyle
our
Özel Sektör
institution.
Gönüllüleri
And
Derneğimiz adına
with this opportunity,
çok
I
yoğun
would
emek
like to
sarf eden
thank you
sevgili
on behalf
Gizem'e,
of my
sevgili Pınar
foundation. I would
Hanım'a,
like to thank
tüm üye
Pınar, Gizem,
şirketlerimizin
and all the
gönüllülerine
member
ve bu
companies,
harika
all the
etkinliği
volunteers.
düzenleyen
And I would
Ulusal
like to
Gönüllü
thank the
Komitesi'ne, Birleşmiş
International
Milletler Gönülleri
Volunteers
Türkiye
Committee,
programına bir
United
kez daha
Nations
canı
Turkey
gönülden
Program. I would like to
teşekkür
thank
ediyoruz.
sincerely from the
Birlikte
heart for their
paylaşarak, büyüyerek
contribution.
devam edelim.
We will
Hoşça kalın.
grow together
Teşekkürler.
with solidarity. Thank you.
Teşekkürler. Biz teşekkür ederiz.
We thank you a lot too.
Moderatörümüz Meltem Hanım'a ve diğer
We would like to thank our moderator Meltem and also the other speakers, because that was really opening up the horizons for all of us. Individually, I really want to say that I personally I enjoyed this a lot. After this session, we have Ismail Metin. Ismail Metin will have a call from the Habitat Foundation, and at that moment, please do not forget to use hashtags to increase the numbers of the volunteers. Yes, the floor is yours, Mr. Ismail.
Hackathon süreci başından sonuna kadar heyecan vericiydi. 3 aylık bir işi bir haftada yaptık desek yeridir. Tüm bu süreç bizim için cesaret vericiydi.
Bu süreçte biz şunları öğrendik. Müşterilerin
In this process, we learned those kind of things.
görmüş olduk. Bunun yanında da aslında fikrimizin bir pazar olduğunu fark ettik.
Kadın olmak sadece çocuk bakmak değil, kadın olmak...
So being a woman is not about only being a child. It's not only bearing your child. And so our objective is to create employment for people, and we want to create natural things for our children. And if we can do this, we can digitalize and we can show it. And we would like to thank Habitat and Coca-Cola. So we want to create an online platform, and we want to transfer this. So it is from Mahalleden. So it's a food platform, and the objective is to support the people who are cooking at home so that they can have revenues and they can earn some income from there. Dönüştür project, transform project is being cleaned by the disadvantaged people, and with upcircling they are being used again. And we have a project, and it's for the kindergarten children. And so we are teaching alphabet to the primary school children, and we are trying to create a model for them.
Bu eğitim aracılığıyla farklı şeylerden bir sürü arkadaşlarım oldu. Kodlamayı yapabileceğimi fark ettim. Hem öğrendim hem eğlendim.
Ben de diğer okullarda okuyan arkadaşlarımdan geri kalmamak için bu eğitime katılmak istedim.
Habitat'ın bu eğitimi sayesinde kodlamanın aslında çok keyifle öğrenilen bir şey olduğunu anladım.
Bu eğitim bana gerçekten öncelikle müthiş bir motivasyon kattı. Gerçekten artık kendimi bir bilgisayar programcısı gibi hissediyorum.
Bundan sonra anlamadığım ya da bana zor gelen şeylerde hemen pes etmemem gerektiğini öğrendim.
Çok eğlendim. Çok güzel anlattılar. Anlamadığım kısımları tekrar anlattılar. Ve bence bu kurum efsane. Teşekkür ederim.
Herkese merhaba. Ben İsmail Metin.
Hello
Habitat
everyone,
Derneği
my
Genel
name is
Sekreter
Ismail
Yardımcısıyım.
Metin.
Bugün 5 Aralık Dünya Gönüller Günü. Kalbi gönüllülükle atan tüm
Today
gönüllülerin
is
Dünya Gönüller
International
Günü'nü
Volunteers Day and
öncelikle
I would like to
kutlamak
commemorate
istiyorum.
the
Ben de lise
International
yıllarımdan
Volunteering
itibaren
Day.
birçok gönüllülük
As of high
çalışmasının
school, I have
içerisinde
joined a
yer aldım.
variety
Bugün
of
üniversite
volunteering
döneminde
activities.
Habitat Derneği ile birlikte
In the
tanışmamla
university
da
years,
gönüllülük
I got to
süreçlerine
know Habitat
katıldım ve yaklaşık 10 yıldır Habitat Derneği'nde hem
Foundation,
profesyonel
and
hem de
for the
gönüllü
last
olarak
10 years, I have been
çalışmalara
working
destek oluyorum.
professionally and on a
Sosyal
volunteering
eşitsizlik,
basis.
sosyal adaletsizlik
Social
konuları
inequality, social
farkındayım ve bunları
injustice are some
çözümlemek
of the
için ben de
issues
elimden
that
gelenin
I
altını
dwell
koyarak
on, and I do
gönüllülüğüne ve
my best in
çalışmaların
an attempt to
içerisinde
solve
yer
out
alıyorum.
these issues.
Aynı
That's why
zamanda
I am
ülkemizde
involved in
de
such
dünyanın en büyük
activities.
gönüllülük hareketi
Moreover,
bir
there's this
tanesi milli mücadele döneminde Ulusal Kurtuluş Savaşı'nda
biggest
Anadolu'dan birçok insanın
volunteering
gönüllü
activity
olarak bu sürece
that
katkı
has
koymasıyla
recruited
birçok
quite a
insanın
lot of
gönüllü
people
olarak bu
from
süreçte yer
Anatolia
almasıyla hayata
during
geçti.
the
Bugün de bu Dünya Gönüller Günü'nde de
Liberation War of
onlara
Turkey,
da
and
selam
I'd like to extend my
göndermek
thanks
istiyorum
to all
ve
the
onların
people who
da
have
ruhları şad olsun
volunteered back
diyorum.
then. I hope they will rest
Habitat
in
Derneği
peace.
olarak da biz
As
25
Habitat
yıldır Türkiye'de sürdürülebilir kalkınma alanında birçok çalışmalar
Association, we are
yürütüyoruz ve
doing
gönüllerle
our best in
birlikte
terms of
80
social
ilimizde
fighting
kampanyalar,
against social
eğitim çalışmaları ve farkındalık
injustice,
faaliyetleri
and we are holding out our
Habitat
activities in
olarak
81
gönüllerle büyüyen
provinces of
bir kurumuz
Turkey.
ve
As Habitat,
gönüllülüğü
we
çok
are
önemsiyoruz.
growing
Gönüllülerimizi çok
alongside
önemsiyoruz ve
the
gönüllülerimizin
volunteers. We
her
attach
zaman
huge importance on the
yanında yer
volunteers,
alıyoruz. Yine
and
bu
we
içinde
try to
bulunduğumuz
support them
pandemi
all the time.
sürecinde de afet
And during the
süreçlerinde de
pandemics and the
gönüllülerimizin her zaman
disasters, we do our
yanlarında
best
olduğumuzu
to
hissettirmeye
support our
çalışıyoruz.
volunteers.
Özellikle 99 depreminde
Especially in 1990
gönüllü birçok
earthquake,
çalışmalar
we
içerisinde
had
de
quite a lot of
bulunduk ve
volunteering
orada
activities.
ailesini kaybeden
And back then, the
gençlere, oradaki
people who have
çocuklara koruyucu aile
lost their
kampanyasıyla destek olmaya
parents
çalıştık
and
ve burada
friends were
gönüllü
supported
aileleri
through our
onlarla
campaigns, and the
buluşturduk ve
volunteer
onlara bir
families
aile
came
sıcaklığı,
together
aile
with them.
şefkatini yaratmak
That's
için
how a
çalışmalar
compassionate environment was set up
gerçekleştirdik ve
for them.
bugüne kadar da
We held
5000'e
activities
yakın
accordingly, and
gönüllümüzle
up until now,
çalışmalarımızı yürütüyoruz.
5,000
Tabii pandemi süreci
volunteers
ve
have worked with
Covid-19
us.
salgınıyla
Well,
beraber
pandemics and COVID-19, together
gönüllerimizin ve
with the pandemics and
paydaşlarımızın sağlığı ve
COVID-19,
güvenliği için
the
tüm
health of
sanal
our
operasyonlarımızı
shareholders
online
have become
platformlara
of
taşıdık ve
utmost
bu
importance to us.
online
That's why
ortamda
all our
çalışmalarımızı
activities are
hayata
held on
geçiriyoruz.
online
Onların özellikle
platforms.
gönüllerimizin online'a ve
The
buradaki
volunteers are
platformlara uyum sağlamalarına
encouraged
destek olmak
to
için dijital rehberler
go
tasarladık ve
online, and we
dijital
have
rehberler
prepared
aracılığıyla
digital
online
guidelines for them.
altyapılarda
Through these
kolaylık
digital
sağlamada
guidelines,
onların
we
yanında
make
olduğumuzu
their jobs
hissetmeleri için
easier, and we make them
çalışmalar
feel as if
gerçekleştirdik.
we
Pandemi
are
dönemi öncesinde
right
Habitat her
next to
yerde
them.
sloganıyla eğitim
Before the
eğitimlerinde,
pandemics, we
yerel
had the
eğitimlerde,
slogan,
koordinasyon
Habitat is
toplantılarında,
everywhere. In
ilham
coordination
buluşmalarında
meetings and in
gönüllerimizle bir araya
inspirational
geliyorduk.
meetings,
Fakat
we came
pandemi döneminde
together with
bu
our volunteers.
birlikteliği
However, now due to the
sağlayamadık ama
pandemics, we
onları
can't come together on a
bizim
face-to-face
sıcaklığımızı ve
basis,
yanında
but
olduğumuzu
they can feel that we are by
hissetmeleri için
their side
gönüllerimizden
through the
başlayarak
online
online
activities,
eğitimler
and we
gerçekleştirdik
train
ve
them
online
through the online
süreçler
platforms.
ilerlettik. Yine
And we
Habitat
have had
Derneği
online
içerisinde profesyonel
processes.
çalışan
Throughout the
arkadaşlarımızın
Habitat
oluşturmuş olduğu
Association,
gönüllü
we
komisyonumuzla
have a
birlikte
volunteer
online eğitim
commission
rehberleri, çevrim içi eğitim kılavuzları
and online
süreçlerini
guidelines.
aktaran dokümanları
Online
onlarla
guides were
paylaştık ve
prepared,
proje bazlı olarak güncelleme
and based on the
eğitimlerimizle
projects, we have
gönüllülerimizin bu sürece
updated
adapte
the
olmalarını
knowledge of
sağlamaya
our
çalıştık.
volunteers, and
Ve
they have been
gönüllülerimizle
engaged in the
birlikte
entire
pandemi
process.
sürecinde
Together with our
onları
volunteers,
bilgi ve
we
iletişimi ve
have
paylaşımını arttırmak için farklı platformlarla da
made
buluştuk.
use of
Onların
different
kapasitelerini
platforms,
geliştirmek,
and we
motivasyonlarını ve
have
kurum
increased their
aidiyetini arttırmak
capacities,
için
and
gönüllü komisyonumuzla
with our
birlikte işe
volunteering
nereden başlasam
commission, we
serilerini
asked ourselves
başlattık.
how
Bu
we
işe
could
nereden
get started.
başlasam
So there's this
serileriyle
series, how
birlikte
can I get
onların
started, or
hem
where
iş
should I start
yaşamında,
from?
iş arama
With this
metotlarında,
series, where
özverili
should I
iş
start
hazırlama
from?
gibi
We
çeşitli
prepare
becerileri
them in
kazanmasını
terms
online'da
of preparing their
mentorlarla bir
CVs,
araya
and they
getirdik ve
come
o
together with the
mentorlarla
online
birlikte
mentors accordingly.
çalışmalarını ve
They
kariyer
work hand in hand with
yolculuklarında
these
onlara
mentors,
yer
and in
rota
their professional journey, a roadmap is
önemsedik ve
prepared
bu
for them.
süreçleri
This is what we have
yürütmeye
attached importance upon, and
başladık
these
ve buna
processes
devam ediyoruz.
have
Sosyal
been
birlikte gönüllülerimizle
executed
birlikte
accordingly. In
onları
21 cities, we have volunteers, and
yürütüyoruz. Şimdi bugün
they can
geldiğimiz
feel our
noktada
presence. Given the
Hababam
point
sınıfı
that we have
tatilde
reached,
filminde
there is this
karakteriyle
movie, Hababam
Münir
sınıfı
Özkul'un ağzından
tatilde.
çıkan bu
Münir
cümleyi
Özkul,
hepimiz
for instance,
hatırlıyoruz.
has a
Okul
famous
sadece
sentence.
dört
Münir
yanı
Özkul
yuvarlak
says
şekilde
that,
tepesinde
well,
dağılan
school is
yer
not
değildir.
a
Okul
physical
her
building.
yerdir. Yeri
School
geldiğinde
is
orman, yeri
everywhere, be
geldiğinde
it
bir dağ başı, öğretmenin, bilginin
mountain,
var
the top
olduğu
of
her
a
yer
mountain,
okuldur.
or the forest.
Cümlesini hepimiz
Where there is teacher, where there is information, there is a school. This is the sentence that he put. And as Habitat Association, we don't consider that we train volunteers only in the parks, in the schools. Volunteering is everywhere, as long as you do something through your heart, as long as you do something cordially. That's how we have set up online platforms, and the digital idea marathon will get started. In Habitat Association's webpage and in all the social media platforms, we make this announcement. Between 6 to 27 December, we will hold an idea or a digital idea marathon. In this marathon, the digital volunteers will become more active. They will offer support to the associations. We will have mobile platforms accordingly, and we will contribute to the establishment of such platforms. And the digital world will aim to contribute to the digital activities, and digital activism and awareness will be raised accordingly. In line with these goals in mind, let's have a look at the problems that we're going to undertake. The problems related to the involvement of the volunteers, the lack of motivation of the volunteers, and the use of digital platforms, and the uncoordination of the activities, and the activities not being held on a face-to-face basis are some of the issues that we dwell on, and I would like to invite each and every one of you, all the volunteering organizations, to join this marathon. Moreover, in addition to this, you might join this platform. Moreover, the professionals in volunteering organizations, the academicians who work on a volunteer basis, and the people who volunteer for public industry or private industry are invited to become mentors. You might reach out to us through the National Volunteering Committee, and you might support our mentoring processes. Well, it's going to make us highly proud to have you alongside us. So this would be my invitation to all of you, so that we can guide you and you can share your experiences with us. It is highly important that you share your experiences. As Habitat Association, we moderate this process. And we hold this process. Well, our process is of utmost importance. We believe in touching upon people's hearts. Together, we harmonize volunteering with feelings and emotions. So I believe we're going to live in a world which will be of utmost importance to us, and we will lead each and every person's writing down the history. I hope we will all have hearts beating up through volunteerism, through volunteering.
sözümüzle başlıyoruz. Ben bir afacanım.
Let's get started. I'm a young person.
Vaktinde kampa katılırım.
I'm a naughty person. I join the camps on time. Before talking, I get the floor.
Hep birlikte eğlenmeye hazırım.
I am ready to have fun all together.
Ben bir afacanım.
I'm a naughty person.
Arkadaşlarımla yardımlaşırım.
I help my friends.
Dans eder, oyun oynarım.
I dance, I play games.
Tüm kampçılara saygı duyarım.
I respect all the campers.
Haydi güne başlayalım.
Let's get started.
Bir, iki,
1, 2, 3.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you.
Merhabalar tekrardan.
Hello
Öncelikle
again.
İsmail Bey'e ve Habitat
I'd
Derneği'ne
like to extend my thanks to Habitat Association and Ismail Bey for this great talk and for the activities that they undertake. When it comes to volunteering, the cooperation between the public industry and the NGOs should become of utmost importance in an attempt to determine the needs of our shareholders. In the upcoming panel, we will elaborate on this issue. Deniz Temiz Associations, Belgin Ergül will be moderating this session, and they will dwell on the cooperation between the public industry and the NGOs. With the code that you see below, you might go into menti.com and you might make us feel as if you are by my side. Now I will give the floor to Belgin Ergül. The floor is yours, Belgin Ergül.
Çok teşekkürler Tuğba Hanım.
Thank you, Tuğba.
Değerli konuklarımız, hepinize merhaba.
Distinguished guests,
Dünya
welcome
Gönüller
everyone.
Günümüz ve gününüz tüm
I would like
gönüllülerimizin
to commemorate International Volunteer Day of each and every one of you. In Turkey, volunteering processes are improved on different levels, and there are a variety of organizations that contribute to the improvement of volunteering. The NGOs and the civil society has taken up some further steps in an attempt to recognize volunteering and has supported volunteering activities. The organizations that National Volunteering Committee undertakes makes it clear that we need more and more cooperation. Under the umbrella term cooperation, there are some subtopics, and one of them is the relationship between civil society and the public industry. This is one of the main requirements of volunteering. We define this issue as the need of cooperation. So that's why we are here today, and I have distinguished guests with me. We have Rana Kotan, and we have European Union. We have Bülent Özcan from the Ministry of European Union. Welcome.
Hoş bulduk, merhabalar.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Hızlıca, bu çok kısa
So,
zaman diliminde
without further ado,
paylaşımlar yapacağız. Ben hemen
I
TÜSE
would
ile
like to
başlamak
go into the
istiyorum.
issue. I would like to get
Rana,
started with TÜSE. Mrs. Kotan,
gönüllülükle ilgili sizlerin
in
de çok
today's
kıymetli
world,
çalışmaları var.
you have had great activities with regard to volunteering, but I would like to ask you the best NGO public industry cooperation experience. Could you please elaborate on it, or can you share an experience with us? Thank you for giving me the floor. Well, let me get started as follows. On this important day, it is great to come together with you. I feel great. Ironically speaking, now that we are locked down, I feel like there is this expansion in this field. This is how I've been feeling. So I'd like to extend my thanks to all the organizers who have made us come together on this very important day. When it comes to your question, well, with regard to volunteering, when we say relationship, the close coordination between NGOs and public industry, the good examples come out in disaster-related activities. And in recent times, we have had some cooperations into which NGOs have been integrated. In last year's and this year's disasters, we have seen the NGOs, the civil society organizations coming together and working hand in hand with the public administration. I think it's a very good example of this cooperation. There are 3 steps in the disaster cases. There is this pre-disaster, during the disaster, and after the disaster phases. Maybe they can cooperate more before the process, but after the process, they have come together, they have met each other's needs, and they have completed one another, so to speak. So in this sense, I believe this cooperation is very much valuable. Unfortunately, we are a disaster country. That's why I believe it is highly important to organize ourselves and come together in the upcoming steps. Moreover, with that, this burgeoning cooperation can be extended to some other fields, not only disaster and social coordination, but there are other activities in which we could work together. Moreover, I believe we need more NGOs that are engaged with public
Çok teşekkürler Rana Hanım. Peki
industry. Thank you, Rana. What about the counter-examples? Are there some counter-examples that you would like to dwell on? In which areas have the countries been successful, and what kind of a lesson could we draw as Turkey from the best examples? In terms of volunteering, there have been a couple of steps taken in Turkey, and I'm sure Bülent will go into further details, but the negotiations held throughout the years have had fruitful results. And I believe 11th development plan and the annual plan of the presidency has shown its will, especially in an attempt to further the volunteering activities amongst the youth and the children. I believe we need to benefit from this stance. The atmosphere is quite burgeoning, as I might put it. And the participation or the engagement level is quite good. There are a couple of experiences that we could draw on. The experience of the other countries could help us. For instance, in New Zealand, the state has invited the NGOs in an attempt to prepare a volunteering legislation. In Macedonia, it was the NGOs that asked for cooperation, and that's how the cooperation got started in Macedonia. In Estonia, there is this legislation into which the different NGOs were involved, roundtables were held, and following the workshops, then the final draft was prepared and the comments of the NGOs were taken into consideration. There might be more and more examples. What is important is to have a participatory process in place. Moreover, it's not only the civil society, but academicians, job safety and security people should also be integrated into the process. Legislation requires participation, and I think it's a priority to us. I definitely agree with you. Now that we're talking about legislation, any suggestions or any volunteering legislation, what do you think should the volunteering legislation involve? What's your approach to that? In NGOs, volunteer work is part of the freedom to organize. However, there are no legislations that save the NGOs, but there is a certain will and there are some activities that are underway. I believe the legislation should include the following. First and foremost, as I told you, the NGOs should join the process first and foremost. The civil society should be strengthened, it should be geared towards freedom, it should be flexible, resilient, it should be based on the research and the evidence, because there are many research that have been conducted in this field. Nurhan Hoca, for instance, has published a great book, and you might read the results of this research over there. That's why the needs of the volunteers should be analyzed, and we should build upon the needs of the volunteers accordingly. Meanwhile, it's not the goal should not be to control volunteering, and we should avoid over legislation. For instance, Macedonia, Serbia have some requirements. If the requirements are harsh, then things will get difficult for you. Or in some countries, there is this necessity of paying premiums, and paying premiums would make our job more and more difficult. In addition to this, individual volunteering should not be stopped. Moreover, we have non-registered employment. It's an issue in Turkey. Volunteering should be defined in a very clear way. And the relationship between the NGOs and the volunteers should be defined very well. Well, we might check out the best examples. Romania and Macedonia are some good examples in this sense. The definition of volunteering should be clear, and the people who could volunteer, the age limitation should be put out there. For instance, in some countries, it is put that people under 18 could volunteer, or people above 18 could volunteer. Who's going to organize the volunteering processes? Should we include the religious institutions? What should be the roles and responsibilities, the duties? Of course, we're not going to pay a certain amount to our volunteers, but what are the insurances that we need to undertake? If we're going to make an agreement, what should be the conditions of this agreement? So all the aspects of volunteering should be negotiated in a very meticulous way, and then the legislation should be prepared. By the way, there is this e-volunteering issue that just came out. We should cover e-volunteering as well. Overall, there are a variety of issues that need to be covered. In some countries, the volunteering committees have been set up. Is it a viable model for Turkey? Maybe we could dwell on it. Brasilia, India, Thailand have such committees, and these committees ease our job in terms of cooperation. There are some state programs and initiatives or stimulus in some countries. We should ponder on all these elements. As we ponder on them, the institutions and the people, just like UGK, TÜSEV, TSGM, Bilgi University, UN organizations, academicians, lawyers, so the key people should definitely be integrated into the process. Definitely. Okay, Rana. You have exchanged information with us. National Volunteering Committee. What do you think could be the role of National Volunteering Committee, and what do you think they have done so far? Well, National Volunteering Committee is an example of cooperation. The civil society have come together under this roof, and it serves as a bridge between the civil institutions and the public administration. Moreover, National Volunteering Committee has cooperated with Bilgi University, that is academia. So that's why Nurhan Hoca and her team have contributed a lot to us. The research that they have undertaken has contributed a lot to us. So I believe this cooperation is very much valuable. UGK has undertaken a couple of activities with regard to legislation and the other issues, and they have cooperated closely with the public administration. If you would like to, maybe you can also go into that now that you have had these activities for a very long period of time. Thank you very much, Rana. Very briefly, I will go over these issues, and I will share my point with you. UN Turkey, with the support of UN Turkey, with the huge support of UN Turkey, I should put it, The Ministry of Youth and Sports have contributed to us. So we have had some meetings, and the National Volunteering Committee, with the approval of the 42 members, we have had a series of meetings, and we have had roundtable meetings, and we have taken the comments of our members. Well, the expectations from the public administration are as follows. The meeting reports have been shared with the public administration, and under the volunteering, there are some legislation and legislation suggestions. As the National Volunteering Committee, we have presented the international examples to the public administration, the examples of Macedonia, Romania, and the coordination ways, the ways to coordinate with the public administration. And the National Volunteering Committee definitely stands by the public administration. However, legislation was a point that we dwelt on. And in parentheses, I'd like to underscore the fact that UN Turkey has taken some important steps in this regard, and their steps were very much valuable to us. We also got the comments of our 42 members, and we proceeded accordingly. My last question to you, Rana, would be as follows. So where do you think we stand in terms of volunteering and the acceptance of volunteering? Well, we have more than 100 NGOs. In terms of volunteering, what do you think about Turkey's stance? Where do we stand as Turkey? Let me put it that way. There are a couple of research that have been undertaken. For instance, there's this World Donorship Index. It says that Turkey has the 126th place amongst 140 countries. As to say, we have made an research, and accordingly, the rate of participation into the volunteering activities is quite low. Moreover, in a similar manner, there is another research, and it puts that volunteering rate in Turkey is 6.2, and following Russia, we have the first position, and in Denmark, the rate is 57%, and Denmark tops the list. We are the second first, following Russia. So volunteering level is quite low in Turkey, and it points out to a huge potential in Turkey. Well, the research do complete one another. However, if there is a new legislation in place that would ease volunteering activities, and if the public administration offers training to young people so that they could join volunteering activities, then we could bridge this gap, and the volunteering activities could increase immensely. But first and foremost, we need to work on it. We need to raise awareness with regard to volunteering, and secondly, we need to work on the management, planning, organization of the volunteering activities. So I think there is still way to go. There's still room to go. I definitely agree with you, Rana. And by the way, under the roof of National Volunteering Committee, there is a sub-group committee under the term legislation, as it has been the case in the other countries. Rana, thank you very much for joining us. I will get back to you, and I will proceed with you. Now I will give the floor to Bülent. I'm sure the members are looking forward to listening to you. Thank you, Rana. Bülent, in terms of volunteering, the cooperation between the public and the civil society, what do you think are the barriers of furthering our relationship? What do you think could be done in an attempt to further the cooperation? Thank you, Belgin. And first and foremost, I'd like to commemorate International Volunteering Day. It's a very lively event. Everyone is at home. Now that everyone is at home, you have helped us a lot in terms of the fact that you have made us come together. Thank you very much once again for organizing today's conference. Rana summarized it very well. She summarized the general questions and the general issues. On top of it, I have a few comments to make. However, before moving on with that, maybe I could give some background information to you. I could offer some background information. Volunteering has been on the agenda of Turkey in recent times. Civil society and the civil society ecosystem attaches importance on volunteering. Well, as the European Union presidency in the year 2014, as of 2014, we have gone through some reforms, and within these reforms, with the funding offered by Turkey, the resources allocated to the civil society have drawn some attention. In 2014, this issue was integrated into the European Union journey, and it became a priority to us. Just like the environment and agriculture, European Union attaches huge importance on agriculture, and in civil society, we have done the same. And in 2014, we prepared a sector strategy. We went back to the field and we got people's opinions. There were four fields: increasing the capacity of the civil society, next furthering the legislation, and harmonization between Turkey and European Union's civil societies. But in time, what we have seen is that as of 2016, volunteering, some issues like volunteering have become one of the priorities. And as European Union presidency, we would like to draw attention of the public administration to this issue, and we would like the public authorities to contribute to this issue. That's why we have taken a step forward, and we have seen all the public administrations. We work in coordination with the civil societies. On the other hand, we cooperate with AFAD and civil societies, general directorates, and the Ministry of Family and the Migration Authority. We come together with a variety of public institutions, and we dwell on the steps that could be taken by the public administration. We elaborated on the needs of the people. On the other hand, the National Volunteering Committee and the other related shareholders, the NGOs, we work in coordination with them as well. So that's why in 2016, on the public administration side, under the coordination of the European Union presidency, we have had great discussions. And there are some issues, as summarized by Rana. Well, the NGOs go through some issues with regard to volunteering, especially tax and employment, employing the volunteers and keeping them under a social security umbrella, the taxes, the payment. These are some issues that the NGOs go through. And the issues that fall under the responsibility of the Ministry of Family. So I think there are a couple of issues that would involve a variety of organizations. So that's why we have come together with a number of public authorities in an attempt to solve out our issues. But it's not that easy, because a couple of legislations should be amended. So overall, what I can put is as follows. In Turkey, there are various stakeholders in place, and unfortunately, volunteering is not a priority. And in terms of legislation, we have not taken huge steps. We have not progressed as much as we would like to. However, at least it has become an agenda item. There is a certain awareness and there is a demand with regard to the cooperation between the NGOs and public administration. The example of earthquake was of utmost importance. In a similar manner, with the COVID-19 process, the impact created by COVID-19 was taken into consideration. That's how the governorship and the municipalities came together with a variety of NGOs. So I believe it's right time to take further steps with regard to volunteering, and it's a need. Another issue is around the data. It seems as if Turkey is lagging behind. However, it's not the case. Looking at the data that we have gathered, Turkey is not at a bad place. However, we can't gather data. It's the same case in some other issues. We can't generate data when it comes to civil society. Well, we have some activities undertaken, but they are not recorded. We don't share it. I mean, they don't share it with TÜİK, Turkish Statistical institution, but we have a certain advantage, and the advantage is as follows. As noted by Rana, it's of utmost importance. First and foremost, volunteering issue is included in the upcoming development program of Turkish state. So 11th development program puts that it is highly important to go for volunteering activities. And these issues of civil society should also be addressed in this 11th development program. I think this is highly important. The presidency is following up the process, so that's why I think we need to voice out. It is time to make our voices heard through such organizations. In the civil field, the demand should be communicated because this issue is already taken up in the formal documents. All the ministries, all the development agencies, the regional strategies of development agencies should refer to the activities. And some regional development agencies do support the projects and do their best to further volunteer activities. And some local administrations have already integrated this issue into their plans. Some public administrations take this issue into consideration. However, it should not be on the paper. We need to make our voices heard. We need to raise awareness. We should be out there in an attempt to make our voices heard, and the decision makers should hear our voice. This is of utmost importance. Therefore, we need to make use of this opportunity. As the European Union presidency, the public institutions should make use of European Union funding and should work in this issue. And we have an activity in this field. Therefore, in this journey towards the European Union, there are some reforms that could be undertaken. On the other hand, in terms of the resources that we're going to use, volunteering and the activities with regard to volunteering should be our priority. Therefore, we should make use of this opportunity. I think there is this required process. COVID-19 has already demonstrated how important volunteering is, not only in terms of healthcare, but also in terms of the public administration. The civil organizations will come out. Even the local initiatives and the women initiatives are of utmost importance, and they have been highly beneficial in COVID-19 process. I think the basis, we have the required basis, all the civil ecosystem and the public institutions should be out there, and they should think about this process and make their voices heard. To the extent that we succeed in that, I believe we will take a further step with regard to legislation. And I would like to ensure you that there will be a very different atmosphere in Turkey with regard to volunteering, because once we have this basis in place and once we keep the data, I would like to ensure you that we're going to take out some important activities, and a couple of organizations will follow it up. What is important is to do it all together, and we should make our voices heard.
Bülent Bey, çok beklenti içinde olduğumuz ve bizleri çok heyecanlandıran şeyler söylediniz.
We have a lot of expectations and you really excited us. Thank you very much. Thank you for your input. Well, we have certain developments in the 11th development plan, and we have data. And at this point, civil society organizations, NGOs, and cooperating are quite important. So I would like to ask you another question from this point. In terms of raising your voice,
çok küçük bir örneğiniz olsa ne dersiniz buna?
What would you like to say as a little example maybe for us? Well, in terms of raising voice, actually it is about from micro to macro because there are city administrations and city councils and local administrations, and city councils are quite important in terms of UN volunteer activities and other NGOs working in the field of NGOs. And if they also organize city councils and they raise their voices there, I think that would be very meaningful because I think there is a need for emphasizing in micro level. It is a request, it is a demand, and if this is reached to local administrations, be sure that this will go to the Ministry of Interior as well, because there are certain problems that they will experience, and they will also carry this Ministry of Interior. And we can go up to a higher level in Turkey. When we come to the macro level, of course, there can be communication with the relevant ministries, for example, Ministry of Interior. At the General Directorate of NGOs and civil society work will put effort, and then this will also develop a mechanism of civil society and solidarity. And if this is functionalized, this is going to be one of the important topics of the directorate, and these requests can be directly delivered to the Ministry of Interior. And of course, this can also be integrated into other ministries. Within the framework of the 11th plan, the presidency strategic communication can also integrate this, and there are some presidency boards, and if we can raise our voice there, and if we can deliver the demands, of course that can yield a result as well. And if there is a new board about a civil society, this is more at macro level, and you can be assured that the basic problems in Turkey can be solved in technical terms as well, and they can be solved at a macro level, and this will create a synergy and momentum. That's why I think the ground is ready, because COVID-19 has showed us how volunteerism is important, because we also had earthquakes in Elazığ and Izmir, and we have seen that civil society and public institutions must work in good cooperation, and we have seen this, and this is a good background. We have to use it well.
Peki önümüzdeki dönemde
Absolutely.
Avrupa
Thank you
Birliği
very
maddi
much.
yardımları kapsamında gönüllülük
So what
alanında
about EU
yeni çalışmalarınız
financial
olacak mı?
aid?
Neyi takip
Will you have
etmeliyiz?
new work in the new period? What should we follow? Well, yes, of course, when we look from this perspective, we have certain working with the European Union, and we are entering a new period in terms of finances with the EU. We are working in 7-year periods, and we are completing the 2014 and 2020 period. And this period was quite vivid in terms of volunteerism, and this was so in terms of civil society and volunteerism. And after, civil society turned into a sector in 2014, and we approximately had approximately 200,000 million euros, and we completed the negotiations with the EU. And in order to use these finances and resources for civil society and NGOs, we started the work, and we organized 6 programs. And as of 2015 and 16, we have gained more momentum, and there is 20 million euro of resources allocated to 20 NGOs, and these projects are about to be completed. And in the new period, in 2021, there will be 60 projects in total, and 7.5 million euro will be allocated. And this makes up approximately 30,000 euros, and this is the resources within the cooperation of the EU. At the same time, there are also some other projects that are providing NGOs. For example, there is a project, and I think most of you know, and especially for volunteers and to be activists, there is a program that provides support and finances. And as of the next year, there will be more than 2,000 activists supported, and volunteers will be included. At the same time, the Civil Society Development Center is producing a program which is called Together, and 42 projects were allocated 1.3 million euros. There was another fund which provided support to financial support to 170 NGOs. So when we look from this perspective, the 2014 and 2020 period was quite significant in terms of providing civil society and NGOs with resources compared to the previous years, which go back to 2000 or before the 2014. We can see that the numbers have increased. They doubled or they increased 3 times. And in the next year, these numbers will increase in 21. The resources are not yet determined, but right now, we have compiled 15 different projects, and in July, we presented 15 projects to the European Commission. And there are so many modules about volunteerism. There are many compounds that can be supported. One is only directly about volunteerism. It is a project that we will conduct together with UNDP and volunteerism activists in order to strengthen the volunteer activities in Turkey. So this will be approximately 6.33 million euros, and approximately 6 million of this resource will be allocated to volunteers in order to increase volunteerism, and they will be financing the joint projects of the public and private institutions. And in 2021, this will be activated, and NGOs can benefit from this financial resources from our websites, and the Ministry of Interior will call in this framework as well. And the rest, 2.4 million euros, will also be allocated. Along with the strengthening of the legislations, and this will be hand in hand in legislation. So most probably we will also finish drafting of the legislation, and these efforts will be continuing. We'll also provide efficiency, and we will follow up the legislative work as well. So this project will be important in terms of the infrastructure. The United Nations has horizontal units and organizations. We have to consider all these organizations. UN volunteers is also within this project. For that reason, they will have serious amount of support. And when we think about National Volunteerism Committee, they will coordinate the work on the field. For that reason, all of this work conducted so far will be completed by this stage. It will be such a project, and we really attach great importance. And we are at the last stage of preparation. That's why it is quite significant for us. Like I said just a while ago, we will have 7-year fiscal year from 2020 to 2027, but there are still certain uncertainties. I cannot clearly specify, but I can say that there will be a lot of opportunities because certain programs in Turkey are supporting volunteerism, and the best examples is Erasmus Plus program. And there are different modules under this, and there is a Europe volunteerism services, and 2 years ago this was turned into a program. And Turkey used a resource of 11 million euros under Solidarity program, and this program will be renewed for 2021 and 2027. During this period, there will be a fund which will amount to 1.2 million euros, and this will consist of volunteers. 34 countries involving Erasmus will have 1.2 million euros, and all volunteers in Turkey, including NGOs, foundations, associations, cooperatives, for young people coming together, can participate in this. And up to 30 years of age, 4 volunteers can apply for a project, and they can develop social responsibility projects, and some of them will be foreign partners, while others can be free of partners. For that reason, EU projects should be closely followed. NGOs and volunteers watching us today should follow up these funds closely, because it is a very serious program, like I said. Because for all Europe, there will be 1.2 billion euros of resources, and this is quite a significant amount in order to be able to do equivalent job with Europe, and we can conduct similar projects. In Turkey, social responsibility projects and volunteering projects can be held, and this is an opportunity to also collaborate with the public institutions, and we have to use this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Çok kısa bir sorum daha olacak size
And I have
müsaadenizle.
one more question, even if we exceed our time.
Sivil toplum AB mali
When we
yardımlarından
say
yeterince
volunteerism,
faydalanıyor mu?
do you think that volunteers are sufficiently benefiting from EU fiscal or financial aid? Well, honestly, we have to say this. Volunteerism on its own,
kullanılmadı veya böyle bir çağrı veya böyle bir proje oluşmadı.
there
Ama
is not any fund like volunteerism on its own. But when we think about NGOs, there are so many funds and there is no limitation for that because here, children's rights and disabled rights, women's rights, consumer rights, and entrepreneurship can be the topic of these projects. However, when these programs are on call, one of the expectations is volunteerism. Volunteerism should be in the project, and this is a question because this is a plus and disadvantage. If you give place to volunteerism, it will be an advantage to you in project evaluation. For that reason, it is not possible to distinguish this clearly. But like I said, there are approximately 100 or 125 projects that we are supporting. They're about to finish, and for 80% or 90% of these projects, there is the element of volunteerism to some extent. But there is not a fund specifically supporting volunteerism so far. Among all of these funds, it is also a component. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We have gone beyond our time, dear audience, but we received very valuable information from Rana and Bülent for an NGO and public organizations cooperation. And we have learned the titles that we may come across in the future, and an NGO, for NGOs and for volunteers, you provided very valuable information. Thank you very much. So let's check whether we have any questions. I think we have no further questions. If you have further questions, we will be more than glad to answer later. By the way, let me make a correction. I said United Nations Turkey, but United Nations Volunteers Turkey in my previous speech.
İlerlettik birçok sürecimiz. Ulusal Gönüllülük
We
Komitesi
have
olarak
conducted many processes with United Nations Volunteers Turkey. The same case. We have sub-working groups in our committee as well, and we would like to further our cooperation with them. And TÜSEV has valuable cooperation universities as well. And if we can proceed together, we would be more than glad. Thank you for your valuable participation. We are always more than glad to work together with you, and TÜSEV has been one of the biggest helpers in terms of collecting information, and the volunteering committee will also be at the center of the work in the future, and I think there is no need even to say that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your valuable contribution. Let us repeat Happy International Volunteers Day. Thank you. Thank you, sir, and thank you, madam. Thank you.
Belgin Hanım'a ve diğer değerli konuklarımıza
We
çok
would like
çok
to
teşekkür
take Ms.
ederiz.
Belgin and the other valuable participants. Thank you very much. And we have seen how important this NGO and public institutions cooperation is, and we learned what we can do in order to further our cooperation.
Çok keyifli bir ara vereceğiz
And
aslında.
now
Boğaziçi
we will
Jazz
give a
Chorus'un
break,
performansıyla devam
which
edeceğiz.
will be quite
Aynı
enjoyable
zamanda
with Boğaziçi Jazz Choir performance. At the same time, Mrs. Aram Göz will be the panelist in the next session.
Karşınızda Boğaziçi Jazz Korosu.
Now we will have Boğaziçi Jazz Choir and their performance.
Will Bir haberin tuzin allein.
Gott weiß ich will keinen Gesang.
Boğaziçi Caz Korosu'na bu
We
muhteşem
would like to thank
performans
the Boğaziçi Jazz Choir for this magnificent performance. Thank you very much, and we really enjoyed
Umarım
this
herkes keyifli bir
performance. We
gün
would like to thank them, and I hope everybody is having an enjoyable day. And the next panel is something that will open all of us horizons, and we will focus on the common denominators. And these are the two important topics that I really give importance: arts and volunteerism. İpek Naşınar from UN Women will be the moderator, and we will get valuable opinions about these two topics. I would like to leave the word to İpek.
Herkese tekrardan merhabalar.
I would like to say hello to everyone. My name is İpek Naşınar, UN Women, UNV.
Kampanyamız hakkında
We have
sizlerleydim.
discussed our campaigns and the UN Women Unit, and now we will discuss another topic in a very good and efficient panel. We will talk about arts and volunteerism. Before presenting my speakers, I would like to talk about my journey of volunteerism. In fact, I started as a UN volunteer, and it is our job is called UN Women We, and I am working as the communication assistant for He for She project, and there are also other projects about dubbing, voiceover, and volunteerism is one of the centers of my lives, and being a volunteer is something very good. Unfortunately, people think that volunteerism is something to give something without anything in return, and they can hesitate. But in fact, volunteerism is more than that. It is even more than getting return of something. It is a spiritual return, and it is doing good. And today, we can talk about volunteerism in a long way, but the topic of this panel is arts. Now that we have mentioned music, I would like to say this. In fact, artists' music have been affected by COVID-19. As you know, in this panel, music is important, and we have an important name for music as all our valuable guests. But during the COVID-19 period, I sang a song on YouTube. I'm also singing, and I have a YouTube channel. And I said, why isn't it possible to have music, to make music without seeing each other? So I started a quarantine series in foreign countries, and here in our country, we gather with different musicians, and we are performing music even if distantly, and we have nice moments, and we share the videos on this YouTube channel. And we say good things are possible even during this period. And now that we have been talking about the music, I would like to hear from the General Art Director, Mrs. Aram Gözbek, Boğaziçi Jazz Choir. Mrs., welcome.
Hoş bulduk. Herkese merhaba.
Hello.
İpek çok
I
teşekkür
would like
ederim.
to say hi to everyone. I am very excited.
Sizlerle beraber olmak
I'm
beni
so
çok
glad to be with you on such a special day. Thank you very much for inviting me. So how is it, Moses? Especially, this is the first weekend that we're in lockdown, and we are gathering in a very nice organization. Well, yes, in a sense, it is a very good time, because with this event, I think this is the opportunity to reach more people, and we're used to it, actually. We got used to it in the recent period as well. We have such periods in the past. What is important is to be together as much as possible, so that we can share and we can turn this into an advantage. That's why this has been an enjoyable day, and I have been following all the speeches ever since the morning. And I would like to congratulate everyone who
Bu güzel
Thank
panelin de
you.
moderatörlüğünü üstlendiğim için
And
çok
I'm so
mutluyum.
glad to be the moderator of this beautiful panel. Moses,
Videolarınızı
actually,
izliyoruz.
we have watched your videos from time to time, and we have seen one performance just a while ago. In fact, we are curious, how did this story start? And we would like to hear the position of volunteerism here. Well, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you. And I would like to thank everyone who contributed to these performances. Well, volunteerism is just at the center of this. Let me tell our story very briefly. Well, I started studying mathematics at Boğaziçi
Boğaziçi University in 2005, and then I discovered there are music choirs at university, and then my story started to shape, and I was always actually singing songs as of a childhood. And then I decided to sing songs in the jazz choir. And after two performances, our chef was Jihan, and Jihan decided to go to the US to continue his education, and he left the choir to me. And I became the head of the choir in 2007. And for 4 years at the university, I was active in the music club, and we worked so hard. And I don't even know where to start. But volunteerism is just at the heart of everything here. So in 4 years, we have increased the number from 5 to 7, and then we have become 20, and then 34. And as of our first year, we performed in Austria, China, and we took part in contests like the World Choir Contest. They are large scope contests, and we were rewarded. And of course, we learned a lot while doing so. In 2011,
bizleri tanıma vesilesi olan bir metro
a lot of
videosu.
people had the opportunity to know us. There was the Metro video. I don't know whether you watched that video. Boğaziçi Jazz Choir was known by this video. And actually, we were looking for sponsors in order to do that. And we put a lot of effort, and then we decided to do this. And we could raise our voice, and we found a sponsor. And at that moment, we had to leave our ways with the university because of certain problems with the projects. And then, with the name Boğaziçi Jazz Choir, we went to the championship. In the past, our name was Boğaziçi University Jazz Choir, but then we changed our rotation, and then we took part in the championship. And in the two categories, we became the world champion. We came back to Turkey after that. And there was no place to work, but a lot of NGOs, associations, organizations actually responded to these calls, and they provided us with support. We continued to work as well, and people outside university participated in the choir. We have more diversified repertoire, and we have a stronger team. In 2012, there were very important festivals in Hungary and Italy, and we were rewarded 6 medals. And I will say something very important, 100,000 euros. We actually undertook such a debt in order to get to these festivals. And then we could pay that debt in 5 years. And I was 24 years old back then. And I was under the debt of $100,000. But when thinking about all the preparation and the motivation, I think I wouldn't just waste that motivation. Well, if you ask whether I would do the same thing now, most probably not. But I don't regret my decision. Even painfully, we paid that debt. And then we have succeeded. In 2013, there was GIZ protest in Turkey, one of the biggest public movements. And then we came up with a spontaneous performance. Well, this choir music has become recognized, and it is liked in Turkey. And maybe even people on the street, and I can say, we are seeing a different aspect of the multi-voice choir. I would like to talk a little bit about that, because now we are taking part in the most prestigious festivals and contests, and we have championship and gold medals, and we get invitations as well. And we are also representing Anatolian music in the strongest way possible as Boğaziçi Choir, Jazz Choir. In 2014, we established Boğaziçi Youth Choir as well. You also watched the performance of this choir. And we established the Magna community in 2016, and 4 other choirs came out of this Magna performance, and Maga Youth Choir, and Magma Preparation. And at this point, we have 6 active choirs, and their members are between 6 and 14 years old, and we have 400 amateur singers as well. I underline amateur, especially because it means a lot, because when it is combined with volunteerism, it is something excellent. And there are also graduate platforms at the same time. And in Turkey, we have started a project in 7 provinces of Turkey and in 7 different languages, dialects of Anatolia.
bir araya
And we are
gelmeyi
representing different cultures in these songs, and we are drafting and designing these projects. Actually, we're inspiring millions, and we are introducing choir music with solidarity, helping and sharing and listening to each other, to understand each other. These are represented by choir music, and human values are also represented. And for 4 years under university, we have represented these values, and then independently we have been continuing to represent these values. In our 10th year, thousands of people contributed to our performance, both in Turkey and abroad. And with great excitement and love and passion, we are putting forward to perform despite all challenges and difficulties. And we have never given up this passion. We're a big family. For that reason, at this point,
ekstra bir şey söylemek istemiyorum
I
çünkü
cannot say
bütün
something extra additional about volunteerism because all of the things that we do is centered upon volunteerism, including me. All the management staff is not making any money at all. For many years, we work 7/24, and we all have different professions, of course, but our biggest passion is to bring something good to Turkey and to show the miracle of choir music to a lot of people as much as possible. For that reason, I would like to thank all the management staff, Gülüm, Ekrem, Işıl. I would like to thank all trainers and everyone who contributed and who have become a part of this large family. I would like to thank everyone, and I'm so glad and I'm indebted. And my last thanks go to
çalışma yerimizi sağlayan ve aslında ilişkimizin bundan çok çok daha fazlası olan
someone who
kendileri de
provided us our working place, and they also provided the support to volunteerism projects, especially in culture, arts, and eğitim, Yücel Culture Foundation. Thank you very much, and hopefully choir music will grow, and we will grow it together with this love and passion, and we will spread this love and passion to all Turkey and the world.
Masis, ağzına sağlık. Çok
Moses,
güzel
thank you
anlattın.
very much. You
Özellikle
explained
ben
very well.
ben
Thank you
de
very
zaman
much.
zaman
Well,
Türkiye'de
especially from time to
programlarda
time,
yer almış bir insan
since my
olarak
childhood,
aslında
I
doğal
also
olarak
sang
çok
in
sevdiğim
different
bir müzik
choirs, and
tamamen
in
dayanışma
fact,
işi. Ve aslında onu o
multiphony
kadar güzel
music and
yapan da tam
choir
anlamıyla
is
o.
something
Çünkü
based on
sadece tek değil,
solidarity, and it is
birden
exactly what
fazla
makes it
grup,
perfect
birden
because
fazla
not just
sesin
one,
bir araya gelip
there are more than
inanılmaz etkiler
one
yarattığı bir
spirits
şey.
and voices,
Şimdi
and they come together.
çok
They
teşekkür ediyorum
create
sana bu
unbelievable
güzel
effect.
hikayeyi bize
So
anlattığın
thank you
için.
very much for sharing
Tabii
with
ki
us
de
this nice and
insanın
pleasant
üzerinde pozitif
story.
etkiler bırakan
Of
bu
course, this
Boğaziçi
leaves a positive
tiyatrosundan
effect.
bahsettik ama
Boğaziçi
aslında
Jazz Choir.
bu
Of course, we
panelde
have
çok fazla şey konuşacağız ve özellikle
elaborated,
dile
but in
getirmek
this
istediğimiz
panel, we will
konulardan
talk
biri
about
de
different topics as well.
COVID-19
And one of the
pandeminin
topics
sanatçı
that we would like to
üzerindeki
raise is
negatif etkileri.
COVID-19
Çünkü maalesef
and its negative effects
istatistikleri
on
anlatabiliriz.
artists,
Her
because
şeyin olduğu gibi
unfortunately,
iyi
it
ve
has
kötü
some
yanları var
negative
ama
effects on
sanatçının üzerindeki birazcık
artists.
etkilerini her anlamıyla konuşmak istiyoruz.
We will
Ve
discuss
ben
the
şimdi
effects on
huzurlarınızda kulak
artists in
vereceğim
every
sesimi
aspect. So
dinlerken
now I
sizden
would like
sormak
to
istiyorum.
invite my other
Galata
speaker,
Perform Genel Sanat
panelist, Galata
Yönetmeni,
Perform
Tiyatro
General Art
Kooperatif Başkan
Director, Theater
Yardımcısı,
Cooperative,
yazar,
Vice
yönetmen,
President
oyuncu
Nazar,
Yeşim Özsoy bizlerle
author,
olacak. Yeşim Hanım,
and
hoş
actress
geldiniz diyorum.
Yeşim Özsoy is with us. Miss Yeşim, welcome.
Evet,
Nasılsınız?
Masis, teşekkür ederim.
How are you?
İyiyim. Siz nasılsınız?
I'm fine, thank you very
Biz de
much.
iyiyiz,
How about
teşekkürler.
you? We are also fine, thank you very much. So we are together on a beautiful day. Moses, you made a very good introduction. And this is a very prolific project, Boğaziçi Jazz Choir. And I can say that choirs are actually giving rise to different choirs. And one of the biggest reasons is actually this productivity, being prolific and producing and creating. This is my opinion. One of the biggest reasons is about giving and being prolific, and I think volunteerism is related in that sense. When it comes to my field, we are talking about theater and private theater and cooperatives. And I'm the vice president of a theater cooperatives as well. For that reason, I will be talking about another field, which is independent as well. Boğaziçi Jazz Choir is also an independent one that is standing on its own feet, and it is performing in foreign countries as well. And we are the same. We are actually existing in an independent field, and this existence is mostly based on volunteerism. because it is about some things not functioning, and sometimes it is about preference. You can be amateur, and this can be through passion and love. And when it comes to this point, it is not with a commercial purpose, and when you do that, it's a different equivalent. But of course, when we think about theaters in Turkey, I can say most of them have been working on volunteerism basis, if not based on certain commercial purposes. Otherwise, it is not going to be possible to exist. When we think about the budget of an actress or actor, there is a difference between the revenues that they can get from a series, TV show, or theater. I can say that in theater there is solidarity performance, and Galata Perform is the same because we are in a small place. Galata Perform is in Galata, and it was established in 2013. It is a small theater. However, then we grew and we started to produce projects, author writing projects, and we have projects related to other countries as well. We have volunteering projects as well. So we have open spaces for authors and scriptwriters. But of course, fundamentally, there is volunteerism in this initiative. It is not only with commercial purposes, because in real sense, our purpose is to contribute to Turkey's theaters. And this has been possible with people who have faith in this regard, because I think there is very clear connection between faith, between your belief, and also volunteerism. What values do you believe in? What will change you? What will transform you? These are so important topics. Honestly, these are the fundamental, the cornerstones of existence of human beings. And I did research, and actually, what really creates identity of people, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself to search others, to serve others. So I did research and I came across this approach, and I think this is the correct one, because your choices, your preferences, your responsibilities, and your beliefs, and what you like and what you have faith in, these are all quite related with your existence. And when we think about Theatre Cooperative, in 2018 it was established. It was still young, however, we started with 15 theaters, and before the pandemic we had 32 theaters, and right now we have 65 theaters within our body. We are representing 65 theaters. And I am in the board of directors as a volunteer. I am vice president of the board of directors, and so far we have been collaborating with independent theaters and contemporary theaters, and we are together in every field. And I have always volunteered in all of these activities, and this will continue to be so, because honestly, our problems are not ending. And the independent area, art, is actually not very strong in terms of communication. While the communication of this independent area with municipalities is not very strong, for that reason we have to stand on our own feet. Of course, there are some positive aspects to it, but all NGOs and theater cooperatives or other NGOs should also improve these relationships to express themselves, and at the same time they need to consolidate their connections. In addition to that, they should also increase their visibility to municipalities or the state or the government. So they're also responsible in that sense. And theater cooperative is also like that. Before COVID-19, we had 32 theaters, and right now we have 65. Honestly, I started to serve in November 2019, and it was just exactly when the pandemic started. As of March, we are trying to manage a crisis because we're always losing. There are scenes that are closed, and we have theater groups that are having challenges, honestly, and for that reason we are trying to cope up with these problems, because their problems are also our problems, and together with COVID-19 we have more challenges and we have to tackle them. And sharing and solidarity between theaters is quite important, and also there is the volunteerism relationship with colleagues, and we have started to re-establish connections, and there are so many campaigns right now. And as cooperative, we also have to increase our visibility, and we have expressed ourselves to the ministries and municipalities. So we informed that about the challenges because of COVID-19, and the same case is for musicians in arts areas. I think one of the most dangerous areas is actually coming together in closed areas because of COVID-19, and of course we are subject to a big challenge in that sense. So if there is a symphony musician, if you were a symphony musician, maybe you could continue with support from the government, but in theater there is almost no support. For that reason, it is really hurting. It is damaging the area. For that reason, we have to take certain actions, and the volunteerism that we have discussed has started to be established with theaters and spectators right now, because theaters are trying new things as solutions, and we are also following and sending our files to the authorities, and we can achieve certain things, but there is the basic the thing that we are doing, and this is to form support campaigns in order to keep theaters going. And in terms of providing, I think actually theater will be giving back what spectators love and what spectators are passionate about. So, in a way, our purpose is to support theaters in that sense, and I think it is quite valuable. And NGOs in Turkey are developing funds as one of their core areas, and I think this is quite valuable because it is not as effective in arts, providing support or donating to an arts organization. Because in the US there are museums, for example, and you see that there are like pages of donations and how they say I give $20 or $10,000. So they're providing such kinds of donations in arts organizations as well. So I think arts and volunteerism are quite important from this perspective, especially in Turkey. In the field of arts, that volunteerism should be consolidated with the spectators and with other actors. Together with the mission, this balance can be strengthened, and it is a condition to sustain theaters. I don't know whether I have talked too much because there are so many things to discuss, but at this point I would like to leave the word to the other panelists. Well, thank you very much.
Evet, vaktimizi iyi değerlendirmek adına ben
Thank you very much, and to use our time efficiently, I would like to invite another name, the Need Map Partnership and Operation Director,
Mehmet Sarıca bizlerle.
Mehmet
Hoş
Sarıca.
geldiniz Mehmet Bey.
Welcome.
Merhaba, hoş bulduk. İyiyim, siz?
Ben de iyiyim. Arka planınız gerçekten içimizi açtı.
So your background is very nice. So I really wanted to put a library at the background, but I think this is as valuable as a library because this is our trees. Okay, what do you want to say?
Aslında öğreneceğimiz ve bence parmak basacağımız çok değerli konular olduğunu
And what do you
düşünüyorum.
want to say about these issues about art? So I think they're very important. So the floor is yours.
Yaklaşık 20 yıldır sivil alanda çalışıyorum ben de.
So I'm working in the NGOs for the last 20 years. So I have participated in most of the NGOs as a volunteer and also as a professional. And I made it up to that day. And disaster is one of them, and the other one is human aid, rural development.
Herkesin eve kapanmasıyla beraber.
And everyone is at home, and so everyone stopped most of the things because it's not possible because of the pandemic. You cannot be in the fields, and we're most of the time at home, and we're taking care of it from huge distances. And first of all, let's talk about this need map, a map of needs. And so that was a quite remedy for this problem, because for the last 5 years, we are organizing such kind of events, and it's like an online system, and we are trying to meet and we're trying to do the connection between the people who are donating and between the people who are in need of it. Most of the people, so actually it's an old culture for us. So we, if there's a need, we need to do someone else.
will help it. And so solidarity is one of the most important thing in the culture. And of course, what we observe is within the last 5 years, the people are not able to see who are in need, even it's very close by. Let's say that there's a neighbor, there's someone on the street, and there are people living on the streets, and they are not in communication with another, so we actually do not know what the other people need, and we're not aware of this. And during the epidemic, we experience that the solidarity increased because people are much more cautious about the needs of the other people. And some of the people, some of the groups of profession, especially we're talking about art right now, there are some people who are working on a daily basis, so they're earning their sustenance daily. And when they cannot work that day, they cannot earn any money, so they cannot buy their sustenance, they cannot buy their basic needs because they're working on daily basis, especially we're talking about the art community. And this lasted like this for months. So we have to work together. We're always saying this. In the previous panels as well, we are thinking that this disaster is also one part of it. As also Yeşim mentioned, in the theater and the music, all kinds of the people from different parts of the art, we see that we need this kind of a solidarity.
Yönelik bir destek politikası girerdi diye düşünüyorum devreye. Ama bunu tabii buradaki açı biraz daha bizim gibi sivil toplum kuruluşları, birlikler.
So the NGOs, the other institutions, the other platforms, they're working together and they're creating a solidarity.
Somut olarak bahsetmek gerekirse 9 Mayıs'ta yaptığımız festivalde destekçi, sponsor, bir yandan da insanlar bilet satın alarak destekler.
The people are creating sponsorships within this regard, and by means of this, we initiated this online digital transformation, and we initiated our studies with the online transformation.
Tiyatro kooperatifi de, oyuncular sendikası da
we are working with the theater syndication, and we're working with the actors and artists. They are our partners in this union, and we have 101 artists, and they're reading poets, and they publish this in the website. And so there are so many other people who are eating by means of those services, and most of them are.
Bu aslında herkesin ben ne yapabilirim diye.
And we are trying to understand what people are trying to do, and they're trying to understand what the people are doing, maybe as a protocol.
Gün altında daha rahat. Yani herkes zengine de, fakire de, sanatçıya da, siyasetçiye de bulaşıyor. Önlem almazsan tabii.
If you take any precautions with this sickness, it is contagious to everyone. But it's important that you have to have the right conditions. And so there's no exceptional, and so it is happening to everyone. And we want to optimize our donations. We want to optimize our works, and we're working on this behalf.
Diyorduk ki işte ihtiyaç sahipleri girsin, ihtiyaçlarını yazsın. Ama şu an herkes ihtiyaç sahibi.
Right now, in the past, we used to think that we need to reach the people who are needing something, but this is not something material, because right now everyone is in need of something, because someone needs a psychological consultancy, some other people need other things. Now the older society is in need of something, and we need more solidarity within the society.
Çok özür dilerim. Mehmet Bey sanırım...
We apologize, Mr. Mehmet. I think there are some technical problems. We have a difficulty in hearing you, I think because of your internet connection. It's not only me. As far as I am informed from the technical department, your internet connection is quite problematic. Okay, esteemed audience, we're talking about very nice things. So in the art and volunteerism panel, so Mr. Mehmet had a connection problem, but we would like to thank Mr. Mehmet for his participation. And now, if you allow me, we will be focusing on the protection of the artist. So what can we do about that? How can the art be protected and the artist can be protected? And I am inviting all the panelists to our next session. And now I'm checking our technical team because there had been problems. And in this digital environment, of course, it is different from being face-to-face. We cannot get the same energy all the time, but still we're doing our best to keep it as vigorous as possible. Okay, we can proceed with our speakers. Mr. Mehmet, you're back. Can you hear us?
Hoş geldiniz.
Okay, welcome again.
Mehmet Bey acaba bize bağlı...
Mr. Mehmet, are you connected?
Orada bir arıza var galiba.
I think there's a problem there.
Yanlış duyuyoruz, biraz rötarlı olarak duyuyoruz.
So the sound is coming with a delay. So can you ask your question again as well?
Aslında sanatçı ve sanatın korunması ile ilgili...
So we are talking about the importance of the art and the artist. So what can we do more? And so what else we can do? For instance, where does the volunteerism stands? And for instance, what can we do? How can we call the volunteers, especially about theater, from music? And so we can get your opinions related with that. First of all, right now, there are so many support campaigns, and they can support them, they can donate them, they can donate. So we can get the donation as the corporation, but also they can work voluntary. But right now, the theaters do have support campaigns, and it's important that they should be supporting. They can directly support it. We don't have this kind of a capacity because we are a social corporation, and we cannot distribute and allocate the budget, so they can do it directly. So we have another campaign called Bizde Yerin Ayrı. So it is like a ticket selling. And other than that, about the volunteerism, since we are in the epidemic, the stages are closed, the theater are closed, and there's nothing to do about this. But I think the children, as of their childhood, the families can trigger their children to be part of the theater, because when we go to Germany, when you go to Europe, we always go to opera, and we always they always try to experience the backstage, and they work and they take part in theater, or they sell tickets. So the theaters are very important, and they need such kind of volunteers. But if you say that I want to work in this field, no one says that, we don't want you. They would always hug you. Mrs. knows it's the best way. So we want to work together, and we want to do certain things simultaneously. And before the meeting is started, I made a joke. We have so many hats. We have so many responsibilities, but we didn't mention each of them. And in Turkey, the rule of doing art is you have to be an entrepreneur, you have to be a volunteer, and at the same time you have to be an artist in order to do that. So you have to be the apprentice, you have to be the servant of the art. Yes, you have to be the servant. You have to be the servant of it. This is it. But listening to you is great, but we have limited time. So I would like to continue with Mr. Masis and with Mr. Mehmet, and the floor is yours, Mr. Mrs. Very shortly, so the art and the place of art in our lives, so including us, it is very important. It is such a vital thing in order for us to connect with life, in order to express ourselves, and really to have a quality life. So art is a must-have thing, and so the artists and the other people who we are going to be conveying this message, and after that, of course, the society, the needs, and the pressure pressure of the society, I think it should turn into a state policy. And we see the examples in Venezuela, for instance, El Sistema. So it is like a public movement, and so it really saved a country from very tough situations. And this journey starts with educating the children. And if we cannot turn into a state policy, we should direct our way to this. So we need to educate young people. We need to invite them to the backstage, to the kitchen of this work. And we have to introduce the enjoyable parts of this journey, because without art, I definitely believe that you cannot get any pleasure from life. That's the reason why in all our rehearsals, in all our backstage, it's all open to you. There are millions of actors and actresses, and they're very happy to be part of this, and they believe that they're very happy to be a volunteer. And we have to inject this reality from the beginning as when they're child. Thank you, Mrs., for this information. Mehmet, let's try if we can hear you. And some of the things you couldn't hear me, especially the last part of it. I think some of the people are disturbed because of what I said, and I had this interruption. But let me repeat what I had said previously. And the pandemic will be over, and the crisis will be over. And again, we will be on the streets, and we will go to theaters, to the cinemas, and we will watch movies, we will go to concerts, and we will be looking at our faces again. And we will in order to do that, in this period, we have to come over the problems together. We need to look at ourselves, and we need to support the society, and we need to be a volunteer. We need to do good things. We have to have good deeds. And everyone is struggling to support one another. So you have to put your shoulder on this. And this is, of course, for the young people, or to the children, or to the different groups. Yes, all of the people do have responsibilities, and they have to have this solidarity, and they have to help the people who are underprivileged. Okay, thank you. So we have been talking about it from the beginning. Being a volunteer is something from the heart, and the art is very much related to that. And so in the epidemic, so we are passing through tough times. We are acting that it's everything is normal, but nothing is normal. And but this will change, and with solidarity, with togetherness, we can overcome those days. Esteemed guests, thank you a lot for your participation. Thank you for your messages. And in general terms, thank you for your contribution. And so let's finish the art and volunteerism panel. I will proceed with the program, and I hope that they will listen the rest of the panels, and very nice panels are waiting for us. İpek, thank you a lot. First of all, to you for your nice presentation. And of course, I would like to thank all the committee and United Nations Volunteers Committee, Turkey Volunteers Committee, and I would like to thank everyone who contributed the realization of this amazing meeting. And thank you a lot, and I hope that this International Volunteers Days will be fruitful for everyone. Yes, thank you.
Merhabalar tekrardan.
Hello again. So I would like to thank İpek and our valuable guests for their contribution. And as the volunteers, we are trying to understand how we can contribute to the art. As Mrs. also said, without art, nothing has a pleasure. And in the next panel, we will be talking about the digitalized world. And every day, we are living in a world where we are much more exposed to digitalization, and people are not limited with time and place, and we are experiencing this quite deeply because of the pandemic. And the first thing is how we can realize the volunteering in the digital world, and if we can do it, how we can do it. So the next panel is exactly about this issue. So we have our moderator is Ece Çiftçi from the Social Band, and she will be our moderator. Now I would like to leave the floor to Ece.
Merhaba çocuklar.
Bizler Sosyal Ben Vakfı gönüllüleriyiz.
Sizinle birlikte bu dijital sahamızda
Hello, kids. We are from Social Ben, and we want to learn and we want to understand nice things together with you.
Öncelikle herkese merhaba. Bizi
Hello,
ekran başından
everyone.
izleyen, dinleyen
And
herkese
also, we would
bu
like to
güzel
extend
günde
our best
buluştuğumuz
regards
için aynı
to the
zamanda özel
audiences, and we're
günümüz
very
için
happy to be able
biz
to
çok
come together with
mutluyuz.
you in such a
Dolayısıyla
special
bizi
day.
buluşturan
We are very happy,
Dünya
and we
Yönetimi
want to
ve
thank you
Misafirleri
and
Kongresi
Volunteer
ekibine çok
and
teşekkür
the
ederek
International
başlamak istiyorum.
Volunteering Committee, and I would like to
Tam da
thank
bu
them
güzel
in the beginning
süreçleri,
of this
gönüllülüğü,
panel. We
dijitalleşmeyi
are talking about
sürdürülebilirliğini
digitalization,
konuşmak için
e-volunteering, and we're going to be
sanki
talking about
Dünya
sustainability.
Gönüllüler Günü'nün
And
dışında başka bir
so
gün
I think
düşünülemez
this
gibi
is the
geliyor
best
bana.
day to be
Hem
able to discuss
gönüllülüğün
about such issues
faydasını anlatma hem de
because
bu
we will be talking
zamanlarda ne
about the
kadar
benefits of
olduğundan daha
volunteering.
fazla
And in such
ihtiyacımız
kind
var
of times,
konusunu
it
bu
is
kez daha
really
anlıyoruz ve
is a
fark ederek
possibility to
diye
talk
düşünüyorum.
about the importance and the
Dolayısıyla
need for
Sosyal Ben
volunteering in
Vakfı
such
olarak biz
important
de bu
times.
dijitalleşme
As
sürecinde
Social Ben
uyum
Foundation,
sağlarken
we are
diğer
trying to adapt
taraftan
to
bugün
digitalization, but at
çok
the same
kıymetli
time,
hepinizin
today
alandan da
we have
zaten
very
yaptıkları
important
çalışmalarla attıkları
representatives from the
imzalarla
sector,
tanıdığımız çok
and
kıymetli 3
they're
tane
very
konuğum
prominent
var.
figures. We have three important guests here.
Bizimle birlikte. Hoş geldiniz Suat Bey.
And Mr. Swat
Gönüllü
is together
Hizmetler
with
Derneği
us, and
öğretim üyesi
Voluntary
ve işlerin
Services
gerçekleşiyor
Association,
program
and
koordinatörü
Nevid
Nevin
Başaran
Başaran bizimle
Alkan,
birlikte.
and we
Öncelikle
have the
hepinize
Social
hoş geldiniz.
Innovators Center,
Bu aynı
Suat
zamanda da
Özçağdaş,
ihtiyaç
and
Bölümü
we have the
Yönetimi
Needs Map.
Toplum'dan
From
Sevdanur
Needs
Hanım
Map, we
bizimle
have
birlikte.
Sevdanur Gökrenk
Siz de hoş
among
geldiniz
us,
Sevdanur
and we
Hanım.
would like to welcome
Biz
you
bu
again to our panel.
süre boyunca bize
And
verilen süre
during this
boyunca özellikle
panel,
dijitalleşen
we will
dünyanın
be talking
gönüllülüğünü
about
konuşmak
the
istiyoruz. Bütün
volunteering in the
dünya
digital world, and
dijitale
all the
adapte
world
olmayı,
is now
yeniden
trying to
yorumlamayı,
adapt to the digital, and they
takipçi
are trying to
dünyasında sivil
reinterpret
toplum,
interpret
gönüllülük
the
bu
digitalization.
süreçte en
And
önemli
the civil
parçalarından bir
society and
tanesi.
the
Bu
volunteering
altyapıyı
are the most
kullanmaya
important
devam
parts
edip
of it.
günün
And
sonunda
we are
hep
trying
öteki için
to
bir çaba
stay as a part
yaratmaya
of it, and we're
çalışıyoruz.
trying
Tam
to
da bu
create a
noktada da
benefit for
her
the
gönüllü
others. And the
dünyamızda
digitally
görevli.
volunteering is now in the
Dolayısıyla da ben
center of the
aslında
world. And
soruyu, ilk
I would like to
yönlendirmeyi
ask
Nevin'le
the
başlamak
first
istiyorum.
question
Sen
to
dünyada
Nevin. And in
sivil
the
toplumun
digital world,
adaptasyon sürecini
how
nasıl
is the
değerlendiriyorsunuz?
adaptation of the
Sizin
civil society?
1959'dan öte
Because you
gelen
have been
bir süreciniz
established
var.
in
Sanal kampla
1959, and
aslında
with
sadece
the
bir proje değil, bundan
virtual
önceki
camp,
süreçlerde
even
yaptığınız
in the
çalışmalar
previous
vardı.
years, you had certain
Dolayısıyla
digitalization
sivil
within
toplum
your
bu dijital
foundation, in your
sürece nasıl
association.
adapte
So,
oluyor? Bu
how can you answer
adaptasyonu
this
yaptığınız
question? How
çalışmalar
is the civil
üzerinden
society
nasıl yorumluyorsunuz?
adapting
Buyurun lütfen.
itself to e-volunteering and digital world? Okay, thank you a lot. Hello, everyone. I would like to congratulate your International Volunteer Days, and I would like to start my words with the experiences of my foundation on e-volunteering and digitalization. As you all know that, as of the second week of March, we have been passing through very difficult times, and the crises are creating opportunities, and we have witnessed that the history is repeating. 100 years ago, in the end of the First World War,
Nevin Hanım'ın sanırım ufak bir bağlantı problemi oldu. Nevin Hanım ufak bir bağlantı problemi
Nevin, I think you have a connection problem. You can continue. Now we hear you. Okay. In 1920, up until today, the working camps, the study camps, and for those 61 years, we have educated thousands of teenagers, and we have this volunteer foundation, and we couldn't do any physical camps, so we would witness that reality. And in the period where everyone should be at home, like the other foundations, we wanted to create new formulations and new restructuring. And the most striking part of this journey is the digitalization and the e-volunteering, because we needed to keep the motivations of the volunteers high. And in order to have the continuation of the international peace, we worked together with the camp institutions, and we started to work to create virtual camps. So we have initiated the first virtual camp as of April. And so it is based on cultural-based learning, yoga, meditation, creative writing, about those kind of things. We created 9 different virtual camps from different geographies, from 25 different countries, 69 volunteers, and with the participation of 700 people, we realized the virtual camps. And the digital e-volunteering, we wanted to show the fact that solidarity and the boundaries are not anymore existing because of this virtual e-volunteering. The skills and the capabilities were increased, and we observed that this is a really good contribution for the participants and for the volunteers. And we initiated these applications in the other parts of our foundation. I am part of this as of 2009 for in the camp during the summertime. Düşlerim gerçekleşiyor. My dreams are realizing project cannot be realized under physical conditions. With the volunteer training, we started to initiate those virtual camps, and we are working together with the children, these NGOs, together with the children's and Ege Çağdaş and Sosyal Ben, like those kind of institutions. In June, in July, in August, we realized 2 different camps during the summer, and it lasted 6 days in the 3 different virtual camps. In total, we educated 32 children, and we had the participation of 28 trainers, and we created virtual camps with the help of our volunteers. And while we are starting this journey, we observed that in the virtual environment, the children can really learn, and we could never imagine that this could be possible. At the end of each camp, we always said that we were very happy to create that kind of virtual camps. And the digital e-volunteering is creating a trust environment. It is affecting the group. It is creating a mobilization. And those are the experiences we observed as a result of the virtual camps. And so we can say that we are trying to adapt this e-volunteering and digital adaptation in the other parts of our foundation. With the participation of our trainers, we have this Living and Learning Center. As of March 2020, we have virtual English, French, and German language courses. And also we have this creative writing, story writing, film reading, sign language. We created digital workshops. And so we have created 26 workshops, and we created 132 events. And we had the participation of 894 volunteers, and we have 23 volunteers and 894 participants. And also, other than Istanbul, we had visitors and mentorship and coaching. In the team of mentorship and coaching, we gave trainings related with digitalization, And we work together with the members, and we bring together the professionals and the students, and we had different workshops and conversations related philosophy and psychology. And the other, the Western and Eastern camp, again was realized in a 3-day virtual camp, and in different 16 cities with 50 participants, we had a virtual digital camp as well. Every year, we have the social entrepreneurs meeting, and we realize it in September, 3 days, and 16 young entrepreneurs participated the virtual camps, and Ali Ercan, Relia Kahran, and Hülya Denizer created a digital workshop, and we came together. And finally, not only with the participation of the volunteers, but only with the other issues, we realized that we are quite getting digitalized, and the digital games also part of the process. We recreated them and we adapted to the virtual environment. And some of them were played together with the volunteers, and we uploaded them to our YouTube channel. And for the people who are interested in them, you can just follow it from our foundation's website. And finally, I don't want to exceed my time, and the technological developments are speeding up, and in this kind of an era, the NGOs are also need to reshape their formulations and status, and this is only possible by means of mobile applications and by means of digitalization, and this is a very important step to be made. And so when we look at the essence of the volunteerism, the social system, the contradiction, how kind of problems can be solved, and the solidarity, all those kind of things, cooperation, everything is very important. The existence of those unions are very important, and I would like to thank all the volunteers that are contributing to volunteering.
Nevin Hanım, biz çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Hem paylaşımlarınız için hem bugün burada bizimle deneyimlerinizi paylaştığınız için. Ben söylemlerinizden
Nevin, thank you very much for all your remarks. So you have two messages, two main messages. One is that civil society in this process, all throughout the day we have experienced the civil societies coming together as a family. In terms of turning the crisis into opportunities, we acted quite rapidly. And we try to get a meaning out of the difficulties that we have gone through, because our operation, our field is a must to us, and we have volunteers who enlighten us. So we have volunteers and the field. These are two main resources to us. And once we couldn't go to the field and we didn't have volunteers, then we made use of the crisis and turned it into an opportunity. In Social Me, Sosyal Ben, one of the problems that we went through was related to the way that we activated our volunteers. We made them manage the process. Volunteering is also about us as well as the others. At that point, now I'd like to ask a question to Sevda Nur. We're going to proceed with Sevda Nur, because digital map and digital web are of utmost importance to them. They have many volunteers, and last but not least, in Izmir earthquake, they were with us. We have seen their experience. I would like to wish my condolences to all the people who have had difficulties in the Izmir earthquake. So being a volunteer is an individual thing. So with the digitalization towards volunteer participation, what is at our door, what is waiting for us? And together with digitalization, what will happen to the volunteer participation? What do you foresee? This is my question. Digital volunteers and the requirement mapping the requirements. So what are your comments in this point? What are your insights?
Çok teşekkürler Ece.
Thank you very much, Ece. first and
Hepimizin Dünya
foremost.
Gönüllüler Günü'nü buradan kutluyorum.
I like to
10
commemorate
yıldır
International Volunteer
gönüllü
Day.
serüveniyle başlamıştım ben de
I
kendi
have had a
hikayeme.
volunteering
Sonrasında böyle
experience for the
kariyerim
last
biraz daha
decade.
bu
This
alana
is how
yöneldi.
I began
Tabii
my
o
journey,
dönemde
and
gönüllü
then
çalışmaları yaparken bunun bu
it turned
şekilde
into a career
gelişeceğini
for me.
aslında hayal bile
Well, I had
edemiyordum.
no idea that it would
O
turn into a
yüzden
career
bugün burada
in the
olmak
upcoming steps.
çok
So that's
keyifli.
why I
Sabah
am
böyle güzel bir
very much
heyecanla
honored
uyandım.
to make it here. I was very much
Bunun bir
excited
parçası
when I woke
olmaktan
up in the
gerçekten
morning,
çok
and
mutluyuz.
I am glad to be a part
Biliyorsunuz
of
ihtiyaç
this event.
haritası
Well,
insanların
requirement map.
yardımlaşma hareketini online
Requirement
imece
map
kültürüyle birleştiren bir oluşum, bir platform. Biz zaten yani bu noktada yaptığımız
is a
oturumla birlikte
platform
çok da
that makes us
uyuşuyoruz. Biz
go
zaten
for
dijitalde
collective
bu
work, voluntary work.
süreçleri
In
sürdüren bir
digital,
oluşumuz, topluluğuz.
we
Bu
came
noktada ihtiyaç
together as
haritası
a
günün
collective
tabii
work.
getirdiği
So
koşullarla
ihtiyaç
gelişmeye,
haritası
yenilenmeye,
requirement
teknik
map
altyapısını
is further
geliştirmeye de devam
improving
ediyor.
thanks to the
Tabii
technology.
pandemi ilk çıktığında herkes evlerine
When
kapandığında
pandemics came out,
bizler
we
de
were
sürecin
all
nasıl
locked down,
gelişeceğini
and we
çok
had
tahmin
no idea
edemiyorduk.
as to how the
Nasıl
process
olacak?
would
Herkes evden
continue.
çalışmaya
What would
dönüyor.
we
İşte
do? Would
kurumlar,
we all go
şirketler buna
for
nasıl
a
tepki
home
verecek?
office, and what
Biraz
will
bunu
be the
izleme
reaction of the
sürecine
companies? We
başladık. Tabii çok
observed the
güzel
process.
dönüşler geldi Ece.
Well,
Şöyle ki
Ece,
insanlar evlerinde
let me put
olduğu
it that
zaman
way. People were at home, and when they were
vakitlerini
at home,
gerçekten topluma yararlı bir
they
şekilde ben ne yapabilirim
allocated
sorusunu
some
kendilerine sormaya başladılar.
of
Bu
their time
yarar
to
noktasında ben de elimi taşın altına
work for
koymak
the
istiyorum.
society.
Sizler için ne yapabilirim? Nerede eksiğiniz var?
What can
Dijital
I do for you? What are your
anlatılabilirim diye böyle bir
shortcomings?
talep geldi. Tabii bu
People
noktada
asked
sadece
us these
bireylerden değil,
questions.
kurumlardan da
So
aynı
it was not only the
şekilde bu ilgiyi
individuals, but
aldık.
the institutions
Bu
that wanted to take on some responsibility. And I
çok
think it
değerliydi.
was very much valuable to us.
Çalışanlarının kurumun içerisinde bu gönüllü serüveninin başlayabilmesi
This
gerçekten
volunteering
bizler için çok değerli.
journey
Hani bu noktada biz de sabah akşam çeşitli
took off within
kurumlarla,
the
kuruluşlarla, çalışan
institution, within the
arkadaşlarımızla birlikte
organization.
bir araya
In this
gelip
sense, we came
neye
together with
ihtiyacımız
our
var, buradaki
colleagues
eksiği
and
nasıl
we
gideririz
asked
diye çok
ourselves what would
çeşitli
be our needs and
projeler
how
ve
we
kampanyalar
would
yapmaya başladık.
meet these needs.
Çok az
So
istersen
we
o
held
dönemdeki
campaigns in this
dönemin
regard.
başlangıcında
Very
yaptığımız birkaç
briefly, let me
kampanyadan
introduce you
bahsedeyim.
what we have done
Burada tabii
during this
Covid dönemi
period.
doğrultusunda bizim haritada
Well, in line
canlı
with
bir
the
harita olduğumuz
COVID-19
için direkt
period, we had a
ihtiyaçların
live map
değişimini
and
direkt takip
we
edebildik.
could easily
Örneğin bu
follow up what the
öğrencilerin
needs and
evden
requirements
eğitime
were. For instance,
geçmesiyle
the
birlikte
students
tabii ki
needed
bir tablet ihtiyacı, bilgisayar
laptops,
ihtiyacı ortaya
tablets,
doğdu.
or
Hemen bu
computers,
ihtiyaçlarını
since online
kapatabilmek için 2 tane
education would
farklı
be in
proje
place.
başlattık. Biri
That's why we
üniversite
initiated two
öğrencileriyle
different
ilgili,
projects. One was geared
lisedeki,
towards the
okuldaki
university
öğrencilerimiz
students, the other
için.
one was geared towards the
Hemen
high
onu
school
lanse ettik
students.
ve orada
We launched this project very
yardım etmek
rapidly,
isteyen
and
bireylerin,
then
kurumların
the
desteğini
people
alarak
who
aslında bu
wanted to
ihtiyaçları
help
karşılama
us
noktasında bir çalışma yürüttük.
supported
Daha sonra bu
these students,
hastanelerde
and then
gerekli
came
malzemelerin
our project
eksikliğinden dolayı
towards the
ilk
healthcare
dönemlerde
industry.
biliyorsunuz yaşanan
In the
karmaşalardan
hospitals,
dolayı
there
malzeme
was
eksikliği vardı. Hızlıca onları
chaos due to
tedarik
the lack
etmek
of the
için bir
equipment,
kampanya
so we
yürüttük.
helped these
Oradaki eksiklikleri
hospitals
giderdik.
in an attempt to meet their
Yani bu noktada ihtiyaç
equipmental
haritasının
needs.
altyapısı
In this sense, the
günün
infrastructure
getirdiği koşullara cevap verme olanağı yaratıyor.
of us
Böyle bir bizim
was
için olumlu tarafı var. Tabii
viable, and
dijital
it
bir
helped us
platform olmamızın
respond
da
to the
bu noktada
requirements
etkisi oldu.
of the era. Since we are a
Ama
digital
tabii biraz da
platform, we could
şurasından da bakmak
easily
lazım meseleye.
do
Şimdi
it.
sokağa
Well, from
çıktığımızda
another perspective,
örneğin
let me
birine
put it that way. When you
sorduğumuzda
go out to
işte
the street, when
gönüllülük
we
alanda
ask
ne yapıyorsun
people
dediğimizde
what
ondan
they
çok
do
net
in
bir
terms
cevap
of
muhtemelen
volunteering, we don't
alamayız.
get
Alamıyoruz da.
many clear
Ama
answers, right? We
kendisine
can't get clear answers.
topluma yararlı bir
However,
şey yaptın mı ya da
if we
işte
ask them whether they
hayvanatçılığı
have
ya doğaya
contributed
yararlı bir
to the
şey yaptın mı
society, if
dediğinde
they have
mutlaka buna verecek bir
contributed to the
cevabı vardır.
environment
Yani
or to
yerdeki
the
çöpü alıp
uh,
atmıştır,
other
toplanmasına
beings,
destek
they have a
olmuştur, bir ağaç
certain
dikmiştir.
answer to give. For
Hani o
instance, they
noktada
have
aslında bu
planted a
gönüllülük
tree, they
kavramı
have
ve bu bilincin
helped clean up the environment. So
geliştirilmesi
I believe in
için
this
bu
sense, in
yaptığımız
an
etkinlik
attempt
ve işte
to
Ulusal Gönüllülük
further
Komitesi altında bu
increase the
yaptığımız
awareness
çalışmalar
around
çok
this
değerli.
issue,
Bunları
our
böyle devam ederek aslında bu bilincin
events are
artmasına
very
da
much
olanak
valuable. We should
sağlamalıyız. Bu
continue
noktada
down
herkese
this
tekrardan
path and we should
teşekkürlerimizi de
increase awareness.
iletmiş olayım.
Thank you, everyone.
Tabii biz insanların bu
Well,
yardımseverlik hareketine destek olmalarını sağladığımız için belirli dönemlerde biliyorsunuz çok
from time to time,
farklı projelerde
we
geliştirebiliyoruz. Önümüzde bu yıl 2
undertake
tane
different
deprem oldu.
projects.
Bir Elazığ depremi, bir
Since
İzmir depremi.
philanthropy is
Tabii
of
ki o
utmost
dönemde çok
importance to us, we
çeşitli
had Elazığ earthquake and Izmir earthquake, and different requirements came out as a result of these earthquakes. So with our digital volunteers, we came together and we acted very rapidly out there in the field.
İzmir depremiyle ilgili istersen bir örnekleme yapmak isterim.
Let me give you an example from Izmir earthquake.
dönemi insanların bir araya
You know,
gelmemesi
it was
gerekiyor. Buna
COVID
yönelik çeşitli
era.
önlemler
People
almamız
shouldn't come
gerekiyor.
together. You had to take some
Harita
measures in an
altyapısının da
attempt to
el
prevent
verdiği
people
bir
coming together.
aplikasyon yardımıyla
There is
biz
an
burada
Elver
yeni bir
application.
çalışma
Give us a
başlattık
hand
üzerimizde.
application. We set up a
Burada bu
new
aplikasyon
working group,
sayesinde
and
bütün
throughout
kurumların
this
afet
application,
platformunun
all the institutions,
içerisinde olan
all
ve
the
bütün
disaster-related
gönüllülerinizle birlikte destek veren
institutions,
bütün gönüllülerimizle birlikte bir çalışma
and
yaptık.
all the volunteers
Ciddi
came
bir veri
together.
toplandı bu İzmir
We gathered
depreminde.
huge
Dışarıdan
data
bireylerden de
throughout
aldık.
this
Bu konuda
earthquake.
gönüllü
We
olan
got the
kurumlarda
data
herkes
from the
gidip sokaklarda
institutions as
gezerek
well as the
hasarlı bina
individuals
kesinti var mı buna baktı.
in an attempt to
Oradaki ihtiyaç
determine the
sahibi bir aile var mı? Çadırın
damaged
içerisinde bulunma eksik mi?
buildings.
Bunların tespitini yaptılar.
We
Tabii
determined
ki biz
what
de
people needed.
gönüllülerimizle afet platformu sayesinde bu
And
bir araya
thanks to
getirdiğimiz
AFET platform, we
gönüllülerimizle
came together with
hızlıca
our
bunların teyitlerini
volunteers
yaptık.
and we
Bunu
acted very
yaparken de işte bu
rapidly in an attempt
dijitalleşmedeki
to
araçları
determine the
kullandık
needs of the
aslında.
people.
Bu
We
bizim
made
için çok
use of the
değerliydi.
digitalized tools. I think it was
Haritamızın
very much
teknik
valuable to
altyapısıyla
us.
entegre
The
çalışan bir
technical
aplikasyonla
infrastructure of
gönüllülere
our
yer
map
atamaları
was
yaptık.
integrated into
Yani
another
dışarıdan bir bireyin
application, and we
girdiği şurada
allocated
hasarlı
some
bina var
duties
beyanını gidip
to the
gönüllülerimizle orada
volunteers.
teyit ettik. Fotoğraflarını aldık.
We
Tabii bir
confirmed
taraftan da çevrim içi olarak
the data with our
gönüllünün o görevi
volunteers,
tamamlayıp
and the
tamamlayamadığını
volunteers
kontrol
were
ettik.
also
Aynı
followed
şekilde
up in an online basis.
görev tamamlandı mı tamamlanmadı mı hangi lokasyonda görevin ne kadarını
We followed
tamamladı
up
bunu
their
takip edebildik.
location and
Bu noktada
the extent
gerçekten
which they completed
çok
their
önemli bir çalışma oldu.
duties.
Tabii
I think this was a very
bu
important
gelen geri dönüşleri
undertaking.
de olumluya çevirmek çok önemli. Yani
Well, it's highly
insanlardan
important
gelen
to have
taleplere
positive
biz
feedback.
de destek
We
olmak
should
istiyoruz.
respond
Ne
to the needs
yapabiliriz
of the
noktasında
people,
gelen
and we should
talepleri kurumlar
support
ve
people's
bireyler
needs
üzerinde
as institutions and
oturup
individuals.
çalışıp üstüne güzelce
We need to
projelendirmek
work on
gerekiyor
it, and we
aslında.
should have
Bu
the right
noktada
projects
bizler
in
de tüm
place.
kurumlar gibi
At this
açığız. Her
point,
zaman
we are open
her
to any
türlü
suggestions, just like the
geliştirmeyi
other
yapıp bir an önce
institutions.
ihtiyaçların
We
karşılanması
would
için
like
tüm
to meet the
çalışmaları
needs
yapıyoruz.
of
Teknik altyapımız el verdiğince de yeni
the
geliştirmelerle
people who need us,
yine
and
topluma faydalı faaliyetler
with new
göstermeye devam
improvements,
edeceğiz.
we will continue down this
Çok
path.
teşekkür ediyoruz
Thank you very
paylaşımlarınız
much.
için.
Thank you.
Ben yine sizleri dinlerken aynı zamanda da not alıyorum.
As I was listening to you, I
Neler
take some
öğrenebiliriz, daha
notes.
fazla nasıl mesajlar çıkarabiliriz
What
diye.
kind of
Birincisi
messages
şunu
we can
düşünme.
offer and
Bu
what we
ev,
can
bu
learn.
eğitimin
Well,
aslında
one of the takeaways
ve
would be as follows. We were
gönüllülüğe olan ihtiyacı sanki
at home all
daha
the
iyi
time,
adlandırdık,
and
daha
we
iyi
were
konumlandırdık ve
better at
dolayısıyla
positioning
artık işte o ekmek de
volunteering
yaparım
and
ama aynı
naming
zamanda bir
volunteering.
dakika birisi
So
için de bir şey
therefore,
yapmak istiyorum.
people
Aramaları sanki dijitalde başladı.
began helping one another. They made
İkincisi
some digital research in this respect. And
ben
secondly,
1,5 yıl önce evet
well, it
Avrupa
was 1.5
Parlamentosu'na
years
gittiğim
ago
zaman
that
aslında
I
orada
visited
da
European Parliament,
demografinin
and back there
yaşlanmasından,
I
yaş almasından
found out that due to the
dijitale
demographics,
taşıma kısmı konuşuluyordu. Aynı şekilde
people
güvendirimlerinin de
talked
zaman içinde
about
dijitallikle
the way
ilgili
to turn
gönüllülüğün
into
yansıması ve dönüşümüyle ilgili
digital
çalışmaları vardı.
work. I mean, how they could
Fakat biz de
undertake some digital
sosyal bende
work.
döndüğümüzde en etkilendiğimiz şeylerden
And
bir tanesi şuydu.
when I came back, what
Fiziki
affected
ve
me
yüz yüze
most
olan
was
bir
as follows.
yapılandırmada
We had a
bu
facial
nasıl bunu
structure.
ihtiyaç
I
haritasını
mean,
yaptığı
normally we
çalışmalar
would work
bu
on a
anlamda hep
face-to-face
bir bence
basis, but the
öncüydü.
activities that
Yani
that were
illa yüz yüze
undertaken by
temas değil,
ihtiyaç
illa
haritası,
fiziken orada olmak
requirement
değil.
map,
Gönüllülük her zaman
were
her
highly
yerde
important in
bizimle.
the sense
Bunun
that
illa fiziken
they
orada olmak
undertook digital
gerekmiyor.
work
Dolayısıyla da
very
işte biz de
rapidly.
bunlardan
I
feyz
mean,
alarak
we,
bunları böyle not
by
alıp
drawing upon your
dinledikten sonra Hey
examples,
Gönüllülük
by
kampanyası başlatmıştık ve orada
drawing
da
lessons
gördük
from
ki
your experience, we
dijitalleşen
initiated
dünyayla
a
birlikte
campaign. And
sivil
what we have
toplumda
found
da
out was that
gönüllülük
in the
demografilerinde
civil
yaygınlaşma,
society,
değişimler oluyor. Eminim
volunteering
siz bunu zaten
goes
çok
through a
uzun süredir
certain
ihtiyaç
change.
haritasından
It
takip
evolves,
ediyorsunuzdur. Ve tüm bunların totalinde
so
de
to speak.
çok sevdiğim
Overall,
bir söz var
there is
Eflatun'da.
one saying
Her
of
şey
Plato.
kararsa da
I love it.
her
Although
zaman
everything gets dark,
gökyüzünde
there is
parlayan bütün yıldızlar
always
sönse de ve kararsa da
some
diyor.
light up
Her
in the air.
zaman bir yıldız vardır. O hep
There is one
parlamaya devam
star up
eder.
in the
Bunun
air
adı
which
umut
shines all the
yıldızıdır diyor.
time, and it's
Dolayısıyla
called
aslında
the star of
gönüllüler de,
hope, Plato
gönüllülük de
says.
bizim
So
bu dünyadaki
volunteering
umut
and
yıldızımız diye
volunteerism
anlıyorum.
is
Ve
a
tam da
star
bu
of hope
noktada
in this
peki bu
world.
umut
At this
yıldızlarının
point,
daha fazla parlamasını sağlamak
in an
adına
attempt to
gelecekte
further enlighten
ve gönüllülüğün
these stars
artmasıyla
of hope,
ilgili
what's your take on the future of
sayın Amas Çöm'le
volunteering?
de biliyorum kurumlarla birlikte ve sivil toplum
Suat
örgütlerinin
Bey,
kapasite
I
güçlendirmesine
know
yönelik çeşitli çalışmalar
you have
yürütüyorsunuz.
some activities in an
Bunlardan
attempt to increase
desteklenenlerden bir
capacity,
tanesi de zaten
and
Sosyal Ben Vakfı.
Social Ben
Peki
also
tüm bunlar
benefits from your
olurken tüm bu
experiences
umut
in this
yıldızlarımızın
sense.
sayısı günü artsın istiyoruz. Ama
We would like to
Türkiye'deki
have
gönüllülük oranı
further
%7, bağışçılık oranı 135 ülke
stars of
arasında
hope.
132. sırada.
However, the rate of volunteering
Dolayısıyla
in
hem
Turkey is not that
sayıda
high. It's on a
hem
level of
nitelikte
7%
bunu
only. So in
arttırmak
terms of quality and
bunun
quantity, what do you think we
yanların
can do in an attempt to
birlikte
have more and
bizi
more
biraz da
stars of
futurist
hope
bir
in
bakış
the
açısıyla
future?
neler
With
bekliyor
a
gönüllülükle
futuristic
ilgili?
perspective, what would you
Teşekkür
say
ederim
about it?
Ece.
What's your
Öncelikle
take on
herkesin Dünya Gönüllüler Günü'nü
volunteering?
kutluyorum ben de. Hem Birleşmiş Milletler
Well, I'd like
gönüllülerine hem de
to
UGK'nın tüm
commemorate
bileşenlerine
International Volunteer
kutluyorum bu
Day.
organizasyon için. Şimdi aslına bakarsanız bu dijital gönüllülük meselesini
I'd like to congratulate International Volunteer Day. When it comes to volunteering, the issue of volunteering, it's not a phenomenon. This is what we need to put in the first place. We work hand in hand with the private industry and the civil society, and we aim to further increase the capacity. We have corporate programs. When we say volunteering, in recent times, the opportunities to have, now that we have more opportunities to come together on digital platforms, it seems as if volunteering has increased. However, the thing is,
başlayın. Oradan ağların oluşumuna doğru gelin. İnternetin keşfiyle beraber
with the advent
uluslararası
of internet and the telephone, the international sharings has increased, the international exchange of information has increased, and it's a part of the digital processes, so to speak. Previously, you would go out to a library to reach some certain information. However, now you can access to hundreds of trainings, programs on the digital platforms. So it has to do with the strengthening of the digital platforms.
Ve birlikte çalıştığımız şirketlere de uzun uzun bütün eğitimlerde anlatmaya
We have
çalışacağım.
communicated this point to all the companies that we have worked with. There are limitless opportunities on the digital, and you should benefit from that. Now that we are in a lockdown phase with the pandemics, now we can benefit from these experiences. This is the new normal, and I think it's the benefit of the new normal. Before the pandemics, we had the same processes. For instance, ihtiyaç haritası undertakes great activities. In Japan, there was this nuclear disaster, and the theme of advocacy. The theme of advocacy helps us a lot to get some international support. You can reach out to hundreds of people from the other countries, and you might undertake even some overseas activities. There are some issues related to training. Now we can make use of digital platforms in terms of training. However, in terms of democratizing the information, it brings up a huge opportunity. Let's say that there is one trainer. Normally, this person would have a face-to-face training. However, now by making use of digital platform, you can share information and exchange information with people from 81 provinces of Turkey. So information is democratized thanks to digital platforms. Access to information is getting easier. And one of the points that we have discussed all the time is as follows. The volunteering opportunities do increase. For instance, this is what I have communicated to NGOs all the time. The most important benefit that you're going to get from the companies is related to human resources. Human resources is very much valuable. Please benefit from the human resources in private industry. You might benefit from these people in marketing activities, in corporate activities, in financial activities. These experts might design your processes free of charge. It's not that easy to undertake such operations with the limited budgets of NGOs. So I think public industry and private industry could be of huge benefits for the NGOs. In a similar manner, in communication activities, in terms of developing the resources, there is one point that we should take into consideration.
Bir takım kitle fonlaması kuruluşları hiç bilmediğimiz işi
crowdfunding
inandığı için para
platforms
bağışlıyoruz.
that
İşte
collect
diyelim
money,
bir ilimizin bir
billions of
köyünde
dollars
5
from
tane
people.
genç
Let's
çıkıyor
say
diyor ki ya
that
biz buraya bir
there
şey
are
yapmak
5
istiyoruz
young
diyor.
people in a
İnsanlar
village.
milyonlarca lira
They
para
have a
bağışlıyorlar oraya.
certain cause,
Neden?
and then
Çünkü ya
people
oradan
donate
çıkmışlar,
money
onlar da önemsiyor
for
o
these
yereli,
young
işte o da
people
oralı
because
mesela. Ya da
these
yaptığı
people attach
alanı
importance on
önemsiyor.
the
İşte
local
kütüphane yapmış, onun zaten
activities,
sevdiği
or
bir şey.
they attach
Ya da tam
importance
evinde
on
otururken
some
onu görüyor falan.
of the
Bunların
activities
hepsi dijital.
these
Hepsi dijital gönüllülük
youngsters
fırsatları.
undertake.
İşin
These are all
enteresanı
some
bu
digital
aslında bugüne
volunteering
dair bir şey.
opportunities.
Fütüristik bir durum da değil.
And I
Elimizde
think
o
it's
kadar
not
çok dijital
something
altyapı var ki
futuristic.
bütün
There are
bilgilerinizi,
many
örneğin
digital
afete
platforms
maruz
that we
kalan bir
can
ülkeyiz.
benefit from.
Bütün
For
bilgilerinizi
instance, we are
kaybedebilirsiniz bir STK olarak.
an
Dijital
earthquake
altyapılar kullanmıyorsanız.
country.
Bütün sermayenizi, bütün bilgi
You
notlarınızı,
should
bütün
make use of
kayıtlarınızı
digital
kaybedebilirsiniz.
platforms.
Size böyle bir veri tabanı fırsatı sunuyor. İlişki ağları fırsatı
Otherwise, you're
sunuyor.
going
Dünyanın
to
her
lose
yerinden
all your
gönüllü
data.
bulma fırsatı sağlıyor. Ülkenin her
And
yerinden
by
gönüllü
making
bulma
use of
fırsatı
digital
sağlıyor.
platforms, you
Dolayısıyla
can
dijital gönüllülük
recruit
dediğimiz
people
zaman
from all across
başta
the country
kurumsal
as well as
kapasite
the
geliştirme
world.
süreçleri olmak üzere
Starting with the
şirketlerin,
corporate
kamu kurumlarının,
capacity
üniversitelerin,
developing processes, the
bütün
universities,
toplumsal
public
aktörlerin
administrations,
herhangi bir
all the
sosyal
societal
fayda projesi
actors
için
should
katkı
come
olabileceği bir
together
yerden
and
bahsediyoruz.
they
Yani
can
dolayısıyla
benefit
artık
to
sadece yan yana
any
gelmemiz gerekmiyor.
project.
Şu da
So
yanlış
we
anlaşılmasın. Yan
don't
yana gelmek
necessarily have
güzeldir.
to
Yan
come
yana
together
gelmeye
well.
ihtiyacımız vardır. İnsanlar yan
Coming
yana
together is
gelmekten
something
motive olurlar.
nice. People
Bu bazen dijital
get
olur,
motivated
bazen
when they
yüz
come
yüze olur.
together, be
Pandemi
it digital
koşulları
or face
belli
to
bir
face.
noktaya geldiğinde
Due
o
to the
tekrar devam edecek.
pandemics,
Bunların da kıymeti azalmış
we
değil. Tam
can't come
tersi.
together
Günümüz iletişimde
on a
eksik
face-to-face
ihtiyaç var aslına
basis.
bakarsanız.
However,
Birlikte temas
once
etmeye de ihtiyaç
pandemics
var.
is over,
Ama
we will begin
işin ana
touching
özünü
upon
yapmak için dijital gönüllülük bir
people's
fırsat sunuyor. Özellikle
hearts
sosyal
when we
aktörler
come
için, sosyal
together
fayda aktörleri
face to
için
face. So I
kendilerini
believe
istihdam
digital is a
edebilecekleri
huge
uzmanlıkların
platform for
bulunmasında,
the
çalışmalarının
NGOs in an
yaygınlaştırılmasında ve
attempt to
toplumsal desteğin
recruit
sağlanmasında halk
volunteers. They might
da daha
benefit
fazla
from digital
kaynak
platforms and they will have more
fırsatı var diye düşünüyorum. O nedenle dijital
opportunities.
gönüllülük
Therefore, digital
başladı
volunteering
son 15 yıldır özellikle internetle birlikte.
has
Bugün
been
de
in
var
our lives for the
bundan
last
sonraki dönemde
15
artarak
years,
devam edecek.
and I
Pandemi bize
believe it will
aslında biraz da konfor alanımızı
see a
daraltarak
boom.
daha hızlı bir şekilde
Pandemics
yol
has
alabileceğimizi göstermiş
limited
oldu aslına bakarsanız.
ourselves and has made us move out from our
Çok
comfort
teşekkür
zone.
ediyoruz. Aslında
Thank you
ben
very
buradan da
much.
yine not alırken
Well, as I
özetlemek
was
istiyorum. Şunu anlıyorum söylediklerinizden. Ya Ece o
writing
zaten
down your
oradaydı.
comments,
Bizler
my takeaway
sivil
would be
toplum
as
örgütleri
follows.
olarak
Ece,
mecburen
digital
kafamızı
platforms were
çevirdik
already there,
ve
and
şu
due
an
to the pandemics, we
ondan
had to
beslenip
make
artık
use of
bundan sonra onu
digital
görmezden
platforms. Now
gelemeyiz,
we feed on
etrafından
digital
dolaşamayız. Bunu
platforms.
da
Now
takımımızın
we
içine
have
alıp
to
onunla o
integrate
dijitalleşmeyle
digital
yürümemiz
platforms, and
gerekiyor.
we
Benim
should
planladığım
walk
mesaj bu.
alongside
Benim planladığım
digitalization. This
sivil
would be
toplum
my first
örgütlerine
takeaway, and the second takeaway would be
deriz.
as
Ama
follows.
siz
We
diyorsunuz
always
ki
talk about
insan
funding
kaynağı da
when it
bu
comes
anlamda
to
özellikle
NGOs, but
dijitalle
human
birlikte
resources
herkese erişmek zaten bir tık daha iletişimlerini eğer biliyorsak ve
is
anlıyorsak
another
mümkün de şu
important
an
topic,
çok daha
and with
hızlandı, çok daha
digitalization now
kolaylaştı.
we can
Dolayısıyla
recruit more and more
STK'lar, sosyal
volunteers.
girişimler
So the
lütfen bundan
NGOs and
faydalanın.
the social
Ve
initiatives
üçüncüsü
could
de
benefit from
aslında
digitalization in
bu
recruiting
Marketing Türkiye'nin
the
yaptığı en son
appropriate
bir
human
araştırma
resources.
vardı ve
And
orada şu
Marketing
geçiyordu.
Turkey made
Hep
a research
söylüyoruz
in
ya
recent
bu
times.
gençlik nereye gidiyor? Bu
We
gençlik ne
always
olacak?
ask
Ben bugünkü
ourselves,
zirvede de gördüğüm şeylerden bir tanesi
what
genç
is happening to the
aktörler
young people? We ask
dijitalin
ourselves. The
etkisiyle
young
kör olmaya
actors
başladı.
will
İşte
make use of
Avrupa'da
digital platforms. For
Greta'da
instance, in
gördüğümüz,
Europe,
Orta Doğu'da
there's this
Malala'da
Greta and
gördüklerimiz
Malala in the
Türkiye
Middle
örnekleri
East. These are
artmaya
some
başladı. Çünkü
good
artık kamerayı çevirip
examples
derdimizi tasamızı anlatıp bunu
of young
dediğiniz
people
gibi
who make use of
kitlelere
digital tools. Now
ulaştırabiliyoruz.
it's easier to
Dolayısıyla da
reach
aktivist
out
gençlik
to
de
large
yine
masses
yapılan
thanks to digitalization.
araştırmalarda
So
verdikleri
young
cevap
activism
yaptıkları her
is
şeyde
ever
anlam ve
increasing.
yaptıkları her şeyde
The
fayda
young
istiyorlar.
people would like to see
Dolayısıyla biz
benefit
insan kaynağı
out
anlamında
of
da
their
sanki çok
activities, and
daha
they would
şanslı
like to have
olduğunu
more and
biliyoruz.
more.
Çünkü dijitalden
They
bahsedecekler,
would like to
gönüllü
create more
olmayı
and more
belki burada
benefit.
profesyonel olmayı.
Probably
Dolayısıyla
these young people
paylaşımlarınızla birlikte ben de
will
ufak
learn
böyle yorumlarım
more
olarak
as to
böyle
how they
özetlemek
might
istedim.
become
Ben
activists
çok
thanks to
teşekkür ediyorum.
digitalization. Thank you very much for
Zamanınızı
all your
ayırdığınız için
remarks.
dinleyicilerimiz paylaşımlarımız için de böyle sohbetler
Thank you. I would like to extend my thanks to our panelists. Well, I think we might continue talking for hours and hours, but now we will move on with the following panel. So, thank you very much for all the information you have shared with us. Moreover, I would like to congratulate International Volunteer Day, and I hope we will continue down this path in the upcoming future in an attempt to create benefits. So I think it's like May the 1st for us.
Bana da bu güzel
I'd
deneyimi
like to
verdikleri
extend
için
my thanks for
UGK
giving me this
ve genel
opportunity.
volunteer ekibine
I'd
çok
like to
teşekkür ediyorum.
extend my
Modere
thanks to
etmek de şahane bir
UGK and
süreç.
UN Volunteer. It was
Çok
great to
teşekkürler
moderate
tekrar.
this
Güzel,
session.
keyifli
Thank you. Thank
dinlettiler
you. I
diyorum
hope you will
herkese.
enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Teşekkürler Ece.
Thank you, Ece.
You can get support to achieve your organization's goals without barriers of time and place. All you need is a device, a connection, some time, and a task that can be done over the internet. Volunteers willing to share their skills and expertise are within easy reach. Sign up your organization today, and you can soon start involving online volunteers in your work. Tell us about yourself as the representative of your organization. Tell us what type of organization you represent, and take your time filling in all parts of the web form in detail, and upload supporting documents if asked to. By now, you will have received an email in your inbox with a link to activate your organization account and finish signing up. You can now submit your organization profile to the UNV Online Volunteering Service team for their review. If UNV approves your profile, you'll be able to create your first online volunteering opportunity. Take time to plan your involvement of online volunteers. What is your need? How can you break it down into tasks? What type of profiles are you looking for? The better prepared you are, the easier it will be to complete the web form and create an online opportunity that attracts the right volunteers quickly to meet your needs. There are screen tips and a good to know section to help you. In addition, the UNV online volunteering team is ready to provide guidance as needed. When you are happy with the opportunity you drafted, submit it to the UNV online volunteering team for review. You will be notified when your opportunity is published and every time a new application arrives in your account. Review applications as soon as possible. As soon as you have enough, close the opportunity to stop receiving more. Quickly reject applications of volunteers you do not want to involve. It is good practice to inform them of your decision by email. Invite shortlisted applicants for a test, a short interview, or inform them that you selected them. You have selected one or more volunteers to work with you. Collaborating online should be an enjoyable and enriching experience for you and the volunteer. It is good practice to kick off the collaboration with a briefing message. A key ingredient for successful collaboration is clear, prompt, and appropriate communication. This is true up until the end when you and the volunteer are asked to give feedback to each other. When you and your volunteer have submitted your respective feedback forms, you can generate the certificate of appreciation for each volunteer to confirm and recognize their contribution to your organization's work. Good volunteer management is the best way to ensure a satisfactory experience for your volunteers and to show you have what it takes to change the world through online volunteering.
Ses çok kötü geliyor.
Çok güzel burası.
Merhabalar. Bu oturumumuz
Hello.
üniversitelerde
This session is about volunteerism at universities.
gönüllülük dersleriyle
And
ilgili bir
this will be
paylaşma.
about the volunteerism classes and sharing experiences at universities. Well, universities are teaching their students about serving communities and social responsibility activities. However, in the last semester, there was a writing about the higher institution education, and they recommended a class under volunteerism name. And together with the pandemic circumstances, of course, this may not have proceeded very fast. However, there is effort about these classes, and there are representatives from four universities. The first one is me, Nurhan Yentürk from Istanbul Bilgi University, and Murat Şentürk, and Zeynep Tuğçe, Çiftçibaşı Güç, and
Ulusal
Kevser Yavuz.
Sekreteryası bu dersi acaba hangi üniversiteler veriyor diye YÖK'le irtibat halinde. Bu
So they are in contact with these classes, and when giving these classes, lecturing, there are different methods as well as experiences, and in the long term,
deneyimlerimizi paylaşmak.
the purpose
Bu
is to
açıdan
share experiences on a platform, and this is one of the results of this panel, to form a platform. And by the way, I can also share the messages from different universities, so we have limited time. Let's start. Yes, please. Murat Şentürk. I would like to say hello to everyone. I would like to congratulate your International Volunteers Day, and I would like to share some experiences at Istanbul University. And then we can talk about the volunteerism in Turkey. In sociology department, we started volunteerism classes, and we have civil society and volunteerism class. It is an elective class at Istanbul University, and we don't have that class that intensive in the sociology department, but as of 2014, we have started
Aynı zamanda benzer bir
to
tarihte
expect
yine
our students to take this class as well. At the same time, we have NGO and a social responsibility management, a master's degree. There is a class on volunteerism as well at our university. For that reason, we are providing lecturing both in undergraduate and master's degree. And following these, we are also putting effort to disseminate the volunteerism effects at universities. So we have started to work on certain volunteerism activities within the scope of Istanbul University. Together with sociology students, we do a volunteerism research at university. We have started this research and we completed it. And this was a research where we used comprehensive methods. After this research, we established Volunteers Academy, which is consisting of university students, not only sociology students, but also students from different departments. And we have different applications in this academy, including seminars and workshops at the same time, showing movies. And we also visit NGOs. This is a very comprehensive academy.
Üniversitede gönüllülükle ilgili tüm bölümleri de işin içerisine katabileceğimiz biraz
We
tanıtıma
would like
ağırlık
to involve
verdiğimiz
all the
çok
departments in
kapsamlı bir çalışma oluyor.
volunteerism
Tüm
at
süreçleri
university.
gönüllü
It's a
şekilde
very
yürüyor
comprehensive
aslında.
work. At the same time,
Yani
we are
gelip seminere
handling all the
şu anda
processes
burada katılanlar da olmak
voluntarily.
üzere
There are also
hemen herkesin
participants to
gönüllü
seminars and
şekilde
workshops, and everyone can
katıldığı bir
voluntarily take
akademi
part in these activities
oluştu
that
ve
are conducted
çok
by
sayıda
the academy.
öğrencimizi her dönem
And we have
bu
many
çalışmaya
students
dahil
every
etmeye
semester.
çalışıyoruz. Aynı
We
zamanda
are
Gönüllü
trying to
Akademisi'ne
involve more and
yönelik
more
Güneydoğu
students. At the
İstanbul
same time, together
İnsan
with
Üniversitesi
Volunteers
öğrencilerine
Academy,
özgü bir platform oluşturmaya çalıştık.
we
Kısmi bir
have tried to establish a
işlev
platform which
gördü
is
ama
peculiar to
özellikle
Istanbul
STK'lar ve
University
üniversite
students. It
öğrencilerinin
had a limited
birbirleriyle
function, but
buluşmasını sağlamak için
especially
biz bunu
NGOs and
fark ettik.
students could
Özellikle
meet by
araştırma
this
yaparken
platform, and we
çünkü diğer
realized
gönüllülük
when we were doing
araştırmalarında da çok
research that
karşımıza çıkan bir durum aslında. Üniversite
it is
öğrencilerinin
quite common.
gönüllülükle ilgili bilgilerinin çok yeterli
University
olmadığı,
students
daha
do not have sufficient amount of
fazla
information
sayıda
about
STK'nın ve
volunteerism.
sivil alanı, gönüllülük gönüllülük alanını tanımaları gerektiği
And in
konusunda
terms of volunteerism, they have to know the area of NGOs and also volunteerism. For that reason, we use this finding in order to start our initiatives. And very rapidly, we have started to promote this area. In 2018, in April, we organized a volunteerism class workshop at our university. We invited participants from both academy and NGOs, and we have shared theoretical and practical information. And here, we shared experiences about volunteerism. We discussed the necessities of the class as well as its formats and also requirements and materials. And practices, we have discussed all the processes. And I think, in my opinion, with a participant perspective, both academicians and students and practitioners in the field could gather, and this process was quite efficient, and we believe that we should proceed with this process. And as the higher education institution recommended, the volunteerism class should be disseminated, and this is in line with our practices as a result of researches. And very briefly, I would like to state that it is an elective course and it is for practice, interactive. It is not only theoretical, and there is a need for serious work on the field as well. For that reason, the general scores of the classes should be higher as well, because especially in public universities, there are some limitations, like having a lot of classes. And in order to encourage the volunteerism course, I think it should be ensured that students can comfortably take this class. And there is an infrastructure need for that, and NGOs may help also with project development to students. And I would like to say that this process should go hand in hand, and this is the finding of our research, and this is my personal opinion. And also participants of the workshop also shared this finding. Also, clubs should be organizing better, and they can gain experiences in terms of volunteerism. Interaction is quite important for us. At the same time, research is important because university is a research environment, and research and practice work should be intensively conducted. And finally, I would like to say that, especially when doing work about volunteerism at university, we have to use the social and historical accumulation of Turkey. We have an infrastructure, and we have to take this into consideration, because we conduct work at Istanbul University with participant mechanisms, and in almost all events we are planning and we are implementing them together. And it is really important for us to have these processes together with students who are of different ages and with different backgrounds. Diversity is quite important in terms of increasing social interaction, and we are promoting events, projects, and activities. And I think volunteerism can increase interaction, and we can get to know each other. We can build trust and solidarity by means of volunteerism. And I think universities are suitable environments for that. Thank you.
Hemen
Thank you very much for sharing these experiences. I would like to give the word to Kevser.
Teşekkürler hocam.
Yavuz.
Öncelikle tabii ki
Well, thank you
herkesin
very
Dünya
much. First
Gönüllüler
of all, I
Günü'nü
would like to
kutluyorum
congratulate
hepimizin.
everyone's
Gerçekten bizi
International
birbirimize
Volunteers Day.
bağlayan bir olgu
It is a
gönüllülüğü.
day
Hayatımın her
and
alanında
it is a
yaşadığım için
concept
keyif
that
alıyorum.
connects us all, and
Yaşar
I really enjoy
Üniversitesi'nde
that
gönüllülük
I am
çalışmaları
participating in this
ücretsiz
volunteerism
bir
event at
süreçti.
Yaşar University.
Akreditesi
It is a
düşük olan bir
one
uygulama.
credit and
Biz
low
belki diğer
grade
üniversitelerden biraz farklı
course,
olarak biz
and
gönüllülük dersini yani sosyal
it is
sorumluluk
only one
dersini
class.
online olarak biz
Compared
ilk
to the
önce
other
pandemi
universities,
öncesinde de
we were
online olarak
conducting
yürütüyorduk.
this class
Öğrencilerle de
online
online
before the
çevrimiçi
pandemic as
ortamlarda
well.
buluşmalar
And
gerçekleştiriyoruz.
students
Burada
were meeting
gönüllülük
on
nedir, sosyal
online
sorumluluk nedir,
platforms, and we were
kavramlar
teaching
nelerdir
what is
bunlarla ilgili
volunteerism,
sosyal
what is
girişimcilik
social
ile ilgili tartışmalar
responsibility,
yapıyoruz.
and we were also
Ardından
discussing
onları
social
TÜİK
entrepreneurship.
Okum
At the same
Örgütleri'nin
time,
yaptığı projelerle
we were
buluşturduğumuz bir
also
takım
introducing
buluşmalar
them to the
organize
projects by
ediyoruz.
NGOs. We were
Bunda farklı
organizing
farklı kurumları
certain
derse
meetings
davet
with them,
edebiliyoruz
and
ya da
we
işte
were
birlikte
inviting
buluşma
different
şeklinde davet
organizations to the
edebiliyoruz.
course, online
Öğrencilerin ilgisi
courses, of
hangisi
course.
ise o kurumla
And
eşleştirmeye
students
çalışıyoruz.
were
Dersin
matched
temel derdi
by the
aslında
organization
öğrencilerimizin
in line
konuşması,
with their
farkındalığı
areas of
arttıran ve
interest. And
deneyimleyebileceği bir
our
alan
purpose
açmak
is to increase
öğrencilere.
awareness about
Bunun yanı
volunteerism, to
sıra da
offer a field
öğrencilerden yani
where they
sadece
can
sivil
grow
toplum kuruluşları eşleştirmeleri değil,
experience. In addition
kendi
to
proje
that,
önerilerini
not
bize
only matching
getirmelerini
students
istiyoruz.
with
Bunun
NGOs,
için
we are also
bir ayı
asking
falan
students to bring
kullanıyoruz
their
dönemin
own
başında. Her
project
dönem olan bir
recommendations, and
ders
we
bu,
are
her
using
sene
a month
açılan bir
every
ders.
semester. This
Sonrasında
class is every
gönüllülerin,
semester.
öğrencilerin sivil toplum
And then
kuruluşlarıyla buluşmalarından önce tabii ki biz sivil
students are
toplum
meeting with
kuruluşlarıyla
NGOs,
buluşup
but before that,
dönemin
we're
başında
contacting with
projelerimizi,
NGOs,
yapacağımız
and at the
çalışmaları her
beginning of
zaman
the
birlikte
semesters,
planlıyoruz.
we
Burada
are
İzmir'in
planning
daha
their
küçük
projects
olmasının
beforehand.
avantajını
Izmir
kullanıyoruz.
is a
Herkese
smaller
çok
city,
kolaylıkla
and we are
ulaşabildiği
benefiting from
için
this
ve çok
advantage
güçlü
because
ağlar
everybody
olduğu
can
için
contact each
İşte
other.
Aktaş
And there are
Gönüllülükler
very strong
Birliği gibi,
networks.
Paydaş gibi yerelde sivil
Volunteers
toplumda çok
and
güçlü ağlar
civil
olduğu için
society, as well
hemen bir
as
araya
NGOs, they are
gelebiliyoruz ve
strong
hızlıca
networks, and we
örgütlenmelerimizi
can come
yapabiliyoruz. Onun
together
ardından
immediately.
tabii ki
Organization is
sivil
strong. For
toplum
that
kuruluşlarıyla
reason, the
buluşuyoruz.
students can also
20 yıllık
meet
sivil toplum
and
geçmiş olan biri
contact
olduğum
NGOs.
için biraz da işin o
I
tarafını
have
da
an
bildiğim için,
experience of
sivil toplum tarafını da
20
bildiğim
years of
için
experience in
sorunları
NGOs. For
özellikle sivil
that reason,
toplum üzerine
I'm aware of the problems
üniversitelerdeki
when it
sosyal
comes
sorumluluk
to civil
personelinin
society and
ilk olarak
NGOs. For that reason,
gitmemesini istediğimiz için de orada da bir takım
we
tedbirler
wish that
geliştirmeye çalışıyoruz
volunteerism and
kendi
civil
içimizde
society
ve
classes are not
aldığımız bu
seen
geri
as a
bildirimleri
burden
dersin
at
her yıl
universities, and we
işleyişine
are also
katarak
using our feedbacks in
iyileştirerek
order
devam
to
ettirmeye
get the
çalışıyoruz.
classes and
Tabii burada
courses better.
başlayan yani bir kredilik bir
Of
ders olarak
course,
başlayan Yaşar
it is one
Üniversitesi'ndeki
credit
çalışma
course at
İzmir'deki sivil
Yaşar
toplum
University,
kuruluşlarının da bir araya gelmesiyle
and
oradaki
this
ağların da
is
harekete
also
geçmesiyle
conducted together with
üniversiteyi
the
yerel
NGOs in
yönetimlerle ve
Izmir,
sivil
and
toplum
together with
örgütleriyle
local
buluşarak büyük
administrations
hareketlerin
at
oluşmasını
universities.
sağladı.
We
Bunlardan ilki
ensured
işte İzmir'de
formation of
iyilik var
big
adına bir
movements, and
çalışma
the
vardı.
first
Dünya
one
Gönüller
was
Günü kutlaması
the project
çalışmasıydı. Az önce
called
söylediğim
Look for
networkler ve İzmir
Good in
Büyükşehir Belediyesi
Izmir.
ile çok yakın ilişkiler
This
kurarak
was
4
also
yıl
in
bu
cooperation
pandemi
with
nedeniyle
Izmir
ara verdik. Büyük bir
municipality,
coşkuyla
Metropolitan
Dünya Gönüller
Municipality.
Günü'nü
For
kutladık
years, we
ve
congratulated the
küçük bir
International
Biennale
Volunteers
bile
Day.
dönüştürdük. Hafta
And
boyunca
this turned
etkinlikler
into a small
düzenledik ve
biennale as
öğrencilerimiz
well.
de
We
aktif
conducted
olarak rol
events during
aldılar.
the course of the
İkincisi
week,
de
and our
dayanışmanın
students took
yaygınlaşması ile
active
ilgili
roles. And the
programın
second thing
başında
was
biraz
about
önce de
increasing
filmde
solidarity.
gösterdiler. Küçük
At the
filmlerin,
beginning
kısa
of
filmlerin
COVID-19,
gösterdiğim
as
Dünya
we
Günü'nde iyilik
show,
platformu
as we
açtık.
saw in the
Bütün
video,
bu
we created
hareketlerin
a
içerisinde
platform
de
as
karnaval
COVID
toplantılarını
days.
yaparken öğrenciyi de
And we were
paydaş olarak
having call
gördüğümüz
meetings,
için
and we
onların da
recorded
fikirlerini
students
alıp
as
onların da
shareholders as well. We
beklentilerini bu
accepted their
dersin içinde
opinions, and we also
karşılamaya
included their
çalışıyoruz.
expectations in
Ve
order
onların
to meet
fikirleriyle
these
ortaya çıkmış
expectations
bir takım
during these
hareketler oldu.
courses.
Hem İzmir'de
And we
iyilik var
also
hem de
formed
korona günlerinde
certain
iyilik
movement.
hareketi.
One of them
Dönemin sonuna
is the
geldiğimizde ise öğrencilerle
project
öğrencilerden
movement,
bir
which
geri
is called
bildirim
There is Good
anketi
in
alıyoruz.
Izmir,
Yani
and there are
yaptıkları
goodness in
çalışmanın işe yaradığını
COVID-19.
hissediyorlar mı?
In addition, we
Bu
get
dersin
feedback from our
arkasından gönüllü
students
çalışmaya
as
devam
well.
edecekler mi,
We are trying to
etmeyecekler mi gibi bir
understand whether they
değerlendirme
will
anketi
continue
alıyoruz ve
to work
önerilerini
as
alıyoruz.
volunteers after this
Bizi
course.
mutlu
We
eden
get a
şey
survey,
şu,
evaluation survey, and we
şimdiye
are happy
kadar
to see
olan
that
süre
students
içerisinde
are
hem öğrenci topluluklarından
satisfied
hem
with the
üniversitenin
process,
diğer
and we have seen in this
fakültelerinden,
process both
öğrenci başta
student communities
projelerden
and students from
gönüllü
other
ve sivil
faculties
toplumla
are having
ilişkilerinde çok büyük
volunteers,
bir
are getting,
eğilim
and there
oldu.
is a
İç mimarlık
big
bölümündeki
tendency
öğrenciler
to volunteerism.
uygun görünen
Students from
bahçeleriyle
interior
mobilya tasarımı
architecture are
yaptılar ve
working together with
bir özel firma
volunteer
bu mobilyaları
educators
sattı. Gelirini de
of
Eğitim Ürünleri
Turkey, and
Vakfı'na
then they
bağışladı
designed
gibi
furniture, and they
öğrencilerin
donated this furniture
seçtikleri projelerde de sosyal
to the
sorumluluk projesi
foundation
daha
of
çok ön plana çıkmaya
education
başladı ve
volunteers, and then
üniversitenin
social
de 5 temel
responsibility
değerinden
have
bir
come to the
tanesi
forward,
halinde şu anda.
and this has become one of the
Bu şeylerde
most
yani
important five
dernekler Sivil
pillars.
Toplum İlişkiler Müdürlüğü'nün göndermiş olduğu son
And
yazıyı biz çok hani kıymetli buluyoruz. Çünkü
we
baktığımızda
find the
Türkiye'de
directorates
çok
of
elle sayılır 3
associations
üniversitenin dışında bu işi ciddi anlamda
text
yürüten
very valuable
üniversitenin
because
olmadığını görüyoruz.
there are not
Gönüllülükle
many
şimdiye kadar
universities who
neredeyse hiç
consider
karşılaşmamış. Hani
volunteerism
son dönemleri saymayalım ama
to a
insanların
firm
üniversitede
extent.
en
For
azından
that reason,
temas
we are glad
edebiliyor
to see
olması
these
ve
movements,
bu
because
işte
at least
ehli olan insanlarla yani
people can
gerçekten
contact
gönüllülüğün
universities, and if they
kazanımlarına
really have tendency
inanan insanlarla birlikte
and
yürütebiliyor olması
people who
onlar için
have
de bir kazanç. Bu
believe in
anlamda
volunteerism can
biraz önce
gain as well. In
söylenmedi.
that
Nüfus oranları
sense, it
çok
is a
düşük
big
Türkiye'de.
advantage because,
Her sonraki
as
bu
we have
gönüllülükle
heard
ilgili
before,
alanların
the rate of
gönüllü
volunteerism in
tarafına
Turkey is
Türkiye'de
quite
katkı
low.
sağladığına da inanıyorum.
And I
Ve
believe
çok
that
şey
Yaşar
var.
University and
Bu
these
anlamda
classes,
girdi sağlıyor.
universities are
Bizde bir
contributing to
ders
increasing
daha var. O da
volunteerism
sosyal
in Turkey, and it is
girişimciliklerse özellikle
providing
sosyal
input. And there is
sorumluluk
another
aldıktan
class
sonra daha da
that is called
ilerlemek
social
isteyen öğrenciler
those,
için
and especially students who want
başlatılmış
to
bir
get
ders.
further, and they
Buradan
can
da
take this
çok
second
iyi
class in
numneler
order to
aldığımızı
improve themselves. And I
söyleyebilirim.
can say that the
Süreye
results
açmayayım
are
diye de
quite
biraz çok teşekkür
efficient.
ederiz. Çok
So
teşekkür
this
ediyorum.
is it. I can say this is all I can say
Görevini
in
tamamlayan
order not
Bilal
to get ahead
Belediyesi'nden
of my time.
bahsediyoruz.
Thank you
Sayın
very
Nesin
much. You are
Hocam
sharing
Üniversitesi'nden.
consolidated information from
Çok
for
teşekkür
us.
ederim
So
değerli
Zeynep,
hocalarım. Ben
good
de
from Abdullah University.
bu
Thank you very much.
platformdan bunu
Thank you very
katıyorum ve
much. I
çok
would
mutlu
like to
bir şekilde
congratulate
organizasyonun
International Volunteer
birçok
Days.
misyonda da çalışan
And I would like
arkadaşlar
to
olmak üzere
thank everyone who is contributing to this process, everyone who is working in the background, and I would like to congratulate the International Volunteers Day of all young people. I would like to tell a story differently from the previous stories. As Abdullah Gül University, we are a very new university, and this is a state university, and I think these jobs should be conducted by visionary people. And when young people were invited for this, I was very surprised. I wasn't expecting this. And then we established a structure which is called Youth Factory. And after that, our rector told something which was interesting for me. It was valuable that our rector told this. Young people should be provided this class about volunteerism because they can experience and they can gain experience in life. And these students are coming from high school, and unfortunately, they have so many examinations in the system, and they cannot discover themselves or their environment, and they cannot contribute. And we did an ethnographic research, and as a result of these findings, we learned that young people are not happy and not hopeful for the future. So then we asked the question what we can do. We have duties as universities. We have to question a little bit more because we are working for young people. We are also working with young people, and we need teamwork. Sometimes we may hesitate, but in addition to that, as a result of these findings, we had a class which is called Young People's Mood in 2013, and you had a network project, and young people were watching this, and we showed your case as an example. Thank you. And in 2014, the European Commission was promoting intersectoral cooperation. And when this started, we also started to benefit from this European Commission. Together with European Commission, we organized an international symposium in order to increase young people's employment. And we discussed the obstacles and opportunities of young people's employment. And we have seen that, well, yes, these young people are learning from classes, and as a youth worker, I was really surprised, and the rector said we should give this class as obligatory, but I said, why? Because it was on voluntary basis. He said no, they should understand this first and then be sure that they will not be able to leave it. We conducted this symposium and we had many discussions about entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship, as Dr. Kesar mentioned, and we discussed experiences, obstacles, and opportunities. And we created a transcript, an academic transcript. So normally, we have academic transcript and we're giving them to students, but additionally, why shouldn't we give this another transcript to students? We asked this question, and we also wanted to grow this outside the university. Between 15 to 30 years of age, young people were our targets, and this was compatible with the Erasmus program as well. And we included other young people from the outside. And they could go to exchange programs for abroad. And we said we can contribute to these young people who are involved in the process. We can give them as youth passport or as something similar. And then we went further and we decided to recognize it in the academic side as well. And then after this, we decided to go beyond the academic dimension. We could involve NGOs and public institutions, and we discussed a cooperation with different actors. And this was like service learning, which was based on volunteerism. And with this work, you can see the common learning methods are used, and in addition to that, there are new academic learning platforms, and this has started to attract the attention of young people as well. And following that, this work yielded into good results, and the Youth Ministry also cooperated with the Ministry of Higher Education as well. And there are certain positive developments, and now we can see how valuable the work conducted is. Before, there was only Youth Research and Application Center at Yaşar University, but right now this has started to spread and multiply. And this work has had an effect on universities as well. For example, Times Higher Education social impact was evaluated, and we were placed
as the first in that time's ranking, and this is making a win-win situation with the curricula. Young people were also surprised and they said, why are we getting this course, etc. But then they have witnessed what they were gaining, and then they got certificates which contribute to their employment after graduation. Even in a job interview, these certificates were quite advantages for them. They were able to say, I did this internship or I was involved in this youth project. This was an advantage for job employment. And even the first graduates benefited from this, and we will give the third graduates, and we received positive feedback from the first graduates when it comes to these courses and also experience in the area of volunteerism. And then we said, this work is quite meaningful. For example, AGE is focusing on young people. When it comes to contributing to societies, I think universities should come up with joint work, and I think this will create big difference. And otherwise, these classes may not be that efficient, because when you do it together, then you can be powerful. We can join a project by Yaşar University or Istanbul University, and involving in such a program, it will be positive for both of us and young people, and it can give us a different perspective towards the society. For that reason, these kinds of classes are very meaningful, I believe. I would like to leave my bird to you right now. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Üniversitesi'nde yaptıklarımızı anlatmaya çalışacağım yine
I
aynı
would like
şekilde.
to tell about our work at Bilgi University very briefly. We have a general education department. We had this opportunity as well. We can include all faculties and university students, and they can get 20% of classes here. And for 12 years, we are providing subfields, and one of these subfields is social involvement. And our students have the opportunity to choose different classes like children's policies, community service policies. And together with these courses, we are also including youth work classes as 6 credits, and we have been continuing in this way. Of course, the university has different activities as well. Since 2003, there are NGO and civil society works and social projects, master's degree at our university, and they're both about volunteerism, and they are conducting many volunteer projects. For that reason, our adaptation to volunteerism course has been very easy, because we have already a master's degree in social projects and volunteerism. And there is already a class in this master's degree about volunteerism, but this is a master's degree class. If you ask what is important for us, one of the important points for us is the cooperation between the NGOs and universities. And when this cooperation has been done, we send our students to NGOs, and it is important that this relationship is not unilateral. There must be solid cooperation between the university and the NGO for the civil society in order to improve opportunities. So this requires mutual cooperation. And universities going there should not be accepted as burden there. And Bilgi University has campuses in Istanbul city. That is why Istanbul University has opened its doors to NGOs ever since the beginning. For that reason, we have benefited from cooperation. But again, there is capacity problem, and the class should be obligatory, not elective, because if there are not projects to direct students, it will be very probable that there will be certain problems. And as we see, as a result of the research that we conducted, unfortunately, children are not really well informed about choosing their profession, who to get married. Well, actually, they are all programmed. I mean, they say you should go to this university, you should have this profession. Even this person is the one who you will get married. So that is why we have to take action, and we don't want the volunteerism to stay on paper. That's why there must be areas where students can self-realize, and as you say, universities have very important duties. Not just cooperation or projects with NGOs, but
Universities
kapasiteyi
should
yaratmak
lead the way for
çok
children
önemli hale
to
geliyor.
create, to develop their
Biz bu
own
nedenle
projects,
zaten
and universities should
bununla
provide
ilgili
the
sabah bir
capacities that they
sabah
need.
gönüllülükle
For
ilgili
that
Türkiye'de
reason,
gönüllülükle ilgili kitabımızın da bir bölümü gençlerin
a part of
gönüllülüğü.
the book, which
Orada da
was
buna çok
presented
yer
in the
verdik.
morning,
Gençlerin gönüllülüğü diğer
included young
gönüllülüklerden
people's
farklı olarak
volunteerism.
eğitimin
Young people's volunteerism
güçlendirilmesinde
is different
paralel
from
olarak
other types of volunteerism
dikkate
because it
alması gereken bir
requires
gönüllülük türü.
strengthening and empowering
Bu
young people
güçlendirmeyi
together.
hem nasıl
For that
yapabiliriz?
reason, this
Aslında
empowerment requires
bu
methods,
anlamdaki
and we have to
kapasitelerini
increase this
arttırmak, güçlendirmek
empowerment
ama
by
bir takım
capacity building.
gönüllülük etiğiyle ilgili, davranış
And there is
kodlarıyla
also
ilgili
a need of volunteerism
sürdürülebilir
ethics
olmalı.
and code of
Diğer
behavior.
yandan burada en önemli
On the
olan
other
şey
hand, the most
akranlar
important
arasında
point
bir
here is
aracılığı
peer
yapmayı
learning.
öğrenebilmeleri. Dolayısıyla biz
For
üniversitede
that
yaptığımız
reason,
eğitimde
at university, we are
kendilerine bir
undertaking
proje
these
yapmalarını
responsibilities, and
önemsiyoruz.
we are
Burada da
encouraging children
kulüpler
to
çok
develop
önemli
their
bir
own projects. And
noktada yer
here,
tutuyorlar. Bu
clubs
kulüpler
undertake
bu
a very
tecrübelerinden
important
öğrenerek
duty.
bir şey
And
yapmak.
in these clubs,
Türkiye'deki bu
students learn
kendi
from each
aralarındaki
other,
bir tür
and this
demokratik bir ilişki
fosters a
kurarak bir şeyi
democratic relationship
geliştirmelerini
between
sağlıyor.
students.
O da herhangi bir
And
sivil toplumun kuruluşuna gidip bir projenin bir
they
kenarından bir şey
can go
yapmak.
to
Bu
an
da önemli
NGO and they
ama
can take
ondan daha
part in a
fazla bir
project. That
uyum
is also
sağlama
important, but more than
ortamı
that, it is
ortaya
important to
çıkarabiliyor.
share
Ben
and
çok
exchange
fazla
experiences
yine
and peer
vaktimizi
learning.
aşmadan sadece şunu
I do
söyleyeyim.
not want to prolong my words pretty much,
Gönüllülükle
but
ilgili kitap
I
açık
just want
kaynak
to
olarak
say that there
İstanbul
is a
Bilgi
book which is an
Üniversitesi'nden
open source. It
yayımlandı.
is at Istanbul
Buna
University,
sitemizden
Bilgi University.
ulaşabiliyorsunuz. Bu
You can access this book on our website
gönüllülük.bilgi.tr.'den
from
ulaşabileceğiniz bir kaynak. Dediğim gibi
gönüllülük.bilgi.edu.tr.
burada gençlerin
You can access
güçlendirilmesiyle
this
ilgili bir sürü
resource, and
makale
like I
var.
said,
Küçük bir
there is an article
makale
about
var. Ama
empowering
ikincisi biraz
young
önce sözünü
people,
ettiğim hem
a
yüksek
long article.
lisanstaki gönüllülerle
And
işbirliği
secondly,
dersimiz hem de gönüllü
our
çalışmaları
class
lisansta
about
yaptığımız bütün
cooperation with
öğrenciler
volunteers in
olan
undergraduate and master's degree
zin
is open for all
detaylı
students, and
izlencesi burada yer alıyor.
you can
Amacımız bu
watch the
ders
detailed
ilk
instructions of this
etapta
class.
teorik ders
The purpose
yapıyoruz.
of this
İkinci
class to
etapta
provide
pratikte
theoretical information in
bunları
the
kayıt
first three,
almak,
four
videolar olarak
classes, and
filan
to take them, videotape
koymak
them,
isteyen
and we
diğer
are
tüm
also
üniversitelerin
sharing
listeni
them as a
isterlerse
video, and all
muhakkak
other
bizim
universities or students and
programımızın
academicians
bütün
can reach
metnini
these
üzerine bir yazı
instructions
yazarlar.
of
Bu
the course, and
videolardan
the
arzu
academicians are
ederlerse
actually the
yararlanmalarını
writers of
sağlamak
the
ve
book
bunun
that I have
üzerinde
previously
bir
mentioned.
gelişme açarak birbirimizin deneyimini
And by
paylaşacağımız,
this means we can
birbirimizin
share
yaptığı dersleri
experiences and we
severek
can learn from each
bir
other.
araya getirebileceğimiz bir şey
And
haline getirmek gibi bir
by
uzun
this means we
vadede
can benefit in the
amacımız
long
var.
term.
Marmara
This is our
Üniversitesi'nden bir
objective.
hocamız bir mesaj yollamış.
There is a message from
Bizim
a professor
etkinliğimizden
at
başka
Marmara
bir sözler
University.
vermem gerekiyor. Aşağı yukarı bir gönüllülük koordinasyon birimi oluşturduklarını 2000 öğrenciyi
They
mobilize
established a volunteerism
hem
coordination unit,
üniversite
and they
öğrencisi
mobilized
olarak
200
destek,
students.
diğer
Marmara
üniversitelerden
University
de
is the one
katılım
as
isteyenler olursa
university
burayı
having the
takip
highest number of
edersiniz.
universities, by the
Şimdi
way.
verdikleri
And
fikirde
from other
çok
universities,
önemli bir
if you inform the
üniversite
secretary,
gönüllülük çalışmaları
they
üzerinde
can also participate in
birbirimizle çözüme
volunteering
getirebiliriz. Ben
networks,
hepinize
and
çok
in the long
teşekkür
term,
ediyorum.
we can
Sürece
fulfill
bağlı
this
kaldığınız için
objective.
UGK
Thank you very
Sekreteriyesine
much for your
teşekkür ediyorum
commitment. I would like
ve
to thank
Dünya Gönüllüler
UGK
Günü'nü
Secretary, and I would like to
kutlayalım. İyi
congratulate your
akşamlar.
International Volunteers Day,
Teşekkürler.
and have a nice evening. Thank you.
İyi akşamlar.
İyi
Thank you.
akşamlar.
Birçoğumuz üniversitedeki sosyal sorumluluk derslerimizle ve gönüllülük
Together
tecrübelerimizle
with social
saygınlığa katkı
responsibility
sağlamakla
projects
kalmadık.
and also
Dünyayı anlamaya
volunteerism
ve kendimizi
experiences, we are
keşfetmeye
contributing to
başladık.
the world. At the same
Hepimiz
time, we
için
have
gerçekten
started to
çok önemli bir
discover
konu
us
olduğunu
with these
düşünüyorum.
activities, and I
Nurhan
believe that
hocamıza ve
this is
tüm
an
hocalarıma
important
çok
topic for
teşekkür
all
ederim
of
bu
us. I would
konuya
like to
parmak
thank
bastıkları ve
Professor
önemini dile
Nurhan and our
getirdikleri
guest
için.
teachers as
Sıradaki
well. Thank you
panelimizde
very much
spor
for
ve gönüllülüğün
underlining this.
önemine ve her
In the
bireyin
next
kişisel
panel,
gelişimi için
we will discuss
önemli
the
olan bu
importance
iki
of
kavramı
sports
nasıl
and
beraber
volunteerism,
yürütebileceğimizi
which are two
Ulusal
important
Gönüllülük
concepts for
Komitesi
every
üyesi
individual, and we can
Partnerler
see how we can
Derneği'nden
manage them
Derya
together.
Kılıçalp moderatörlüğünde
Darya Kılıçalp,
tartışacağız. Daha
moderator,
sonraki panelimizde ise nesiller arası gönüllülüğü
will manage
konuşacağız.
this panel, and then
Biliyorsunuz
we will
iklim krizi ve
discuss
toplumsal
the
eşitsizlikler
details of climate
bugünlerde
crisis
bizleri
in the
gelecek
next panel,
konusunda
because
en çok
inequalities and climate
endişelendiren
change are the
başlıklar
biggest
oldular.
concerns for
İşte
the
bu
future
konuların müzisyen kimliğiyle
currently, and
tanıdığımız ama aynı
we will
zamanda
discuss this with a musician at the same time, a very strict activist Harun Tekin, and we will discuss this together with young people and people who stay young. Now, I would like to leave the word to Ms. Derya for moderating the next session, and I would like to thank her for her contribution to this panel.
Çok güzel burası. benim
This
hayalimdeki
place
o
is very nice. This is my dream room.
ablalarla
There are volunteer
oyuncaklarla
sisters, bigger
arkadaşlarımla
sisters
mutlu bir
here,
şekilde
and
oynamak
I'm
beni de mutlu
happily
ediyor.
playing with the toys with my friends. I
Oyun
feel
odamız
happy.
kaçımın en güzel
We have a
odası diyelim.
playroom,
Annelerin en
and this
heyecan
is the most
duyduğu
beautiful
oda
room, and mothers are excited about this room because
aynı
children have
heyecanla
fun
biz de
time
yaşıyoruz.
here.
Onların yaptığı
We are
oyunlar
sharing the same
kemoterapiyi
excitement,
unutuyorlar, o
and
acıyı
they
unutuyorlar.
forget about
Bizim için en
chemotherapy,
güzel
that
moral
pain
burası
while
oluyor.
playing
Oyun
these
odası.
games, and this is the best part of our activities right now.
Var bir gün, çünkü en şerefli, en mutlu gün. Kemoterapi aldığı sırada okula gidemiyordu çocuk. Gönüllerimiz kitaplarıyla
When
beraber
having chemotherapy, children could not go to school, but volunteers are helping them with playing games, and they're helping them whenever they need.
Kaçurda gönüllü olmak bana duygusal anlamda çok iyi geliyor. Çocuklarla vakit
It
geçirmek
is
benim
emotionally beneficial for me to be a volunteer because I feel energetic to help children because they really need a social life, and we can see this.
Rengarenk bir
And
oyun
they
odası.
come from a white hospital room and to a very colorful game room, and they feel way better. And at least they forget about the fact that they're at hospital. And there is always a favorite toy for them. They want to play with it. And they come from Arab, Batman, Hakkari, and they have different colors of games, and they play for hours. Which one do you want to play with? I want the cheeks red, and I want a smiling face. So that's why you are smiling all the time? Yes.
5. yılım bu. Çok fazla
This is my 5th year, and I had so many little friends. And at first, I'm watching children to grow up, and I continue my connection with most of them. And we have very nice stories. For that reason, volunteering here is in real sense a turning point in my life. Volunteers are very good for us, and we wish these times were longer. We wish there was more rooms like this because we will be happier, because we will not be upset. We are so satisfied, and thank you very much. Rather than medications, they need game rooms, and I wish the number of these rooms will increase.
Herkese merhaba.
Hello everyone. 6 years ago I said hello today. Sorry, 6 hours ago, and now again we are here. I feel myself so lucky because with their work in Turkey and in civil area, I can hear the experiences of people whose work I personally follow. I'm together with 3 participants right now, and from Alternative Life Association Ercan Kutal and Kudan Hamin, and as women's sports Ezgi Kırılmaz. And I want to talk a lot about sports and volunteerism, but I would like to leave the word to experts here, to our 3 experts, and I'm sure that this panel will be quite beneficial to our listeners, and they will have new horizons. This will be a prolific session, in my opinion, and I would like to wish you an enjoyable time. I would like to leave the word to Ezgi Kırılmaz from SES Women's Sports. So I have a few questions, Ezgi. Welcome.
Neden ve nasıl bir ihtiyaçtan doğarak ortaya çıktı?
What was the need that paved the way for the emergence of SES, and what did you witness as a social entrepreneur in this process? In addition, we are now undergoing a pandemic process, and what is your social impact and work? And how was this process affecting your work, and how do you coordinate this as a coordinator? Thank you.
Ben teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle böyle bir panelde
Thank
bulunmanın
you a lot.
çok
First of all,
mutlu
being
ettiği
in
tüm
such kind
ses
of a
kadınları
panel, it
adına
really
söylemek
makes me
istiyorum.
very happy, and I would like to
Çok güzel
say this
sorular.
in behalf of
Kısaca
all the CES
üzerinden
women.
geçmek
And
gerekirse
they're very nice
liseye ihtiyaç
questions, and I
üzerine
would like
kurulmuş
to
ses kadın
clarify
sporları.
the
Biz
issue of
iki
how we
üniversite
created this
arkadaşı olarak
organization. As
basketbol
the two
antrenörü yapan iki
university
arkadaş
students, we
olarak
used to be an
akademik
entrepreneur
hayatımız devam
for
ederken spora
basketball,
nasıl
and
devam
we
edebiliriz
decided
konuştuk ve
we
bunun
had
için
this we had a
aradığımız
responsibility in
eşitlikçi,
the
adil,
academy,
güvenli
but
bir
also we want to
spor
continue our
ortamını ne yazık
sports
ki
life
bulamadık.
because we want to have
Bunun
this
üzerine
fair
nasıl bu
and
işi
peaceful
yapabiliriz,
environment for
nasıl
the
böyle bir
sports, and we
ortam
decided
yaratabiliriz diye
to
kafa yormaya
have
başladık.
an environment where
Antrenörlük
we can do
yaparken
everything
hem
peacefully.
cinsimizden gelen
And
talepler de
so
vardı. Bize de
when we
basketbol
were
öğretin, biz de
trainers, they
oynayalım
were
şeklinde.
demanding
Bunları da
an
dikkate alarak ya
education
biz bu işi
from us, and we
yapabiliriz diye
considered
düşündük.
this decision. We said that yes, we can do
Bu
it
işe
as
başladığımızda
two women.
basketbol branşıyla
And when we
başladık.
started this, we
18-55
started
yaş
with
arası kadın
basketball between the ages of
oynatacağız.
18 to 55.
Hatta
We
maçlar
decided to teach
yaptıracağız
women,
dedik.
and we said that we're going to be organizing
İlk
matches,
başta çok olası
basketball matches
gelmedi
among
insanlara.
women.
Çok gerçekçi
And
de
that wasn't
gelmedi
very
ama
possible, and
sizin
that
de
wasn't very
bildiğiniz ve
realistic for
hani
most
belki
of the
sabahtan
people.
beri ara ara konuştuğumuz
But
bazı
also,
konular var.
as we have been
Erkeklerin
discussing up
spor
until the
katılımı
morning,
birçok alanda
the
olduğu gibi sporda
participation
da daha
of women.
engelsiz, daha kolayken
So when
kadınların
we think
spora
about
katılımı
the equality
maalesef
between the gender
biraz daha zorlu
in
geçiyor. Yani
sports,
hem kız
we
çocuklarının
understand that it's
hem
quite difficult
kadınların.
for women and
Bizim
little
hedef
girls
kitlemizde
to
18
take
yaş
part in
üstü
sports
yetişkin kadınlar
activities.
var.
So we
O
were
kadınlara
targeting plus 18
ya daha
years
önce
old, and
hasta olabilirler bu arada.
they
İlk
could
defa bizim
do
elimde top alacak,
sports in the
raket
past, or
alacak da
maybe there are some
olabilirler.
people who are just
Bu
holding the
kadınları tekrar
ball
sahaya
for the
çıkarmak,
first time.
sahada
And we
olmak
want those
konusunda
ladies, we want
desteklemeye
those women
çalışıyoruz.
to be in the field and to
Katılımcı
play
kadınlarımız için
and to do
neler
sports. And
söyleyebilirim ve
so
nasıl bir
what can we
ortam var
say?
SES'te?
What kind of
Kısaca
an
bundan
environment is
başlamak
this in CES? Let me
istiyorum.
talk about this.
Birincisi
The
eşitlikçi,
first thing
adil,
is it
güvenli
is
ve
equal,
şeffaf bir
fair, and
yaklaşımla bu
transparent. So this is
organizasyona
the
devam
first
ettiriyoruz. Yani
motto
20
for
yaşında bir
us.
üniversite
And
öğrencisi de
you are
olabilirsiniz, 40
you can be a
yaşında üst
20
düzey
year
bir
university
yönetici de.
student. Also, you can be a
Herkesin
40-year
ortak
old
bir paydada
a senior
buluşup
manager,
birlik
but we're
beraberlik
trying to
duygusuyla
create a
uyum
platform
içinde
where
spor
everyone can
yaptığı bir alan
equally do
SES.
sports together. This is the environment
Voleybol,
we created
basketbol,
in
masa
CES:
tenisi olarak
volleyball,
3
basketball,
branşımız var ve bu
table tennis. We have
branşlarımızda
3 different
biz kurucular olarak
branches,
Serra
and
Yıldız'la beraber
Serra
basketbol
Yıldız
branşına
is the
bakarken
founder
diğer
also.
branşlarımızda yine
We
alan
are
uzman,
taking
bizler gibi
control of the
hakimiyet eğitimi
basketball, and with
almış
the others
arkadaşlarımız var. Bu
branches, we have
arkadaşlarımız
other
takımlarımız
entrepreneurs.
için profesyonel
They are
anlamda
the trainers,
antrenman
and
metotlarıyla
we
düzenleyici bir
are
var.
organizing
Yani
trainings,
biz bilmeyenleri
and we
öğretirken
are giving
bilenleri
trainings to
nasıl
the
yaşlarına
people,
uygun
and
oynayabileceklerini
we are
göstermeye
trying to
çalışıyoruz.
teach them how they
Bizim
can
için
play
kadınların
according to their
sporda
ages.
yer alması bir hak.
It's a
Biz bu
right
hakkı
to do
korumak,
sports
biz bu hakkı
for the women, and we want to
genişletmek
protect
istiyoruz.
this, and we
Bunun
want to
için
expand that
gönüllüyüz
to the
aslında. Bunun
wide
için
sides of the
çalışıyoruz.
society, and that's the reason why we're
Kadınlar daha çok
working.
spora
We
ulaşabilsin,
want
hep
women to
sporlarda kısıtlı
reach
kalmasın,
sports, and we
performans
don't want
sporlarında da
them to
yer
be
alsın
limited with
istiyoruz.
certain sports, and we want them to contribute to the performance
Bunu
sports as
yaparken
well.
de bazı
And
temel
while we're doing
prensiplerimiz
so,
var.
we have
Aslında
certain
genel o
principles.
sporun
And
rekabetçi
in general
yaklaşımını
terms,
tabii ki
the sport is
korumakla
something
beraber her şeyin
competitive, and
rekabet
we have
olmadığını
to
vurgulamaya çalışıyoruz.
keep
Herkesin
this
kendi
in the
gelişim
picture, but
çizgisi
also
içinde
we're saying that this
ilerleyişini
is not everything,
tamamlamasına
and
yardım
we
etmeye
want
çalışıyoruz.
everyone to
Bunlar saha içindeki kısım.
complete their
Saha
own self-development.
dışındaki
So this is
ses
about the
nasıl?
field.
Biraz
Other than
ondan
the field,
bahsetmek
what are
istiyorum.
we
Orada
doing
aslında
as
bizim
CES? So let me give some brief
belki de
information
hani
about this one too.
oluşturduğumuz
And
organizasyonun
so
yarısı
in the
saha içinde,
organizations,
yarısı
the half of
sahanın
the
dışında
task
diyebilirim.
is inside the
Ses kadınları hem birbirlerine
field, and the
destek
rest is
oluyorlar,
outside the field.
birbirlerine
We are
ihtiyaçları konusunda
supporting, CES
yardımcı
women are
oluyorlar.
supporting
Yani
one another. We are
işten ayrılan bir
observing what we
sporcumuz
need.
kendi
And
ağımızda
so
bunu
let's say that
paylaştığında
if they're
iş
quitting a job
bulunduruyor ya
and
da
they can
herhangi bir
just find a
ihtiyacı var
job,
bir
and whenever they
arkadaşımıza
need
mutlaka
something
destek
else,
gösteriyoruz.
we are
Herkes
definitely
birbirini
supporting the women.
sosyal anlamda
Within our
destekliyor. Bir dayanışma var.
foundation, we're
Kadın
supporting.
dayanışması
There's a
var.
solidarity. There's a solidarity
Bu
between women,
yarattığımız sosyal
and
dayanışmanın dışında kendi aramızdaki
there's
bu
this social
dayanışmalarımızın
solidarity.
dışında
And in addition
bu
to that,
iyilik halini
the being being good, the good deeds, and sharing the good things. We want to share it with the other people. We're creating projects, and recently, before the pandemic, in 8 March, we bring together 150, 200 people, and we created a whole star night. People donated, and with the participation of TOV, and we allocated this money to the Young Women Foundation. And we are using this money, we're using those volunteering activities and good deeds with the rest of the society and the women inside the society.
Başka sorunuz Var
And do
mıydı?
you have any other questions?
Biraz pandemi sürecinden bu
And
aktivitelerin
can you
belki
talk about the
aslında
pandemic,
kadınların
how
kamusal alanda,
they're
spor
affected?
araçlarının
So
kamusal alanda
by
biraz daha
means of,
fazla görünmesine
we
katkı sağladığı
believe
için
that this is
SES
contributing
bu
women to
pandemi
take part in the
döneminde bu
public sphere, the
süreci
women.
nasıl
And
geçirdiniz,
how are
ne
you managing
olduğuyla
this
o deneyimleri
process
konuşup
during the pandemic? Can you
toparlayabiliriz.
talk about this a little bit,
Tabii ki
please?
konuşalım. Ben biraz
Yes,
acele
of
ettim
course.
galiba. Hem
I
gerçekten çok
speeded up a
diğer
little bit because
arkadaşlardan
of the
süre
delay,
çalmamak
and
için ilk
I don't want
olduğum
to
için
steal any
strese
time from
girdim.
the other people, so I felt
Gayet iyi
stressful a
gidiyor.
little bit. That's
Endişelenmeyin.
pretty good. No concerns, please.
Biz yani çalışmalarımıza
And
5 sene önce 5
we
kadınla
started
başladık.
5
Bunu
years
bir
ago
anda
with 5
katlandı. Yani
women,
kulaktan
and
kulağa
it's really
sporcularımız birbirine
doubled,
söyleyerek yani
tripled,
biz
and because
böyle
the
bir iş
people
yapıyoruz, kadın yapıyoruz, sahadayız, çok
made of
keyifli, çok güzel diyerek pandemiden
word of
önce
mouth, and many
350
people
aktif
learned about
sporcumuz
this.
vardı.
And before the
Şu an
pandemic, we had
kısıtlı sayılarda
350
çalıştığımız için
active
hani
sports
pandemi
people,
dolayısıyla
but right
200
now,
aktif
because of the
sporcumuz var
pandemic,
ama
we have
5 senede
200 active
yaklaşık 1000'e
sports
yakın
people.
kadını
But in
biz
5 years,
çıkarttık diyebiliriz.
1,000
Bu bizim
women
için
actually
şu demek,
played on
bir
the
kadın
field.
demek,
What
o
does that mean?
kadınların
1,000
etrafındaki
women. It means
onlarca,
that
yüzlerce kadın,
hundreds
erkek,
and
çocuk, bir
thousands of
sürü
people, the
insana işte
children,
bu
the
yaş
men,
aralığında da
and they
ciddi performans
also
sporlarının
learned that
yapılabileceğini,
they can
yani
do performance
sporculuğun
sports even
sadece
in these
profesyonel
ages.
anlamda
And the
yapılıp
sport
bitirecek bir şey olarak
doesn't
görülmemesi
necessarily have to be
gerektiğini,
something
sporun
professional, but it's a
bazı branşlarının
lifetime
sadece
thing. And
erkeklere
some of the
bırakılmaması
branches
gerektiğini
shouldn't be
göstermiş
only
olduk.
left for the
Pandemi
men, but
sürecinde tabii
also
ki ilk başta bizim de
it's
yapacağımızı
also the
bilemedik.
right of the
Antrenmanları
women.
sonlandırdık.
In the
İşte
beginning of the
hemen
pandemic, we
Zoom
didn't know
üzerinden
what to do. So
çalışmalar
over
yapmaya
Zoom, we
başladık. İşte
started to do
zaman
some
zaman
trainings and
sadece
everything, but
görüştük,
we
sadece
stopped the
aslında o
physical
sosyal
trainings.
destek kısmını
And
yaptık,
we
sohbet
made the
ettik.
social support, we
Birbirimizin
had the conversation,
durumlarını sorduk,
we
ihtiyacı
asked
olan var mı
about
diye
the
sorduk.
needs and do we need
Ama son
anything. So we
aşamada
tried
biz
to understand the
çalışmalarımızı
social
yaklaşık 2 aydır
necessities of
devam
our
ediyoruz.
members, but
Artık
still
çok
we're
net bir
going on
süreçle
actively
bu
for
sorunun
the
baş
last 2
edeceğimizi
months
bildiğimiz için bütün
because we
tedbirleri
know how to
aldıktan
compete
sonra,
with it. So we
bütün
took all the
önlemleri
necessary
aldıktan sonra
precautions.
sahada olmaya devam ediyoruz.
And
Zaman zaman
we
açık
are
havada
now in the field.
çalıştık bu
Sometimes we're
süreci
working
atlatmak için.
outdoors, and
Bu
so that
süreçte
we don't
belki
put ourselves
sabahtan
into
beri yine
danger.
birçok
And
kanaatimiz
up
var.
until the morning, in
Maalesef
the many
kadınların ev
panels, we're
içi
discussing about this
iş
inside the
dağılımındaki
home.
yanlışlıklardan
So
dolayı ev
there's this
içindeki iş
inequality
daha da
between the home
arttı.
responsibilities, and
Daha
they have
da
more burden on
zorlaştığını
their
yaptı.
shoulders. And it's even more
Yine de
difficult for
kendilerine
women. The
zaman
life is
ayırıp
more
bu
difficult for
spora vakit
women. But
ayırmaları
they
bence
still
oldukları
want
için
to allocate time
bir
for
psikolojik iyi
themselves,
oluş
and they are
hali
doing
yaratacak
sports,
bir
and
şey
it's
ve biz bunu
actually
sağlamaya
creating
çalışıyoruz.
a
Onlar
well-being, and
da
we're trying to
sağ
create this.
olsunlar
And
bir nokta özveriyle bu işin içinde
with
kalmaya ve bu
self-sacrifice,
işi
they are trying to
etraflarına
stay
yaymaya
in as a part
çalışıyorlar.
of it, and they're trying still
Benim
expand this
söyleyeceklerim bu kadar sanırım.
structure to the other
Çok
people around them.
teşekkürler. Aklınıza,
Okay, thank
emeğinize,
you a lot,
çabanıza sağlık.
and thank
Gerçekten
you for
çok
your efforts, for your
güzel bir etki
contributions,
yaratıyorsunuz
and
ve kadın
you are really
dayanışmasının daim
creating a
olması ve
great
devam
effect,
etmesini
and it's very important for the
dileyerek seni
continuation of the
bıraktığım
women's
yerden
solidarity.
Hamit Levent
And
Evci'ye geçmek
let's
istiyorum.
continue with Hamit Levent
SES'ten
Evci.
Bomovu'ya geçiyoruz.
From this, now
SES'te
let's go to another
biraz daha
foundation
sporun bir
called
hub
Bomovu.
olduğunu,
And
aktif
in
verildiği
CES,
yerden
we
ve bir
know
katılım
that
aracı
it is a
olarak
right-based thing,
sporu
it's a
kullanan
way of
bir
contribution and participation to the
kurumdan yine
society.
hem
So
ismiyle
now
hem
again,
duruşuyla
Bomovu.
bir marka
Let's continue
yaratan
with Bomovu
Bomovu'yu
because they're
geçiyoruz.
creating a
Hem
difference with their
ismimizin
name and with
kısaltması
their
hem
stance.
de aslında
It is the
açılımı
initials of
Sosyal
their name,
Güçlendirme
and
için Spor ve
so
Beden
it
Hareketi
is
Derneği
the body movement
isminizi uzun
for
versiyonu.
empowerment. So
İsminiz
this
neye
is
işaret
the
ediyor,
long
neye
version of the
vurgu
name. So
yapıyor?
what
Siz bu
does
ligde
the
neyi ön
name
plana
equal to,
çıkartmaya
and
çalışıyorsunuz?
what are you trying
Genel
to put
olarak
forth in
spor
sports?
gönüllülüğüyle ilgili siz
And
ne
also,
söylemek istersiniz? Ve tabii
what can you
ki
say about
en
sports
büyük
and
etkilerden bir
volunteering?
tanesi de pandemi.
Of
Biraz
course, and
oraya da
also
değinerek
about the pandemic.
sözü
Can you
sana
just
bırakmak
say a
istiyorum
couple of
sevgili Hamit
things?
Levent.
Hamit Levent. Thank you, Daria, for your question. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the technical people, the speakers, and the participants for this meeting. And in this panel, I'm very happy to be with Ezgi and Ercan, and because I wanted to talk about this issue from two different perspectives, and this is what am I going to do. In my my bachelor degree was sports training, but I can say that personally I am representing two sides because I never work in sports as a sports person, but I we participated most of the humanistic approaches. So I'm very happy that a group of people came together and we create a union under the roof of Bomovu, and we still have this union. And we are a quite organized institution, and we are all volunteers, and we're trying to fight against for our rights. And And sports and volunteering, when we think about two concepts, actually we see two different axes. And the first group is about sports. Inside of sports, their thinking is a social area. And also in that social area to become a volunteer. And when you look at it from the background, the freedoms, the basic freedoms and rights in the sports. And Eski mentioned that, for instance, gender inequality is one of the most important problems in sports. And Ercan will be talking about this disabled people and the participation of the disabled people to sports. And this is also an important issue. The other thing is sports. Seeing sports as a tool. It's the body movement, and it has many nice effects. It is comprehensive, it's inclusive, and also it is inviting people to play games together. So it is sports, and so it is a powerful tool. And most of the NGOs, and I'm thinking that most of the participants who are listening, and sports is being used as a tool, and over that tool we are volunteering. And when we look at two different axes, even though they seem differently, in both of the axes, one is the sports and the other one is the rights of the disabled people. It can be the equality of gender, it can be about migration, all of the relations. And in all of the fields, there are certain norms. There are some power relations, and there are some hierarchical relations, and it is creating certain norms. And those norms and are creating certain effects on our body and on our movement. And by means of movements, it's causing certain actions. So we are reaching a better life. We are self-realizing ourselves. We're reaching our targets. So it is, there are certain pressures, and by means of those pressures again, and it is creating a hegemony. And because of that, we have two different axes. As Bomovo, we are also trying to contribute in sports in the other social, any kind of power relations, any kind of hierarchy. We want to discuss about them, we understand, and we want to destructure them. And so it is not only about sport, it's not only performance sports, but it's starting from the movements, the actions, and we are trying to understand the whole concept thoroughly. And in the studies that we conduct, we are trying to empower the groups, and also we want to extend these discussions to wider publics. What kind of things do we do? First of all, about sports, we are fighting against the inequality. We have certain studies. For instance, we are doing critical discourses over sports, and we have racist, anti-racist sports discussions, and women, children, and also the immigrants. So we are creating curriculums for the groups, and we're working together with them. Let me give you a couple of examples. So we have a project, it's called Free Movements, and in this Free Movements, we are working together with immigrants. And so what we're doing is with the body movements, with the body gestures, we are trying to teach them about their freedom for action, movement. And so this is not only over physical, but we're trying to teach them that they can construct it over other issues as well. And the borders, for instance, we are working with the children, and we are teaching them the old games, and we are trying to teach them different cultures. And it's all about social empowering, both for sports and the sport-related areas. And let me just say a couple of things about the sports and volunteering. And volunteering is about participation. This is completely about just contribution. So if you want to do volunteer about something, first of all, you need to decide what do you want to do and how do you want to contribute. And we are plussing everything together. So there's a project, and in the project, for instance, we're working with the girls who are under risk, and we are observing their talents. For instance, a hip-hop dancer. So they're producing something, and there's a program, and we are working together with the little girls about this hip-hop, for instance. So they are producing something, and they are moving together. And so this is very important, sports and volunteering. About the pandemic, I just want to give you a couple of examples. I can say that indeed, in our facilities, we used to have criticism discourses, and we have the spontaneous activities, yoga, and we used to have women workshops and everything. We are now organizing them online, and we are working on more targeted groups like teachers and children, and we are now running them over digital tools. And very recently, we had a new portal which is called Wherever You Are, We Are There. We created that kind of a group, and that content is also being shared with our members. And recently, in the 5-6 minutes, as Bomovo, how we can expand that. So we have this guideline for sports, for the social guidance, and we have it in the as a hardware copy, and so we're trying to extend that within the society, and I hope that I'm good with my timing. No, you're very good with the timing. Thank you for that. And it's so exciting. So you really mentioned very nice things. And you are thinking about sports, and by means of sports, thinking differently, changing your mentality through sports, and you can just evolve your mentality through sports. And you're talking about such an important thing. And maybe with the things you have mentioned, maybe for the people who have who get acquainted for the first time with Pomovo, that will be a great opportunity for them to understand your foundation. Okay, now I would love to give the floor to Ercan Tutal from AYDER. And for AYDER and for Ercan, I'm always thinking like this. They are just giving us a shower of information, and when you don't have any obstacles, there is no such a thing like a disabled people. So you can also come over all the obstacles by sports and volunteering. So they created great models, and so welcome, Ercan. And how either how it is created, how it is founded, and how you are running your studies, and the effect that you created, and what are you in the current situation, what are you doing? Can you just talk about this a little bit?
İnternet bağlantısının çok kötü olması nedeniyle
First of all, because of the terrible internet connection, I apologize for you, but I'm in a rural area, and this is the best connection that I can have. And esteemed colleague, Sibel, I would like to thank for the sign language interpretation. Congratulations. She's very eager, and she is doing the interpretation, the sign language interpretation. This is also very important for being inclusive. This is very important, and it is a great thing that you demanded something like this. And as AYDER, Alternative Life Foundation, we are going to be completing the quarter century. We can say that. It seems easy to say it, but it's not easy, because even though it's passed very quickly, for the 22 years, we are saying that a life without obstacles are possible, and so we are saying that there is a gap between where they are and where they should be, so we are trying to work. So this is a civil organization which is working to remove the gap between what is possible and what is the situation is, and I am the leader for 22 years. And in the panels, as of the morning, in every panel, I have witnessed many colleagues that I had been through in those kind of years, and it's all about a story of sustainability. So this is something very valuable. And in Turkey, even in the beginning, so we were talking about sports and this cultural and change through sports, and we put it in the center. We said that if you can do sports, actually we are saying that we can remove all the barriers in front of the disabled people if we can put the sports in the center, so it can be a barrier-free living for them. For 22 years, thousands of disabled people from different disabled groups. We are bringing them together with the sports world, and we are organizing tons of projects. And the most important sports activity in the world's most important activities, and it's as rich as Paralympics and Special Olympics, and they are just based on volunteerism. And this is a great model. And Special Olympics, have you ever looked at the videos? Have you ever looked at the definitions of it is talking about 1.5 million volunteers, and so it is very much exciting. And without their contribution, we wouldn't exist. The Super Olympics founders are saying that it's the same thing for us. For instance, in Tokyo Olympics, 2,000 people were volunteered for that, and it also shows that this is a very important power. So it's a sleeping monster, I can say. It's a sleeping giant, because there's when you look at when we know that 1/7 of the world is disabled people, and to overcome their barriers and to use sports as a tool for that. And while doing that, doing it together with the volunteers is such an important thing. So it is it's in between countries. It's an international. I believe that that's a sleeping giant. And in the studies that we do in Turkey,
Sesini kaybettik sanıyorum şu anda Ercan'ın.
we don't hear the speaker, unfortunately, Ercan.
Tamam.
Yes, okay, we don't hear. Right now, there's a problem with Ercan's internet connection, as he mentioned in the beginning.
Başlangıçta teşekkür edip söyleyecektim ama Ercan döndün mü?
Ercan, are you back?
Türkiye'de yaptığımız
Yes, I'm back. I hear you.
Çalışmalar dediğin noktada biz senin sesini kaybettik.
Okay, we lost you. You were talking about your work in Turkey, and can you just talk about this a bit? Yeah, the work that we do in Turkey, the Special Olympics is one of them, and it is a very important potential. It's talking about the existence of it. You're using sports as a tool, and this is a movement of volunteerism. And on one hand, from the budget size, it is making the projects to be feasible and doable, and at the same time, it is creating that dynamism. I think this is a sleeping giant, and as IDAR, the foundation of IDAR is similar to this. So it is like a sleeping giant, and we are trying to cover the gap between the reality and what it should be. So we are talking about a country where the volunteerism and the disabled.
Ses yine gitti. Sanıyorum kısa bir süre içerisinde dönecektir.
We lost the sound again, and I hope that they will be back again. Ercan, I don't know if you can hear us, but we cannot hear you.
Bekliyorum bir süre daha.
I'm still waiting for you.
Bu arada benim sözüm yarım kalmıştı. Onu da tamamlamak istiyorum.
And by the way, I want to complete my words too. And up until the morning, as of 10:30, we have 2 interpreters, and they are making a sign language interpretation, and they are paying a lot of effort, and we would like to thank their support. And this is because of the contribution of our sign language interpretations and because of IDAR. And we couldn't hear you, Ercan, so would you like to wrap it up, and would you like to add anything else? So you said that the Turkey is lagging behind the list in terms of volunteering in sports, in disabled sports, but okay.
Biz bu durumda yani Ercan'ın internet bağlantısı koptuğu için
since we lost Ercan because of the internet connection,
ben katılımcılarımıza çok teşekkür
ediyorum. I would like to thank our participants, and then I would like to extend my thanks to Ercan as well. We talked about being a democratic inclusion, and we talked about the rights, and we talked about the power of sports. And I would like to thank all the panelists for their contribution. So we hope to continue our processes with solidarity. I'm aware, I'm a volunteer, and we're going to be together. We will do it together. As your hashtags are completing this slogan very well. Thank you for your participation, Ezgi and Halit Levent.
Görüşmek üzere. Hoşçakalın.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Yayına mı başlıyoruz?
We're starting, right?
Tamam, süper. Herkese merhaba.
Okay, hello everyone.
Son derece heyecanlı bir grup insan olarak şu anda
As a group of very excited people, so we are in a program which is about International Voluntary Days, and so this is the co-event of two valuable institutions, and so we are our topic is intergenerational volunteerism, and I didn't know where to start, but excluding one person, I see that all the people are very young, except one person, and we have very important activists among us, and I would like to welcome you all. And I would like to welcome all the participants. My name is Harun Tekin, and I am a singer, and I'm a composer, and probably you know me. And first of all, this is a very exciting conversation. And first of all, I would like to introduce all the panelists. And I haven't acted as a moderator in the past, but let's start with Selin. Selin Gönen is an activist for climate. And can you talk about yourself and your priorities, please?
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you.
And
First of all, UN, I would like to thank UN volunteers and International Volunteers Committee. I would like to thank them for bringing us together. As the volunteers, we're coming together and we are sharing what we're doing. And this is something very important because together we are more powerful. And let me talk about myself a little bit. My name is Selin and I'm 19 years old, and for the last 2 years I'm working as a climate activist. What is a climate activist? And let me tell you what is the definition of this title. But the simplest definition is we are fighting against and we're taking an action for the climate crisis, and we want to create awareness among the young people, and we are inviting the young people to take an action for the climate crisis. I'm a student. I'm in Yale University in the first grade, but I'm in Istanbul. I'm not in America, and I am my education online remotely from Istanbul. That's great. And okay, so we can talk about this as well too. Okay, let's proceed with Atlas. And Atlas is the youngest among us, and also she is a climate activist. Thank you for this. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their contribution and giving us an opportunity. I am 13 years old, and I started the high school, and I am a climate activist for the 2 years, and I am talking about this crisis to the people in the panels. I'm talking about this crisis. I'm writing writings. I'm making interviews, and so this is all about me. Okay, thank you, and it's great to be with you, Atlas, and thank you for your contribution. And İlayda, I would like to give floor you. I will give the floor to İlayda.
Hoş geldin İlayda. Biraz bahseder misin bize kendinden?
İlayda, can you talk about yourself a little bit? Hello, thank you, Mr. Erdem. Thank you. My name is İlayda Eskitaşçıoğlu. I'm in Koç University in the Law Department. I'm a PhD student, and I'm working in the International Human Rights Department. I'm a lawyer. And in the United Nations, under the roof of United Nations for the Sustainable Development, I am among one of the young leaders, but also it has a special place in my heart. And I am the founder of Konuşmamız Gerek. And so we are going to the different parts of the other parts of Turkey, and we are trying to understand the problems of the young people. And I'm very happy to be part of this conference, and I see the representatives, and I believe that it's going to be a great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, İlayda.
Sevgili Nuriye söz devretmek
Nuriye.
istiyorum.
Now I'd like to give the floor to Nuri. I guess we are of the same generation, UNDP's Nuri Özbağdatlı. Could you please introduce yourself?
akranım.
You are my peer, right?
Teşekkürler Harun.
Thank you, Harun.
Ben Birleşmiş Milletler Kalkınma Programı'nda
Well,
iklim
I am
değişikliği ve çevre
UNDP's
politikaları
Nuri
uzmanıyım.
Özbağdatlı. I'm in charge of
İklim
climate
değişikliği ve çevre
policies
konusunu
within
birçok
UNDP.
proje ve programda
Climate change and
kapsamda
environment
çalışıyoruz.
is an issue that we attach huge
Ben bu
importance on. We
işlere
have
buradaki
multi-stakeholders.
arkadaşlarımın yaşlarındayken kuş
Well, when I was your age, I
başlayan
observed
hobi
the
bir anda benim için bambaşka
birds. I was a bird
ortamlarda
observer when I was your age, and then came more volunteering actions, volunteerism, and now I'm a member of the UNDP. Okay, welcome, and thank you very much. And now
Bir soruyla başlamak istiyorum.
I have a question for each and every one of you. And the question is as follows. Why did you take up volunteering? Why did you get obsessed with volunteerism? There are some other things that you could take up. Why did you decide to go for volunteering? And let's get started with İlayda.
Nasıl bu kendinle ilgili olmayan, başkalarının da hayatına dokunan bir şeye
I mean, you are touching upon people's lives.
emek, bazen para, iş gücü ayırmaya
Sometimes you
nasıl karar
allocate
verdin?
time, money, or energy to this issue, and why? Why are you doing that? This is a question that I could elaborate on for hours and hours. However, it's as follows. Well, I grew up in a privileged environment, and I never had difficulties in purchasing a women's pad, a hygienic pad. But when I was studying law, I realized that there are some issues with regards to the period of the woman. For instance, while preparing packages, none of my family thought of sending hygienic pads to those women. And then I found out that one of the descriptions of dirty is about having your period. If you are a young girl, then what are we going to talk about your body? Combining all these points, I realized that the access to sanitary pad was not that high in Turkey. Thousands of people do not have access to sanitary pad, which is a basic product to us. In 2020, now we are in 2020, but these women make use of papers, newspapers, some cotton balls, and they don't have access to right information. I decided to change that. I mean, I haven't gone through such a problem and I haven't lived within this culture, but we need to create this change for the other people. That's why, together with my partner Bahar, we set up a volunteering team. We visit different parts of Turkey, from Hakkari to Istanbul, and we try to get rid of this taboo culture. We see that we're making a difference when these women do help us, or if we succeed in changing the perspective of a young woman, then we consider ourselves happy. I am glad in the sense that I have been working in this issue. Well, it's great. This is a unique story because in one sense,
veya böyle bir konuya dikkat ediyormuş zanneden insanın bile kendisini
the people
bir anda
who
cahil
believe that
hissedebileceği bir alan. O bakımdan çok
they pay attention to this issue could feel that they are not that much knowledgeable about it. So you are doing something great. Let's get back to this issue later on. But let's move on with another issue. There is this climate issue. Now it has become an agenda item. However, it's quite late. I mean, when I was 20 years old, I mean, since the beginning of my 20s, I have always been involved in climate action. There are many things that human beings need to undertake when it comes to climate, and there are many things that could be improved if we put our mind to it. However, it seems as if there aren't many people who are willing to exert efforts in this area. Atlas and Selin, my question is to you. My question will draw on this point. Well, Atlas, you say that you are 13 years old. My question to you is as follows. A climate activist. I mean, when did you decide to become a climate activist? How did you decide to become one? What were your thoughts and feelings back then? Let me put it that way. Climate crisis. The term climate crisis was something that I heard in the 6th or 7th grade. So how old were you back then? I was like 10 to 11 years old. Okay. As a consequence, I decided to act. I mean, I didn't decide to act in the beginning. I thought it was something quite normal. But when I reheard it 2 years ago, again, I realized that it's an environmental destruction caused by human beings, caused by the fossil fuels. And it dawned on me that I had to act upon it. You need to become volunteers in this field. You need to act on it. In Sweden, there's this Greta Thunberg, and she was in front of the Sweden parliament. I supported her through social media, but I never thought I could do something in Turkey. And then there was this global call made by her, and I would like to support her in terms of the strike that she decided to make. And I searched for a Turkish group, but there was no group. It was March 15, the very first climate strike. I made a call over social media. 600 to 700 people joined me. We striked out in the Bebek Park. So what the climate activists are trying to do is to make pressure upon the decision makers with regard to the use of fossil fuels. And I think it is something that we have to do. So that's why I pondered on the climate crisis, because there is something that we can do around this issue. Well, it's very much inspiring. Your action is very much inspiring. Selin, I think you are acting upon the same drive. So what about your case? I mean, I don't think we have all been aware of this issue when we were 11 years old. However, we all have some turning points, right? For me, it is more like, it's not about the fossil fuels, but it's more about the nuclear energy. That's how I decided to act upon. Because it is something that you can get connected to once you begin reading on it and ponder on it. What about your case?
Benim iklim aktivistine başlamamda
How did you
etkisi olan aslında
become a climate activist? Well, there are multiple factors that have contributed to me. First and foremost, I've been listening to Açık Radio since my childhood. That's how I was always informed about these issues. But it's more about pondering on these issues. I was thinking about these issues, but I hadn't taken any action. And the thing is, I was a student in Robert College, and I received a great education in terms of science and social issues. I received a very comprehensive training. However, with regard to climate crisis, I needed more information. And once I received more information, I decided that it was a more substantial crisis. Because what I thought was that, well, we're receiving a great training, we have great goals, but it's an existential issue. I mean, 8 years, we have 8 years ahead of us. If we have only 8 years to solve out this crisis, either we won't have a clean world or a world Live on. What is the meaning of learning all this stuff? We have to do something for the environment. This is what I came to realize. It might be anything and everything. It doesn't necessarily have to be biology or geography. It might be about economy, fashion design, and the rest, music, including the music, and
bir şey yapmasına ihtiyacımız olan bir noktadayız.
we need to do something about the
bu konuda yani düşünmeme,
environment. This is what I came to realize, because you don't have the luxury of not taking this issue into consideration. And then there was this permaculture, organic agriculture taken up in my school, and it helped me in terms of the awareness raising, because reading would not be sufficient. I have always been interested in biology since my childhood, and I would like to study biology in BA years. But once I took off permaculture, I realized that it wasn't sufficient to read books. Theory wouldn't help you. You need to put it into practice. You need to take actions. This is what I came to realize. And then I followed up Atlas. I followed up what he's doing in Turkey. And it was May 2019 that I got to know him. And I told him, well, I'm going to do something amongst the high schools, because we are people learning science. The science and chemistry that we're learning should be used somehow. We should not wait up until we become scientists or politicians. We don't have that much time. We need to do something, I told him. And then I began organizing the high schools, and that's how I became a climate activist. So Açık Radio, permaculture, and Atlas Arafoğlu forced me into this business. They impacted me a lot, I can say.
Ve sürekli sizi
Well,
dinlemek istiyorum.
I want to listen to you all the time.
Tam tersi gibi olmak
I don't
istiyorum
want to
aslında.
act as a moderator. However, I need to talk from time to time. You are very much inspiring. I mean, you all have great stories. Nuri Özbağdatlı, let's get back to you, Nuri.
Olduğumuzu
We are of the same generation. Let me underscore this fact. I don't want to feel alone. Sometimes I'm scared of feeling alone. Well, how did you take up volunteerism? How come did you decide to take action?
Yani Harun önce şeyi söyleyeyim. Gerçekten ben de çok konuşmak istemiyorum. Hatta
I also don't want to talk, I must admit. I feel like I need to give the youngsters more voice. Atlas, İlayda, we would like to hear them. Well, we drew lessons out of the mistakes of the previous generation.
Şu anda yaşadığımız şartları uğran bir kuşaktanım ben de. Şimdi nesillerden ve sonraki
I
gelecek
come from a
nesillerden
generation
özrümü dileyerek başlamak istiyorum. Burada
who
önemli bir
did
şey.
not take environment into consideration. So that's why I would like to extend my apologies. In observing the birds,
Görülecek bir kirlendiğini görmüştüm ve orada
once I had difficulties because it was rainy and there was wind, and I came to realize the climatic changes, and I decided to do something, and I felt more responsible.
karşı sorumlu hissediyorsun ama aslında sen de doğrusu sebebi sen değilsin ama öte yandan da
Well, you're not the reason why things are happening. However, on the other hand, you're going to be affected. So that's how I took on observing the birds, and then came
çiftçinin hayatıyla, aslında tarım su politikasıyla, enerji politikasıyla ve
working on the agriculture policies and energy policies. And I ask myself more and more questions. As a consequence, when change comes out, well, I'm doing something, but how can I turn it into a collective process? That was the question I asked myself. Because being volunteer is about a benefit of the society and the community at large. İlayda had a remark. Climate crisis is about inequality.
Şu anda bize dünyada bir yeni geomorfolojik çağdan
And we
bahsediyoruz.
need a geomorphological
O
era.
yüzden artık insanın doğanın üzerindeki muazzam bir şey.
So
Onun
that's
için de
why
iklim krizi bir hak temelli
climate
ele alıp
crisis
aslında sürdürülebilir
should
kalkınma
be taken
amaçları
up
çerçevesinde
based
ilişkilendirerek
on justice,
çözmemiz gerekiyor ve o
and we need to
eşitsizlik
solve
kısmı
out these issues. When it comes to
doğayla
inequality,
üretim tüketim
inequality
zinciriyle
is about
ilişkisine
the
göre
consumption and production chain.
bir faaliyet alma. Eskiden başlayan süreç şu zamana kadar çok o heyecandı yani. Buradaki toplantıda o heyecanı yeniliyorum
So
böylece.
I believe I am getting more and more excited due to the fact that we have more youngsters taking up activism. Well,
Arkadaşlardan mesajlar alıyorum. Yani gerçekten saatlerce konuşsalar da dinlesek bu genç arkadaşlarımız diye.
I am very much inspired by these young people.
Özellikle. İlham verici olduğunuz kesin. Ben arada bir sonraki
It's clear that you are very much inspiring. Before moving on with the next set of questions, there is something that I realized.
Galiba Selin söyledi. Yani biz hani büyüyüp meslek sahibi olana kadar bekleyemeyiz.
Well, we don't have enough time,
dedi. Orada bir
you
şey daha
said.
var aslında. Yani bu bazı çok önemli şeylerin aslında
Selin.
yani uzmanlığı olmuyor. Yani savaş, barış konusu,
War,
işte iklim
peace,
konusu mesela.
climate.
Tabii ki uzmanı olur da.
You can't become experts in these issues. This is something that will impact each and every person around the world. I don't think we should be impacted only by the experts in these fields. Well, of course, it is highly important that we have more and more knowledge around this issue, but it's not enough to know about it. You should be able to communicate the information you have acquired, and it has to do with communication. Even communication wouldn't be enough at times. In an attempt to make change, you should work hand in hand with the people who could create impact, or you should impact the people who could make an impact on the decision makers. And what I have found out is that
her sektörden insanın
people from all industries
mesela iklim aktivizmi konusunda katabileceği bir şey var demek.
could be involved in this issue.
Daha güçlü olduğu
So I
taraftan
think
bu konuya bir el atıp destek
each and
verebileceği
every
bir şey
person could
mutlaka var.
support this issue based on their strengths. Even a grocery store could support us, and musician, an architect, a politician, and communication person could support us. The reason why I talk about this is as follows.
Büyüklüğü karşısında küçük
Sometimes
hissedebiliyor kendini.
you might feel yourself
Nasıl olur da
small
böyle kocaman bir konuyla uğraşabilirim?
in light
Ben
of
ne
the
yapacağım ki? Diye. Oysa
issue. Well, it's a big topic, you think, and you belittle yourself. However, it is clear that you can make a difference.
altını da tekrar çizmek istiyorum.
What I would like to underscore is that
Sorunların çözülmesi
solving out all the problems
yani
wouldn't
insanın
be possible. It doesn't seem possible to solve out all the issues because
yapabileceği kadarını yapamayacağı gibi bir görüntüyle hep karşı karşıya kalıyorsunuz. Hep yani neden olmasın ki dediğiniz şeyin
why
neden
not, you say?
yol üzerinde
And
gördüğünüz size bazen umutsuzluk veren bir şey var. Pandeminin özellikle
during the pandemics,
de değiştirebileceğini
I think
düşünüyorum. Bazen böyle bazı kırılma anları
there are some
insanlık tarihinde
turning points. I mean, some turning points, just like this pandemics, could cause paradigm shift, and we begin
yaşamamaya başlıyoruz. Ve bunlar genelde krizler
to change our mindset. And it's mostly through the crisis that human beings go through such an evolution. I think people draw lessons out of the hardships.
Pandemiye bağlamak için şöyle sormak istiyorum.
Now, I'd like to get it connected to pandemics.
Pandemi nasıl etkiledi ve bu
How does pandemics affect your studies, and what are the methods you have come up with in an attempt to get rid of these difficulties? Now I will get back to İlayda, if possible. Sure.
Çok güzel noktalara aslında.
Harun, you have touched upon great points.
Şöyle tabii pandemi bizim kendi
Well,
mücadelemiz.
pandemics is about our own
büyük bir şekilde etkiledi. Çünkü biz dışarıda çalışıyoruz. Yani tarlalara, köy
Hardship. I mean,
okullarına
pandemics affected
kadınlarla kız
us in
çocuklarıyla
terms of the
yüz yüze
hardships that we
birebir
go through because we
konuşuyorduk.
work out there in the
Ancak
field.
evlere
Normally, we would go
kapandığımız
to the
dönemde bunu nasıl fırsata çeviririz diye düşündük. Ve
fields,
aslında
and then we thought how
senin
we could
bahsettiğin gibi
turn
ben
the
de biraz
crisis
nesiller
into an
arası dayanışmaya
opportunity.
yöneldim ve ondan
As you have
diyebilirim.
noted, I have
Mesela
been
iklim krizini, kendi mücadelemizle iklim krizini nasıl bir araya
supported by
getirebiliriz? Bunun üzerinde
intergenerational
çalışmaya başladık bu dönemde. Menstrual ürünleri ekolojik olarak nasıl daha sürdürülebilir yapabiliriz? Bunu
cooperation. I thought
sorgulamaya
of
başladık.
agricultural
Bununla ilgili
production. I
birçok
thought of
çeviri hazırladık.
the way that
Bekle
we could
olmayanlar
make
için
agricultural
bekliyoruz diye bir
production
içerik
more
hazırladık mesela.
sustainable.
Ben
For instance, I
Atlasların
prepared a
Bebek
guideline
Parkı
for the
çağrısına kendimi duyar
women
duymaz böyle sıra
on
boyama
having
pankartımla
their
gelip
periods.
gitmiştim.
I joined
Orada Bebek
Atlas's
Parkı'nda onlara destek olmaya
call in Bebek
çalışmıştım. Bu
Park. I tried
süreçte
to
de
support them,
bu
and
harika
during this
jenerasyona nasıl
process,
ben destek
I
olabilirim
thought how I could
diye
support
düşündüm.
Generation
Aslında
Z
benim mücadelesini
because
verdiğim
they are
toplumsal
great.
cinsiyet eşitliği
What I'm
alanında
fighting
iklim
for
krizi
is
başında
gender
inanılmaz
equality, and
güçlü
I
bir
think
bağ var.
gender equality
Ne
is very much
yaptık?
connected to
Selin'le
climate
iletişime
change.
geçtim.
I got into contact with
Balkanlar ve
Selin
Türkiye'de
in
toplumsal
Balkans
cinsiyet
on
eşitliğiyle iklim
Turkey.
krizinin bağlantısını tartıştığımız bir toplantıya davet ettim onu. Orada mis
I
gibi bir
invited
konuşma
her
yaptı.
to a
İklim
meeting
krizinin
where we
herkes
discussed the
etkilediğini
relationship
ama bazı
between
insanları
gender
orantısız
inequality
şekilde
and climate
etkilediğini
change. She
konuştuk.
delivered a great
Ve
presentation over there.
kadınların ve kız
We
çocuklarının
said that
orantısız
climate
etkilenmesine nasıl engel olabiliriz? Bunun üzerine
change
çözüm üretmeye
is affecting
çalışıyoruz. Dolayısıyla ya dediğin gibi yani dağ gibi
disadvantaged
görünen
people
aşılmaz görünen bir
immensely.
problemleri
So
mesele
I
yapıyoruz.
believe
İklim krizi, toplumsal cinsiyet
climate
eşitsizliği.
change, gender
Ama
inequality,
bunları
these
nesiller
are
arası
some
dayanışmayla
huge issues.
belki
They
tamamen çözemesek de anlamlı
might
bir
be
fark yaratabileceğimize ben
huge
inanıyorum.
problems, but I believe we can make a difference, although we do not solve it out. Great. Great to hear that. Okay. Let's get to
Atlas
Atlas.
sence
Atlas.
pandemi dönemine getirdiğine götürdü senin çalışmalarına?
What do you think pandemics has
Öncelikle ekleyerek başlamak
brought up?
istiyorum.
I mean, what has changed during the
Kapısal hizmeni
pandemics?
etkiliyor.
Crises do trigger crisis, I believe.
iklim
For
krizini
instance,
etkiledi.
pandemics affected climate
Dolaylı ilgili her
crisis,
türlü çevre
and
kirliliği
then
hepsi birbirini
air
etkiliyor.
pollution
Ben de bu
affects some
dönemde
other
ortaya
crisis. And in
koşuyorum.
this period,
Krizler
I
krizleri
pondered
etkiliyorsa
on
krizleri çözmek için
crisis. If
çalışan,
one
gönüllü olan
crisis
insanlar neden
triggers the
birbirini
others,
tutmaz?
then
Mesela
why don't we affect
kadın
each other
hakları
as the
ile
people
ilgili
involved in
çalışan
these issues? For
aktivistler neden
instance,
iklim
the
aktivistliğiyle
activists
çalışmaz?
working
Bununla
on
ilgili
human
kafa yormaya
rights.
başladım.
Why shouldn't we work hand in hand with them? This is what I
Biz bu
have pondered
Atlas'ın
on.
işini pandemi
We
biraz
climate
zorlaştırdı. Çok
activists
zorlaştırdı hatta. Ben ayrıca bir
have had
öğrenciyim.
difficulties during the
Kış lastiğine
pandemic as well.
gittim.
I'm a student and
Korona
I
zamanı
entered
gerçekten
LGC
LGS'ye hazırlanmak çok zor oldu
exam
benim için.
last year. It was highly difficult for me to get prepared
Biz
for
bütün her
this
şeyimizi dijitale
high
taşıdık.
school entrance exam.
Görevlerimizi
We
orada
had to go
okuldan evde
digital. We
edince şu
had
an bile
to
burada
have
yapıyoruz.
panels on the digital platforms. Here we
Bu
are
pandeminin bir daha
holding out this
yaşanmaması için bir çözüm
panel
olarak
on
ben
a digital
aç bir
platform. As a
kroniklemeyi
solution to this,
örnek
I think
vermek
we
istiyorum.
should
Şimdi benim kurguladığım bir hikaye var. Yaklaşık bir saat önce kurguladım bunu.
never ever
Sürülebilir
be
çikolatalardan bir örnek vermek istiyorum.
coacious.
Sürülebilir çikolatalar
Let me give you an
içinde
example
palm
with
yağı var.
regard
O
to
palm yağı da
sustainable
ormanlar kesilerek
chocolates. There's this palm oil
yetiştirilen yerlerdir ve
involved in
ormanları
sustainable chocolates.
kestiğiniz zaman
You
o
need to cut
ekosistemi
down
yok
on the
etmiş
trees and
oluyorsunuz.
attempt to
Bu
have this palm
ekosistemde
oil.
yaşayan hayvanlar farklı yerlere göç
And the
ediyor.
animals in this
O
ecosystem will move
hayvanlardan
to
bir sürü
different
yarasa.
parts. One of them is
Şimdi
bat.
o yarasalar farklı yerlere göç ediyor.
They need to
Farklı
move to
şekillerde
different
gıdalar tüketiyor
locations
ve
and they
farklı
need to feed
şekillerde
on
hasta
some
oluyorlar.
other stuff and
Sonra siz
they get
o
sick.
sürülebilir çikolatayı acıktığınızda gidip marketten almak için
And when you get
gittiğiniz
hungry,
zaman
you go out to the
o virüsü
store and
kapıyorsunuz
purchase a
ve
sustainable
böyle büyük bir pandemiye yol
chocolate, and
açıyorsunuz.
then you get the virus and
İşte
you
bu da
cause this
açgözlülüğün
pandemics.
kurduğu bir
I think
senaryo.
it is
Bizim
a scenario
işlerimizi
set up by
çok zorlaştırıyor.
covetousness, and it
Böyle
makes
bir örnek
our
vermek
job
istedim.
highly
Bilmem
difficult.
güzel
We
anlatabildim
should
mi?
Bilmiyorum daha güzel nasıl anlatılırdı.
stop being
Yani
covetous. I
bence
don't know how
hakikaten
you could express it.
sizin anlatmanız için daha fazla şey yapmak
I
istiyorum.
think
Yani biz sizi
I would like to give you the floor. I mean,
podcast mi yaparız, şarkıların
I
arasına mı
don't know as
koyarız
to whether
böyle
we could have a
projeler
podcast or put you in
bir şey
between the
olabilir.
songs. I don't know, but you should speak up. Are you interested in music, Aras?
Elektronik müzikle biraz ilgilenmeye başladım
I'm
ama
interested in
ucundan
electronic
bazı
music, but not
programlar
that
indirdim.
much. There are a couple of
Onları
programs that I have downloaded,
çalışıyorum.
and I work on them.
Elimden geldiğince.
That's the
Şahane. Senin çok
that's what I
güzel
can
bir
do. I mean,
müzik
I do it to the best of my ability.
Bilmiyorum,
Well, I have seen you in a video, right? It has just been launched.
Genç ve çok sevdiğimiz
Can
arkadaşımız,
Kazas. Says video.
Ben de dedim kesin Atlas müzikle de ilgileniyor. Ben
And
kaçırıyorum
I
zaten.
told myself that
Mutlaka çok güzel şeyler dinleyeceğiz
you must be
senden.
interested in music. Probably we're going to listen to great stuff 2 to 3 months later.
Bir de şimdi
We will be hearing you. We will be listening to your music. There is one thing that I have forgotten.
Biz bir şarkı daha çıkardık Dünya Evim ve Yanıyorsa diye. Hem
Dünya
İngilizce hem
Evim ve Yanıyorsa. It's a song that we launched. My Home is Burning
Şimdi
was the name of the song.
Selin'den devam edelim.
Well, we will be glad to listen to this song. Let's move on with Selin.
Yani hepimizin hayatı değişti ama sen sanıyorum dünyanın en prestijli
Pandemics has
üniversitesi
changed everyone's lives. And
İstanbul'da bir Yale öğrencisiyle konuşuyoruz.
you're a Yale student located in Istanbul, and you are a student in one of the most prestigious universities of the world, Yale University. As you have noted, the graduation ceremony was held online, and I didn't
bağlamak istiyorum. Çünkü bu süreçte
go
gerçekten
to US to study over there. Well, of course, this process made me sad. It's a saddening process. However,
üzülmüştüm ilk başta ama
things are okay right now. In the beginning, I was sad, but now that there is this climate activism in my life, and there is this fight that we are
aynı amaç için çalışan insanların bir araya geliyor olması
waging though online, all the activities that we're joining, all the events that we're joining have paved the way for me. When I get bored of studying at home, volunteering has helped me a lot. So I believe Uğur has also noted that, Nuri, has also noted that it's not only about the impact you make on the society. Moreover, it is something that contributes to you. It's about something
başka insanlara dokunabilmek ve başka
that
insanları
contributes to you because you touch upon people's lives, you inspire people. When you inspire people, you get motivated, right? And moreover, I feel like I'm doing something to fight for
bu da çok iyi hissettiren bir şey.
environment and climate change. It makes me feel very good. Moreover,
mücadeleye adayan insanlar bir araya geldiğinde de
people
işte
who are dedicated to this fight come together and we go through the change itself. We experience the change itself. Banu Kanıbelli's song, as Atlas has noted, we made use of my story, I'm a bird. The story was about a bird, a trochilus. The trochilus
ben elimden gelen
extinguishes the fire and the other animals ask him what he's going to do and the bird says, well, I'm going to do my best. We made use of this
tek bir damla taşıyoruz hepimiz.
story. I believe we are all like this bird, trochilus. Well, we're not that old, and of course, the things that we can do at this age are limited. We're not scientists, we're not politicians, we're not singers. I don't know. I mean, I can count anything and everything. We're about to learn anything and everything. It's about our self-discovery and growth. But even at this point, we are doing our best. And when the teardrops or when the raindrops come together, the raindrops that we carry come together, then we can extinguish the fire as birds and we can contribute to the society at large. Atlas already talked about the transformation that we went through in this pandemic. We are a global act. That's why we have friends all across the world. And when there was not Zoom in our lives, it was 2 years ago that we made use of Zoom in talking to our friends. And I think we were already adapted to this world. Because well, we go on a strike out there in the field. However, we carry out some events online. We used to do it even before the pandemic. Well, things have changed immensely. However, at one point, things have stayed at the same level, at least in terms of the online level, because we were very much accustomed to the online world, the digital world. And it was not that difficult for us to follow up the online activities.
Diyorsunuz ki bu pandemi neticesinde dünyanın geri kalanı bize uyum sağlamış oldu.
So you say that the rest of the world has adapted to you during this pandemic. Yes, and I hope this will also be the case for the climate issue.
Ben Nuri'ye de sözü
And
tekrar
now I would like
önce
to give the word back
bizim
to
kuşakla
Nuri,
ilgili bir
but before that,
ahkam kesip de devredebilirim.
about
Ve de
our
çok kısa bir
generation,
cümle
I would
olacak.
like to say something
Yani
strong, or maybe not
bizim
our
hala
generation,
gördüğümüz, şimdi
but
şöyle dedi Selin, bizim daha etki alanımız
Celine said
sınırlı dedi, biz daha
they
büyüyoruz,
have limited
her şeyi
areas of
yapamayız dedi
impact
ama
because they are not yet adults
şimdi
and they cannot do
hangi
everything.
pozisyon daha özgür
But
o tartışılır.
what
Yani
position is
büyüyenler
freer? I mean,
ise
that's
eğer
often open
belli
for
ölçüde
discussion. If
idealizmlerini
adults
kaybederlerse ya
lost
da
their idealism
kötümserleştirirlerse
or if they become
ya da tam
pessimistic,
tersi uca doğru
they may
giderler.
not
Yani
be free
gerçek
as well, or they
fiziksel
can be really
tamamlanıyorlar ve
idealist, or
tamamen
they, I don't
hayati
know, they may
açıklamalar
be
yapmaktalar.
completely
Ya da konu
imagining and
açık
they can just rapture from
kalmaya ve
reality,
başka bir
or
politik iddianın parçası haline
they can
gelebilirlerse
be a
o
part of
zaman
another
da
political claim. For
başka bir
that
problem
reason,
doğuyor ve biz sanırım
this may
ben
cause another
hayatımda bu
problem. So
konuda
in my life,
çok sık bu problemlerin birini veya birkaçını
I
gördüm.
have seen a few of these
Etrafımdaki
problems
insanlarda ve kendi hayatımda.
around
Belki
people around
olsa
me,
olsa
and
engellemezsin
I have also
ama
seen
senin
this in my
yapabilecek
life.
bir
So
şey
I can just recommend
olmadığını
you
yaklaşık
something,
bir
but
dakika
I'm not in
çıkarmamıştım
that
zaten
position,
ama
and I have
hiç kimse
understood
ola
that
ki Amerika'yı yeniden
I am
keşfetmemiz
not in a
gerekmesin
position
bir konuda
to
bile diye.
recommend you. But
Yani şu
even
altını çizmek istediğim şey
that, I want to
kavram
underline some things. It
Türkiye'de
is not
şundan
discovering the
bahsedeceğim.
US
Kolay
again. I would like to
anlaşılır
talk
olur
about
belki
the
insanlar
reality of
açısından.
concepts. Maybe it will be
Uğraştığınız şeylerin
easier to
hepsinde
understand.
bir sizin oluşturmak istediğiniz bir etki
In
var.
your efforts, there is an
Bir de bunu
effect,
yaparken
impact that you want to
ifade
create. It is a
etmek
change
istedikleriniz
that you
var.
want to make. And
Bu
also, there
ifade ve
are the things
etki
that you want to
bir
express.
dengesi
This
var.
expression and
Yani
impact
siz
must be balanced.
dünyanın mesela durumunu tamamen onu anlatırsanız eğer kendinizi
And
daha iyi
if you
ifade etmiş
completely express the
insana daha
situation of the world, you will be
ulaşabiliyor
better
olacaksınız.
self
Çünkü çok
expressing, but
karanlık bir
most probably you will
meseleyi anlatacak
impact
ama
less
işinize
because you will
bakabilir.
tell something
Dedirtme
dark and you
ihtimaliniz
will say,
olabilir.
okay, never mind.
Oysa oradan belli şeyleri
However,
seçerek ama
you can
neyin
choose
farklı
certain things and
olabileceğini
you can
anlatmak
express
zaten
what can be
yaptığınız şey.
different. So this is
Ama
what you have been
idealler ve
already
gerçekler
doing.
arasında bir
At the
dengeyi
same time,
kurmak.
you
Yani
must
her
establish a
şeyin
balance between
olması
ideals
gereken
and
radikallikte,
balances and
hızda
realities.
ve mükemmellikte
Everything
değişemeyeceğini
should be
kabul etmek aslında
balanced
orta yolu
because
bularak
it is
götürür mü?
necessary
Bence
to
tam tersine
accept everything
radikal
can be
gerçeklik
changed all of a
getiriyor.
sudden.
Yani
I think this is the
radikal olan
radical
bu.
realism, in my
Öbür türlüsü
opinion.
çünkü
Otherwise, it
e,
would be quite
bazen
challenging.
de hiçbir şey yapamayacağını
Because
bile bile
sometimes
çok garanti
you
bir
know that
pozisyonda
you will
savunmaktan
not
hiçbir
be
şey
able to
gelmiyor.
do
Ve
anything,
bundan
but you can
kaçınmak da
just
çok
defend that
mühim.
position. And of course,
Tıpkı
this is
hiçbir
also
şey yapmamaktan
important to
kaçınmak
avoid
gibi. Bir de bu
this
sonuçlar ve
situation. Like
süreçler
you
meselesi
have
var.
to avoid from
Buradaki
doing
herkesin
nothing.
ben
And there is also
sonuç
processes and
almak
outcome.
konusunda çok
And
iddialı ve
getting
istekli
results
olduğunu
from every
düşünüyorum.
group, it would be
Ama
very
bir de
assertive, I'm sure.
yani
But there is
elinden
also
gelen her
another
şeyi
aspect.
yaptıktan sonra o
After
süreç
you do your
en azından o
best,
kadar önemli oluyor.
at least
Siz
that
üç şey
process
deneyip
itself is
birini
important in addition to
başardığınızda
the
öbür
output. When
ikisini
you try three
başaramazken de
things
çok
and
şey
when you
başarmış
succeed in
oluyorsunuz
one,
aslında.
this means you
Ama
succeeded a
bizim
lot.
kültürümüzde veya dünyanın kültüründe aslında
However, in our
değişmesi istediğimiz
culture,
başka
in
bir
the
şey.
world
Biz
culture, we want to change
olumlu
something else.
sonuçlara değil de hatalara, kusurlara,
We should
eksiklere
focus on
odaklanmayı
mistakes
sanki marifet
and what
biliyoruz.
is missing.
Oysa
We are
hepimizin
focusing on
hikayelerinde,
that.
hepimizin
But in
hikayelerinde
all of our stories,
odaklanabilecek çok güzel
we
şeyler
should
var.
focus on positives and the process
Belki kendimden örnek
rather
verecek
than the
olursam
outcomes. And let me
aktivizm
give an example
ilk
from
doğrudan
myself.
yaptığım iş üzerinden
Not on the basis
örnek
of
vermek istiyorum.
activism, but my job directly.
Benim
I would like to give an
şarkı
example.
söylediğim ilk albümde gerçekten
In my
şarkı
first album
söyleyemediğimi
where I
dinleyebiliyorsunuz.
sang, you can understand that I
O
wasn't really
ikinci
successful
albümde
in
yani
singing.
biraz daha
In my second
katlanabilirsiniz,
album, it was a
duyarsınız.
bit better.
Ama
You can
bir
tolerate
gelişme
it a bit better, but
olur da şimdikine
if
dönüşür müyüm diye o
you
zaman
talk
bana
about an
sorsanız
improvement, if you
veya o
asked me
zamanki
then
dinleyenlere
whether I could
sorsanız
be
veya
improving
o
when it
konuyu
comes
çok
to
uzaklaşmış
singing,
olsam inanıyorum ki şu andaki bir
I
şarkıcı
believe
olamazdım.
that I
Çünkü
wouldn't be able
kusurlara
to
odaklandığınız
be a
zaman
singer
e,
like this right now because if you focus on
yani
mistakes,
doğal olarak varacağınız sonuç
naturally
daha kusurlu bir şey oluyor.
you will avoid
E,
from the result,
ben
and that
bunları
result will
zaten
actually
bildiğinizden
be.
eminim.
For that
Çünkü
reason, you
dinleyenler
should focus
arasında
on
eğer
improvement, and I'm sure
ya
that you know this.
böyle oluyor da şurası eksik, böyle oluyor oluyor da burası eksik. Ne
And if
yapacak
we
bu
just
insanlar?
focus on deficiencies and what is missing, I think that would be a wrong approach. I mean, saying these people are just low in number, there is pandemic, the world is just so bad. If we are so pessimistic, that will not be very beneficial. And of course, people will also be aware of that. And these people are trying to change the paradigm.
Sevgili Nuri, sana
Dear
dönmek
Nuri,
istiyorum.
I would like to give
İstediğin
the
yerden
word to
bağlayabilirsin
you.
veya ister pandemiyle, ister gönüllülükle ilgili ufak ufak
And
kapanışa doğru götürebilirsin bizi.
you can
Çok
bring us towards the closing with the
Yani
pandemic and the
öyle
process. Well,
güzel
thank you very
bağlandı
much.
ki aslında
Thank you.
konuşmalar.
Actually,
Yani
there is a
her
nice
zaman
context in these
yapamazsın.
speeches,
Önemli
and it is important that you
gerçekten
should
neye
not focus on
inanıyorsanız, neyi
mistakes,
hissediyorsanız
and you should
ona
do
odaklanıp
what you really have faith in. You should
orada
focus on that and then continue.
yakalanma ipuçları oluyor. Mesela Atlas şeyi yakalamış, açgözlülük.
Atlas,
Covid
for example,
sürecinde de
mentioned
yaşadığımız bu
problems,
ilişkiler
and also
arağı.
this
Yani
is
biz
the
burada
case during the
hizmetleri olarak
COVID-19.
odaklanıyoruz ve gönüllülük
And we are focusing on what is
işbirlik
missing.
halinde
Voluntarism actually
ilişkiler daha
requires
ve hani başka
cooperation, and it
iklim
requires
krizi
interaction, not just
krizinden
focusing on
geçirememişler.
mistakes. And
Asıl
we
şey de
need
o
to also lean on
eşitsizlikten.
economy and
Bunu kim
climate
yapıyor? Aslında
crisis.
biz
And the main
yapıyoruz. Biz
focus is
bireyler olarak
also inequality. So
kendimizle,
who does this?
sağlığımızla,
We are doing it
bedenimizle,
as
çevremizle,
individuals.
oy verdiğimiz
We
politikacılarla,
ourselves
işte
and with people
politik
around us, and
yaptığımız
also
seçimlerle,
politicians
üretim
that we're
tüketimle
voting for,
bir
and in
ilişkilenme
production and
halindeyiz.
consumption. There is
Burada
an interaction
gönüllülük bu
among individuals all the time.
ilişkilenme
So in these kinds
halinde
of relations, voluntarism is the most important point in
yöneterek
my opinion.
yapabilme. Ve
And we have to
konu
do this
ister
in a
iklim krizi
sustainable
olsun,
way. This can
konu
be economic
isterseniz
crisis,
mahallenizin
or the
oradaki
subject
başka
can
bir
be
sorunu
something
olsun.
about
Ama
finances or any
başkasının
problem.
sorunuyla toplumsal bir sorun
But you should claim another
onu çözmeye
person's
yönelik
problem as yours, and you should
ve
focus on
burada
it
yaşlılar dinliyoruz
to
ama
be able to
bizi
solve it.
dinleyemeyen herkesin içinde yatan
And
böyle ya şu
this is
sorunu çözme, bu
something
çözülmesi
that
gerekiyor dediği nokta.
shares
Bizler o
everyone to
nesillerden
solve these
görüyoruz ya
problems. And I
kendi
think
neslimiz
this is
zamanında işte
important
Harun
across
anlattığı gibi
generations.
kırsal
Harun
üreticiye
mentioned, for
odaklayın,
example,
enerjiyi
20 years
dönüştürebiliyor.
ago,
Şimdi
it was
bambaşka bir
different. And right
araçlarla,
now,
bambaşka bir
there are
zaman
different instruments
kronolojisi
and tools, and the
içerisinde
time is
yeni
different.
ipuçları yakalıyorlar.
And we are now getting new clues.
Ve sizlerin bu yakaladığı ipuçları biz sizden daha çok duymamız gerekiyor.
And we have to
Duyduklarımız da
hear from
aslında
you
çözüm
these
oluyor.
kinds of
Gerçekten
clues
benim
as well, because
böyle
these
hani
will help
çalışırken
us
sıkan
towards a
şeylerden
solution.
birisi şu.
Because one of the
Hep
things
aynı
that really
kafayla
bothers me is that people
yani
always have the
çevre
same
sorunu
mentality.
çevrecileri
They
ilgilensin.
say there is
Kalkınma
environment
sorunu
problem and
kalkınmacılar ilgilensin.
environmentalists
Öyle bir şey
should
yok. Öyle bir
tackle
dünyada
this, or
yaşamıyoruz
there is a
artık.
development problem and they say development
Senin yeğenin
experts
gibi
should deal with it. No, we are not living
2019'da
in such a world now. Everybody should assume
kaldı ki bu 20'li
responsibilities when it comes to common
geldi.
problems.
O sırada sana vereyim ben sana Selin. Gelince
This is quite
gerçekten Türkiye'de
important,
bile
and
bu sosyal ağ
we have to
dediğimiz
revise our
yani sosyal
mentality,
açıdan
because
daha
what we call as a
dezavantajlı,
social
daha
network, this
dezavantajlı olan
requires
grupları burada
leaning on
tutan bir ağ var.
helping
Bu ülkeler
the
arasında
people
daha
who are
farklı,
socially
kültürler arasında daha
disadvantaged. And
farklı.
of course,
Ama
there
bu
might be
bizim
differences
kültürümüzde şarkıları
among
biliyoruz.
cultures, but we know
Ve
the
bunun
conditions in our culture.
üzerinden
For that
bir
reason, we
güçlenme
should
haline
focus
ihtiyacımız
and we
var. Biz
should
aslında
empower
toplumsal
based on
olarak
these
güçlü olduğumuz
ideas,
çok büyük
because
yerlerdeyiz.
socially, there are
O
so
zaman
many
biz
good
için
aspects
daha
that we are
fazla
strong in
duyacağız.
social terms, and we
Ve
should
orada
focus on
son
more
şeyde
improvement areas and
bizim sizden
empowerment as
öğrendiğimiz
well. And what we learn from you is actually
ilişkilenme hali çözülür
the
kalkmışları
interaction
iklim
of
krizi.
volunteerism,
Hem
and
UNVK hem
this should be in
2013
different
yılında
areas.
UNV ile
And
beraber işbirliğiyle
together with
oluşturulan
UNB,
bu süreçte
this process
bambaşka
was
konularda,
created in
bambaşka
collaboration
yaşlarda benim
with
gibi
UNB and
sayısını
UNV,
duyabileceği
and
isimleri olan biri olarak
this
veya
also
çok
has
genç
growth in
insanlarla
different
beraber
perspectives. And together with young people, we have the
ayrımcılığı
opportunity to
yapmadan,
cooperate.
ayrımcılığı yapmadan
And
hep beraber
without any
çalışmamız gerekiyor.
discrimination, we need to
Bunun
work
için de
together.
bugün içinde
We need to
herkese
work
çok
together in
teşekkür ediyorum.
collaboration without any discrimination. And for this day, I would like to thank everyone. Thank you, Nuri. And
Alarak bitirmek durumundayız galiba.
I would
Burada
like to receive your final words.
doğru gidelim
And let's
ve
go from the
İlayda'dan
oldest to the youngest. Ilayda,
biliyorum çok yeterli bir zaman olmadı belki ama
we don't have sufficient time, I'm aware.
güzel tanışmalara vesile oldu
But
bugün, onu biliyorum.
today was an opportunity for
İlayda,
us
bizi
because
şu
we
anda
can
veya
get
başka
to
zaman
know each
dinleyen
other.
ve izleyen insanlar
Ilayda,
senin dikkat çekmek istediğin şeyleri
is there
nasıl
anything
takip
else that you
seninle
want to
öncelik
attract
verdiğin
attention today?
konuları ve konuşmamız gerek
How would you like to
inisiyatifini
contribute?
nereden ve nasıl takip
And
edebilirler?
How should people follow the initiative which is called We Need to Talk?
Kapatırken evet
Thank
aslında
you very
yani
much. When I'm finalizing my
farklı
words,
sohbet
well,
olabilir
if there was an opportunity, I could talk for hours about it. But
Reg
we would like
yoksulluğu
to
ve reg
invite you to
çöküşüyle
support
mücadele etmek
to the
isterseniz
initiative which is
konuşmamız her
called
zaman sosyal
We
medyadan
Need to
takip
Talk.
edebilirsiniz.
And you can
Bir de
always
günün
follow us on
manasına
social
uygun
media
olarak
accounts.
her
And at the
zaman
same
gelen
time,
ürünleri
in line
kabulümüz
with the
açık.
meaning of today, we're
Umarız bir an
always
önce bu
open for
pandemi sona
volunteers.
erer ve biz
And we
sahalara
hope that
döneriz.
this pandemic
Onun
comes to an
dışında
end. We can go
gönüllülerimizin
back to the
yapabilecek tek
field. And I
şeyler
would like to
bize ulaşın
say that
yeter.
there are so many
İyi
things
ki UN
volunteers can do.
Volunteers
It
ve
is just
Ulusal'lerin
sufficient for us
sunucusu bir araya
to reach
getirmiş.
us.
Ben
And
son
UN
söz olarak
volunteers and UN
nesiller
committee
arası
brought us
dayanışarak
together.
çok
As the
çok
final
büyük
word, I
farklar
would like to say that
yaratabileceğimizi söylüyorum.
solidarity between
Ve
generations
teşekkür
can
ediyorum
create
herkese.
very, very big differences. And I would like to thank everyone. Thank you. Once again, thank you, İlayda.
Senden de
Selin,
seni ve önem
let's
verdiklerini
hear from you.
ne yap?
In order to support you and what you give importance to, what should our audience do?
Aslında konuşurken de hem ben bahsettim
In
hem
fact,
Harun
I mentioned in my
bundan.
speech, and Harun
Bu
also
işte
mentioned about this
bulunduğunuz
as well.
pozisyonda elinizden gelenin en
In
iyisini
your
yapmak
position,
bizim
you
sizden
should do your
istediğimiz iklim
best.
aktivistleri olarak.
This is what I
Yani
actually
illaki
want as a
hayatınızı
climate
iklim aktivistine
activist.
adamak zorunda değilsiniz. İklim
You don't
kriz
have to
için bir şey
dedicate your
yapmak, yapmış
life as
olmak için.
a
Yani bir
climate
şirkette
activist in order to do
çalışıyorsanız
something about
yapabileceğiniz çok
climate.
fazla şey var.
If you're
Şirketin
working for a
fosil yakıt
company,
yatırımlarından
there are so many
uzaklaşmasını
things that you
sağlayabilirsiniz.
can do. You can
Yeşil
ensure that your
teknolojilere
company
yatırım
gets away
yapmasını,
from fossil
yeşil
fuels, and
girişimleri
they can
desteklemesini
invest
sağlayabilirsiniz.
in green
Aynı
technologies and
şekilde moda
green
sektöründe
initiatives. At the same
çalışıyorsanız,
time, if you're
sanatçıysanız,
working
yani
in fashion
milyonlarca şey
sector,
var.
if
Herkes
you're an
yapabilir.
artist,
O
you
yüzden
can do a
bizim
lot of
sizden
things. There are
talebimiz,
millions
isteğimiz,
of things
dinleyen
that
herkesten
people
şu,
can do.
iklim
What
aktivistlerini
we want from
destekleyin
you is
ve
that
iklim
you should support
aktivistlerine
climate
nasıl destek
activists, and
olabileceğinizi kendiniz düşünün. Yani
you
mutlaka bir
can
sürü şey
consider how you
bulacaksınız. Ben
can
buna
support
eminim.
these climate
Gökdelerin
activists.
illaki
And I'm
hala
sure
böyle
that you will be able
çok
to
büyük
find
aksiyonlar,
many methods. And
bir
I'm not
anda
expecting
bütün
very big
sistemi değiştirmek
actions,
gibi bir şey
as
olması
Harun
gerek
mentioned,
yok.
because it
Zaten
is not
mümkün de
like
değil. Bunu
changing the
biz
entire
biliyoruz.
system all
O
of a
yüzden
sudden.
küçük
We
küçük
know that this
aksiyonlar
is not
alarak ve
possible. So
küçük
you
su
can take
damlalarını
small
bir araya
actions,
getirerek
and we
ilerlememiz
can bring together
çok daha
these
hem sağlıklı
little
hem de
water
mümkün
drops, and they
olacaktır diye
can
düşünüyorum.
have a
Ve kısa
better
vadede
and more
bizim
possible
jenerasyonumuzla beraber de ben
solutions.
güzel bir
And
geleceğin
together with our
geleceğine
generation,
ve bizim
I am
jenerasyonumuzun
sure
bunun
that
için
there will be a better
mücadele
future,
edeceğini
and our
düşünüyorum.
generation will
Üç
struggle
sonraki
for such a
kuşaklardan da
better
bize destek
future.
olmalarını ve
And from the older
bu yolda
generations, we
yani
would
elimizden
like
tutmak
the
mümkün olan her
support,
şekilde
and as much as
yardımcı olmalarını
possible,
en
they
azından
can help
yolumuzda
us, at
durup
least so that
fosil yakıtlara veya işte o
they can
eski
just say stop
artık
to
geride
fossil
kalması gereken
fuels or
eski
other
alışkanlıklara
traditional
yatırım
habits.
yapmamalarını
And
ve
we
bizi
wish that they
dinlemelerini
do not
istiyorum.
invest in traditional ways, and we want them to
Şahane.
hear
Ben son
us.
sözü çok
Great.
teşekkürler Selin. Son sözü tabii
Thank
ki
you, Selin.
Atlas'a
And I
bırakmadan
would like
önce
to last
şunu bir
word
şey
to
söyleyeyim.
Atlas, but
Gerçekten
before that, I would
kapanışta
like to say a few
onu
things.
havale edeceğim. Yani
And I
nasıl
will leave the
isterse öyle
closing to
kapatmanızı
Atlas, and
rica
he
edeceğim
can close
aslında.
as he wishes.
Bir tek şeyin altını çizmek istiyorum. Bugün benim için
I
de
want to underline
öğrenmelerle
this
dolu
only.
bir
Today,
şeydi.
I have
Hiç kimse
learned a
bunu
lot.
izlemiyor olsaydı bile
And
ben
if nobody
bugün
was watching
yaptığımız
this event,
konuşmalardan
I
mesela
would say that I would learn a
çok
lot from these
faydalanmış birisi
speeches
olarak
today, and
kalkacağım bu
I
ülkelerin başında.
benefited a lot from these comments.
Aklımdaki bazı düşünceleri veya bazı yaklaşımlarımı birazcık tazelemiş,
And
bazılarını biraz
I've
değiştirmiş
refreshed certain approaches in my mind, and I have changed
mutlaka
certain
daha umutlu birisiyim bir saat
perceptions,
öncesine
and
göre.
I am more hopeful compared to an hour
Ve şeyin
ago, I
altını
can
çok
say. These
çizmek istiyorum.
discussions
Hepinizde gördüm
contributed
ve
to me,
kendimde de
and I would like to
görmeye çalıştığım
underline
şey
this.
şu.
I see this in all of you, and I try to see it in
Bir
myself.
ya hep ya
And
hiç
here it is.
tavrından
Well,
ziyade
we should give
elimizden
up the
geldiğince
attitude
destek
saying
sağlamak.
always or never. I think we
Ben
should
bunun
adopt the
en
attitude of
önemli
saying the
fark
best
yaratan
we
şey
can do.
olacağını
I
düşünüyorum.
think this is
Çünkü
the biggest
zaten
potential
sağlığımızın
that will
etkisi
create
olması
difference,
sayesinde
because thanks to
gelebilecekteki
this
değişim
approach, we can
ancak
make a
anlamlı ve uzun
change.
olacaktır.
And
Yoksa
then, only then, it can be meaningful.
başka türlü
Otherwise,
bir sonuç alabilecek olsak bile insanlar
even if
arası
we can get a
ilişkiler ve
result, I
iletişim
think the
açısından
relations
zaten
between
hata
people and
yapmışızdır.
communication wouldn't
Yani
be
doğrular budur,
correct. There would be
yanlışlar budur
mistakes.
demek değil.
We should
Hep
not push
beraber
people to accept
bir doğru
certain and correct. I think we should come up with something correct together. We should reach a consensus. Well, of course, there will be mistakes while we are trying to do this, and we will not be excellent. Sometimes we may argue, sometimes we may fight when listen to each other, but there is this gray zone in between, and repeatedly we have to focus on how this gray zone is important, and it is going to be like an Inception movie, like Matrix. Our generation knows Matrix movie better. Let me give an
Şimdi kuşaklar
example
arası
from
bir
those
ilişkiden
movies. Well,
bahsediyoruz ve biz
yes, we are talking
genç
about something
kuşaklar,
called
daha genç kuşakları
intergenerations, and
desteklerken belki onların işini
we are
zorlaştırmış
supposed
amaçtan
to
vesaireden
support
bundan
younger
bahsediyoruz ama
generations, and we
buraya da
discuss not
indirgenmeyecek bir şey
making
bu.
their
Çünkü
job
her kuşağın kendi
difficult. But
içinde
of course, we
kuşak
shouldn't
farkından
minimize this
itibaren
to this, because
kesinlikle açıklanamayacak olan başka
it
şeyler de var.
cannot be explained only
Yani
by the conflict
birileri
between
her
generations.
zaman
There are more fine
başka
details,
birilerine
because
göre
some
daha
people,
farklı
according to
yolu
the others,
deniyor. Daha farklı
are
bakıyor.
trying
Kimisi daha
different
radikal,
methods, and
kimisi
they
daha
have different
yuvarlak
approaches. Some
bakıyor.
people are more
Dünya
selfish,
kiminin
and the
umurunda
others are not like
değil.
that.
Kimi
Some people care
dünya
about the
kendisinin
world while
umurunda
others
zannediyor.
don't.
Aslında umurunda
And
olduğu şey
some people
kendisi.
assume that they care about the world,
Bütün
but
bu
in
farklı
fact,
insan
they care
tipleri,
about
bütün bu
only
gruplar her
themselves. So
kuşakta
we
da var.
have different types of
Dolayısıyla
people,
olay
and these people are in
kesinlikle iki
every
kuşakta
generation. For
büyük
that
fark
reason,
yaratacağı
the
fakat
core
bu
is
farkın
that the
haberdar
next
olmayan şey
generation will
oradaki
really make a change,
özellikle
big change. But
deneyim
here,
meselesinden
especially,
yararlanmayı
experience is
her
important,
zaman
and they should
önde
also
tutmak
benefit
gerekiyor.
from
Çünkü
experiences of
genel
all their
olarak
generation. We have to put this into the
kuşaklar da
foreground,
eskilerle,
because
büyüklerle ilgili bir sorun
when you
olmaktan çok
communicate with
insanların
the older or the older
yüzlerce, binlerce
generation,
yıllık
the elderly,
alışkanlıklarıyla ilgili
they have
bir
habits,
sorunla
and this is
yaşıyoruz.
about actually
Pekala
habits
siz de
of like
kendinizi daha
hundreds of
genç
years,
kuşaklara
and
bir
there
şey
might be certain
anlatırken
problems, yes. And when
bulabilirsiniz.
you are telling something
Muhtemelen de bulursunuz.
to
Ama
younger
esas mesele o
generations, most
bizim şu anda
probably you will
karşılaşmış
end up
olduğumuz değil.
trying
İnsanlığın
to
ve
explain
dünyanın
some things to
uygarlık
younger generations.
geçmişindeki
So
ortak
actually, the matter is
hatalarına
not
biz bakıp bir şey düzeltebiliyor
the
muyuz?
generation
Mesele
problem.
bu. Bunu
We
da
should look
bakacak
at the
ve bu
common
konuda
problems
size
of
hepinize
humanity,
destek
and we
olacak
should
her
take
taraftan
action to
insan var
correct
diyerek
these mistakes. I think
aranızdaki en
people
genç
from every
arkadaşımızı
generation
Atlas'a
should
sözünü
support
devrediyorum.
each
Atlas
other.
lütfen
By that, I would like to leave the
cümleni
word
sen
to
kapat.
Atlas, our youngest panelist.
Teşekkür
So I'm
ederim
giving the
böyle bir
last word to
fırsatı
you
bana
for
verdiği için tüm
finalizing. Thank you
çalışanlara
very
buradaki.
much for giving me this
Kapanış
opportunity. I would
fırsatında
like to thank
bana verdiğiniz
everyone
için
who
size teşekkür
contributed
ederim Harun
to
abi.
this event, and thank
Şöyle
you,
ben
Harun,
de
for
Selin'in
giving me this
söylediklerine
opportunity of
katılacağım.
finalizing. Well,
Tekrarlamamakta
I
vesaire
agree what
katılıyorum
Selin
hepsine.
said. I
Eee,
will not
izleyen
repeat, but
herkese
I
çok
agree
teşekkür
with
ediyorum.
everything that
Bana da
she said.
sosyal
I would
medya
like to
üzerinden
thank everyone,
ulaşabilirsiniz.
and you
Herkesin
can
tüm kriz adına
you can reach me
yapabileceği
through social
eee,
media.
ve gelecek
There
adına
is
tüm krizler
everything
adına yapabileceği
that you can
eminim
do
ki
for climate
en
crisis
azından bir
and for
şey
the
vardır.
future,
O
and
yüzden
I'm sure that you
hepinizi
can do
gönüllü olmaya
at
çağırıyorum.
least one thing in order to take action. That's
Teşekkürler
why I
herkese
call all of
geldiği,
you
izlediği
to be
için, değer verdiği
volunteers, and
için.
thank you for giving
Çok
value. Thank you
teşekkürler
for
Atlas.
participating,
Selin,
watching this
İlayda,
panel.
Nuri size de çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very
İzleyenlere de
much.
çok
Thank you,
teşekkürler.
Atlas, Ilayda, Nuri. Thank you. And I would
Sonunda
like to
bu
thank our
yayının
audience as well.
kaydının da ulaşılabilir olacağını
And I
tahmin
would like to
ediyorum.
remind that the recording of this
Eğer hiç
this
izleyemeyenler varsa
airing
veya
will also be
teknolojik sıkıntılar
accessible. If
varsa
you were not able to
onları da
watch it
kendi
now,
sosyal
you
medyamızdan
can access
paylaşırız.
it, and
Mesela
this
ben
will be shared on our
kesinlikle
social media
baştan sona
account.
bir izleyeceğim çünkü
I will watch it from the
sizlerle birlikte
beginning to the
olmanın
end,
heyecanı ve coşkusu sebebiyle
because
söylediklerinizi
I was so
tamamen anlıyor
excited,
olabilirim.
and maybe I
İyi ki
missed
varsınız.
some
Çok
points
teşekkürler.
when you
Bütün
talked. So thank you
izleyenlere
very
iyi
much. It
akşamlar.
was really good to have you, and I would like to say good evening to all the audience.
Ben buradaki herkes adına konuklarımıza çok teşekkür etmek
I would like to
istiyorum.
thank
Gerçekten
all our
hepimiz için çok
participants
keyifli
and our
dakikalardı.
panelists, because
Bakış açımızın
these were quite
değişti ve yeni
enjoyable moments
şeyler
for all of
katıldığı
us. We
güzel
changed our
anlardı.
perspective,
Tekrardan çok
and
teşekkürler.
we would like to thank
Günün sonuna
again.
yaklaşıyoruz.
And
Günün
we are
sonuna
coming towards
yaklaşırken
the
son
end of the
panelimizde
day. When we
Türkiye'de
are
gönüllülük
coming to the
altyapısını ve bu
end, we
altyapıyı
will talk about
güçlendirmesi
the
konusunda
volunteerism
Ulusal Gönüllülük
infrastructure in
Komitesi
Turkey.
eş
And the
genel
last
sekreteri
panelist and the
Erdem
National
Varda
Volunteerism Committee
moderatörlüğünde konuşacağız. Daha
co-secretary Erdem
sonrasında her
Varlı will
biri
be the
birbirinden
moderator
anlamlı ve
in
özel
this
olan
panel,
gönüllülük hikayeleriyle
and
devam
then we will
edeceğiz.
hear the stories
Günün
of
sonuna
volunteering
yaklaşırken tekrardan
that are
farkındayım
special.
gönüllüyle
And
birlikte
towards the end
başarı
of the day,
GIZ
I am
hashtaglerini
aware
kullanarak
that
sesimizi duyurmayı unutmayalım lütfen.
you can use the
Şimdi
hashtags.
sözü
Please do not
moderatörümüz Erdem
forget
Bey'e
to use
bırakıyorum.
hashtags in order to raise our voice together. Now I would like to leave the word to Mr. Erdem.
Matematik. Matematik bu dünyanın kalbidir. Evren matematik diliyle
Mathematics is
yazılmıştır.
the core of this world because the
Matematiğin
universe is
harfleri
coded with
üçgenler,
mathematics, and
daireler
they are
ve diğer
triangles, the letters
geometrik
are
biçimlerdir.
circles, and the other
Bunlar olmadan
geometrical
tek sözcüğü bile
shapes.
anlaşılamaz.
And
O yüzden
if
aslında
not for this,
matematik
you
çok
wouldn't be able
zevkli
to
ve
understand
eğlencelidir.
mathematics
Çünkü
at all.
hayatın
That's why
tam içindedir
mathematics
o.
is quite enjoyable
Matematiğin
because it is the
içindeki
core of
eğlenceyi bulmaya
life.
hazır mısınız?
And are you ready to
Peki
get the fun
matematiği
of
keşfederken
mathematics?
neler yapacağız?
When discovering
Sayılarla
mathematics,
oyunlar
what we will do? We will play
ve
with numbers.
çocukların kendi oyunlarını kurabileceklerini göreceğiz.
Children can develop their own games.
Sanatın, müziğin,
And
resmin,
arts and music
bilimciliğin,
picture, painting, engineering. Well, in total, life is based on mathematics, and we will realize this together. Welcome to the magical world of numbers.
Sevgili Harun'a hem akranım
Dear
hem de
Harun, my peer and my high school friend, and also climate activists, we would like to thank them for this perfect, excellent conversation. And now I'm together with another colleague. Doğu, welcome.
Merhaba, hoş bulduk Erdem.
Hello. Hello, Erdem.
Doğu biraz bize Alman Uluslararası
Doğu,
İşbirliği
can you please talk about the German International Organization and one of the sponsors of this event? Can you please
Tabii,
also talk about
memnuniyetle.
the support to volunteerism in Turkey? Yes, of course,
Aslında GIZ
gladly.
anlatmak için
For
biraz daha
GIZ, I
Türkiye-Almanya
think
işbirliğine gitmek
we
gerekiyor.
have to look at the
1950'lere
cooperation between Turkey and Germany in
1950'lerden bu
order to
çağın tahmin
understand the
edeceği
GIZ. And the
gibi bir
cooperation dates back to the
işbirliği bizim
1950s. And as you will
var bu
anticipate,
iki ülkenin.
we have cooperation with this
98
country.
yılından bu yana
And
GIZ
as
Türkiye'nin
of
Ankara'da bir
1998,
ofisi var ve
GIZ has an
2014'te de
office in
Gaziantep'te bir
Ankara.
saha
In
ofisi
2014, it has a field
kurarak bu
office in
çalışmalarına hız
Gaziantep,
verdi.
city of
Yine aslında
Turkey.
GIZ
And again,
uluslararası işbirliği
GIZ and
açısından
international cooperation
Türkiye'yi
is
anlatabilmek için
important for Turkey. In
99
order to
yılından bu
explain
yana
this, we
devam
have to
eden
go back to
Türkiye'nin
1999.
Avrupa Birliği
Since
adaylığı,
1999,
NATO
Turkey's
üyeliği,
EU
üyelikleri
candidate status
bir
continues,
şekilde bu
and we have NATO
işbirliğini
membership
ve
as well.
iletişimin
And these, in
aktörlerinden
a way, contribute to
biri
this
hale getiriyor
cooperation and
Türkiye'yi.
communication.
Hem
And
katkı
Turkey has
sağlayan
become one of
hem
the
de bu
actors
işbirliği içerisinde faydalanan
contributing
durumda.
to this contribution, and it is also at the position
Dolayısıyla
of a
bir de aslında
beneficiary.
coğrafi konumunu da
For that
düşünürsek
reason, when we consider the geographical
hem göçün
location of
odağında olması,
Turkey,
hem insan
it is
yapımı
at the center
felaketlerden
of
dolayı
migration, and it is also
etkilenen
at the
halinde
center of
olması
human-made
bir de bunu bu
disasters.
işbirliği
Turkey is
içerisinde de
affected by
yine
that as
önemli bir
well.
aktör
That's why
haline
this
getiriyor.
cooperation makes
Daha
Turkey
somut
an
bir örnekle
important
aslında
actor. And
anlatmak
I can give a
gerekirse bu
tangible
az önce
example.
anlattığım konuları. Örneğin komşu Suriye'de
For
2011
example, in
yılından bu yana
Syria, in
devam eden
2011,
iç
a civil
savaşın
war
Türkiye'deki
broke
etkisi
out, and
3,5
the war
milyon
has been
geçici koruma
continuing.
altındaki
And the impact in
Suriyelinin
Turkey
ani
has
ve
been 3.5
acil bütçü
million
olarak
Syrians, refugees,
yaşıyoruz,
under
yaşamaktayız da.
temporary protection, and we have been
Üstelik buna
experiencing the impacts ever
sayısı
since.
yaklaşık 500 bine yaklaşan
And
Iraklı ve Afgan
there are also Iraqi
sığınmacıyı
and
ya
Afghan
da
refugees and
1 milyon
asylum seekers,
civarındaki
which amount to
düzensiz göçmeni de
500,000,
dahil
and there
edersek
are
bu 5
around
milyon
a million
kişiyi
of
direkt
irregular
olarak
migrants.
etkileyen,
So this means
ev sahibi
the
toplulukların
process
da
affects 5
etkilediğini
million people
düşünecek olursak
directly, as well as the host community.
birçok kişiyi aynı anda
From
derinden
this
etkileyen bir
perspective,
hem
this
göçmen
is
iklimi hem de uluslararası
a
yönetim
process that affects a lot of
gerçekliği
parties,
doğmaktaydı
and
Türkiye'de.
this is also causing the reality of migration
O yüzden
management and the
GIZ
management of migration
Türkiye-Alman
movements. For that
hükümeti
reason, GIZ
ve Avrupa
is a
Birliği
cooperation between
adına
Turkey, German government,
iklim
and
değişikliği ve
the European
yenilenebilir
Union.
enerji,
GIZ is concentrating on
göç ve
climate
yerinden
change and
edilmiş
renewable
toplumlar
energy,
ve
and migration, as well as
Avrupa Birliği'ye
displaced
giriş üzerine uluslararası
communities
servisler
are
kontrol
also
alanında
another
Türkiye'de
focal point.
çalışmalarını
And together with the
sürdürmekte.
service portfolios, GIZ is continuing its
Ben de
activities in
aslında benim
Turkey.
dahil olduğumda
And
işte biz bir
when
küme çalışması
I
diyoruz ona.
got involved, there
Suriye
is this
mülteciler
cluster
ve ev sahibi
work,
topluluklarında
and we work with the temporary
isminde bir küme
refugees and host
çalışmasının bir
communities.
parçasıyım.
I
Bu
am a part of this
kümelerde
cluster work, and in these
özel olarak
clusters,
odaklandığı alanlar
we
kapasite
especially focus
geliştirme,
on refugees
kurumsal ve
and
insan
capacity
kapasitenin
building, both
geliştirilmesi, eğitim,
corporate and
istihdam
human
ve sosyal uyum
capacity. We also focus
alanlarına
on
odaklanan
employment,
projelerin
education, and
olduğu o
social
küme
cohesion.
çalışmasının bir
We
parçasıyım.
conduct these cluster works where we produce projects. For that reason,
sanırım Doğu'nun görüntüsü dondu. Ben de tam göçmenler üzerine aslında bir
I was going to ask a question about migrants and refugees, but there is a connection problem with Doe, because today we have discussed many topics, but not refugees and migration. And I was going to ask how they approach towards volunteerism and why this topic is important. As Yuva Association, we are also working with refugees, especially Syrian refugees.
ilk
who are
4
living in
zamanından
Turkey.
bu yana.
And as ever
O
since the
yüzden de
first
onların
migration time,
hem
we have been
onlarla
working with
olan
Syrian
Türkiye
refugees as well.
gönüllülüğü hem de
And this is an important point, both in
göçmenlerin
terms
kendi
of
gönüllülüğü
volunteerism in
konusunu
Turkey as
çok
well as
önemsiyoruz.
volunteering refugees.
Tam da
This is
onu
quite
Doğu'ya
critical for
soracaktım.
us.
Çünkü onların
I
da bu
was going
konuda
to ask this question
çalışmaları
to
var.
Do because they
Neden
also have
sence
relevant
bu konu
work in this
önemli
field. So
Doğu?
why do you think this
Göçmenlerin,
topic is
mültecilerin
important,
gönüllülüğü
Do? Volunteering
neden bu kadar
refugees or
önemli?
migrants? Why is it so important?
Evet. Pardon, sesimi
Yes,
ayarlamaya çalışıyorum aradan bir taraftan.
I'm trying to
İyice
fix my
kötü sesimi
sound.
duyurmamak için izleyicilere ama.
Yok, gayet iyi
In the
duyuyoruz şu an.
meantime, that is okay. We can
Mültecilerin
hear
gönüllülüğü neden
clearly.
önemli?
So, refugees
Güzel bir soru.
volunteering is important.
Aslında ben bunu şu şekilde anlatmayı tercih ederim.
And
Her
I would
kriz
like to clarify this in
doğası
the
gereği
following, because
belli
every
aşamalardan
crisis
geçer.
by
Bunları çok
nature
basit
has to go through
hayatımızdan
certain
bir
stages.
örnekle vermek
And we can
gerekirse bir
give
yangın çıktığı
examples
zaman
from our life. Let's say
önceliğiniz
that there
onu
is a fire. When
onu
there is a
söndürmek
fire,
olur.
your priority is
Sonra
to
hasar
pull
tespiti
out that
yaparsınız ve
fire.
sonraki
And then you can
aşamalarda
just determine what is damaged, and then in the
tekrar
next
yangın
stages, you
çıkmaması
will try
için,
to
o
fix and you will
hasarları
take
giderebilmek
precautions in
için
order to not to have any
alınacak
fire
önlemler.
again. You can
O
talk
yüzden
about preventive measures after
2011
that.
yılından
That's why,
bu yana devam eden
as of 2011,
Suriye'deki
the Syrian
ve bu
crisis has
aşamalarla
been
değerlendirmek
continuing, and
mümkün.
when we evaluate the
İlki
crisis
biraz
from
daha
these stages, it
insani
is
yardım
possible. The first measure
ihtiyaçlarıyla
was to meet
şekillenen bir aşama.
humanitarian
Yani
aid needs. That was the
gıdaya,
first
barınmaya,
stage:
artı sağlık
food,
hizmetlerine,
sheltering, and
eğitime
emergency
erişim
medical services,
dediğimiz
access
bir
to education.
aşamada
First
her
of all,
ülke
we
olarak
focused on
şimdi
these areas
yangın
as the
uçmuş ve
country
yönetici koruma altındaki
to
Suriyeliler
these
bunun
temporary
için
protection,
söyleyebilirim.
3.5 million Syrian
Sonraki
refugees.
aşamaya biraz daha
And
kalkınma
in the next
geçiş
stages, we
aşaması
focused
olarak
on
değerlendirmesi.
development.
Yani hem bu bütün insani
And
ihtiyaçların hem de insanın kendini
we
tamamlama
concentrated on meeting all these
isteğiyle ortaya
humanitarian
çıkan
aids and to
yeni
help their
ihtiyaçların
self-realization, because there are new
birleştirildiği
needs
biraz daha böyle
of
vücut
these
bir hale
refugees. For
getirildiği bir
that
süreçten
reason,
geçtik.
we
İçinde
concentrated on making the
son
process a
olduğumuz
little bit
ve
more
sosyal
rigid.
uyum diye
And
adlandırabileceğimiz
the last stage was a social cohesion. We also
2011
concentrated
aşamaları
on
aslında biraz
social
daha
cohesion
ekonomik
in the
dahiliyetin
last phase, and then this
gerçekleştiği,
includes
sosyal
more
kabulün,
economic
kültürler arası
involvement and
olumlu
social
etkileşimlerin
acceptance, and
gerçekleştirdiği bir
also
aşama olarak
positive interaction
geçtiğimiz
between the
aşamalar olarak
cultures.
değerlendirirsek
And these are the stages that we have
Suriyeliler
been
her aşamasında
concentrating ever
aslında
since the beginning of the
varlardı
crisis.
ve gönüllü
And
olarak
at
çalıştılar.
every stage,
Sen de bilirsin
Syrians took
Erdem.
place and they volunteered in this process. And
Özellikle
you may
bu
know,
insani yardım
Erdem,
dediğimiz kısımda
especially when we say
işte
humanitarian
refakat
aid, a lot
çocukların
of
bakımı korunması,
Syrians
ihtiyaçları,
volunteered for
işte gıda
protection
kitlerinin
of children
dağıtılması,
without
eğitime
guardians, and
erişimleri,
they also
bu
distributed food
çalışmaları
kits
hem
and access to
organizasyonel anlamda güç
education.
olarak
In
örgüt
both
yapıp
organizational sensation, they
gerçekleştiren hem de
organized
bireyler
very well,
çeşitli
and
kurumlara
also
dahil olup
individuals got involved in
gönüllü
certain
çalışmalar yaptılar
organizations, and
aslında.
they conducted voluntary work in
O
order
yüzden
to help refugees and migrants. For
şu
that
an
reason, I
içinde
can say that
bulunduğumuz durum biraz daha
volunteerism
sosyal uyum
is
olarak
important right
tanımladığım
now.
durumda
The
da
process is focusing on social
bunun
cohesion.
değişmesi ve
Again,
gelişmesiyle yine
the
gönüllü
priorities are
çalışmalara
changing and they are
devam
improving, and
ediyorlar.
then new volunteering work
Bu şu yüzden
continues
çok
by the
önemli.
side of
Toplumsal
refugees as well. And
sorunlara
it is
ortak
important
çözümler
because they
aramak
can
hem aidiyet
provide
hissini
common solutions to
kuvvetlendirecektir.
social problems, because this will strengthen the sense of belonging.
Ve evet yani hani onların
Evet.
dahiliyetinin
So their
sağlanıyor olması
involvement
ortak
is
çözümler
critical
bulabilmemiz adına
in
mümkün diye
providing
düşünüyorum.
common solutions. I think this is quite
Kesinlikle.
valuable.
Yani
Absolutely.
kendi
Yes.
sorunlarına aslında kendileri de
Actually,
bir
they are
şekilde
also
çözüm
contributing
buluyorlar.
to solving
Taşın
their
altına
own
ellerini
problems in a
koyuyorlar.
way. They are taking
Bu da
responsibility.
zaten
And this is
hem
already
Suriyelilerin ya da
important
göçmenlerin
for both
Türkiye
Syrians and
toplumunda
refugees,
kabul
and to
görmelerini
be
artırıyor
accepted
hem
in
de
Turkish society. In
elbette
addition,
karşılıklı iki
this
toplum
also
arasındaki sosyal uyumu da
ensures social
güçlendiriyor.
cohesion between the two
Sivil toplum
societies.
kuruluşları olarak
And
biz de
as
zaten
NGOs,
her iki toplumla o
we
yüzden
are
beraber
also doing
çalışmaya
our best, and
çalışıyoruz.
we are
Çünkü
trying to work
işin
together with
sonunda
both of the
beraber
communities, because
yaşayacağımız
after all, we will live
bir
together.
coğrafyadayız.
We are on a geography that we
Çok
will
teşekkür ediyorum
coexist.
Doğu.
Thank you very
Katıldığın
much,
için
Do.
aynı
Thank you
zamanda
for your
GIZ'e tabii bizim
participation. And I would like to
bugünkü
thank GIZ,
etkinliğimize
of course, for
destek verdiği
sponsoring
için
this event. Thank you for
isterseniz
their
artık bir
contribution
sonraki
as well. And with that,
panelimize, daha doğrusu
we would like
gönüllü
to
hikayelerine
proceed
geçelim.
with the volunteer stories.
Merhabalar, ben Buse. Benim için gönüllülük yaptığımız her işte bulunması gereken bir kavram. Fakat kolektif olarak içinde yer aldığım projeler 10 yıl öncesinde
So the
aktif gönüllülüğü hayatıma dahil ettim. UNICEF gönüllülük projelerine katıldığım ilk kuruluştu. Bu kuruluşta ihtiyaç sahibi olan çocuklara çeşitli yardım kampanyaları düzenledik. Üniversiteye geçtiğimde ise
So when I started the university together with Marmara, I worked with many social responsibility projects. So volunteering is not designed for a specific purpose, and this is not for gaining skills, but still it is contributing a lot. And I think this is especially important for the business life because when I was a volunteer, because of the communication that we have, so the activities that we have together with the children and also with the different group of people working with them, it is contributing a lot for your improvement and for your personal self-development. And you are gaining very important experiences, and they are when you come together with other kind of people, with different groups of people, you are much more capable of crisis management. The most important memory for me is to be able to help the children from Syrian people, from the Syrian community, and also from the Turkish people. We created and celebrated the 23rd of April. And if you want to learn the rest of the story, you can just visit our stories from gönüller.com stories.
Merhaba, ben
Hello, my name is Nina Aydın.
üniversite öğrencisiyim ve 20 yaşındayım.
I'm a university student. I'm 20 years old, but also I'm working as a volunteer in many institutions. The reason for me to be here is my stories about volunteerism. Volunteerism is something from the heart. So it sounds crazy, but it's a way of changing the world.
18 yaşındayken
And when I was 18 years old, I started this with UNICEF, and there was a campaign for education for each child. And we want to expand that, and I decided to participate the running. And I noticed that by running, you can reach many places, and you can have many donations. And I met Adım Adım that day, and also collecting donations in Adım Adım runs and marathons. And so when I was in the university, I was get acquainted with İKYAR. So this is a foundation which is helping the children. And I continued helping, and also I met with LÖSEV, the Volunteers for Music. And it is about the moral support for the children. So they are creating choruses and they're singing together. And I noticed that I really love to do this, and we said that we started to do together with my friends from the school, and we organized summers, and especially we did it in the places where they don't have a chance to have summer places. And I established children chorus, and I observed that most of the children are very eager to music, and they don't have any opportunity. And so after that, I struggled for equality for education. We have participated in many festivals, and I think the best voice and the sound is the singing children.
devamında üniversitedeyken Türkiye Zeka Vakfı
And also in the university, I get acquainted with the Turkish Intelligence Foundation. And this is trying to put forth the importance of the intelligence. And we made contestants for intelligence. We made games, information games, and we are writing workshops, and we are creating stories. And I'm the editor there. And I am writing all my stories about psychology. And I can say that if you are looking for a way, definitely there is a foundation where you can serve to. In order to listen to the rest of the story, you can visit gönüllühikayeler.com. Thank you.
Erdem Bey'e ve konuğumuz Doğu Bey'e
We would like to thank Mr. Erdem and our guest, Mr. Do. Esteemed participants, in the last minutes of the day, we would like to give some brief information about how to become an UN volunteer. And I would like to connect with Mrs. Aydan, who is the UN Volunteers Turkey Field Unit.
Arkadaşlar merhaba, yayınımıza hoş
Hello.
geldiniz.
Thank you for your participation. My name is Ait Danoski, and today I will be telling you how you can become a member of the UN volunteer. Before we start, I would like to show you a website where you can get all the information, www.unw.org. When you enter in this website, you can get this information in English language. Okay, so how can you become a UN volunteer? Who are they? The people are working for Sustainable Development Foundation. And as you can see in the chart, so when you see everywhere, so those are about sustainable development objectives. And they are volunteering, and in the world there are 20, and in Turkey we have 13, and they are the people who are taking part in the UN institutions, World Health Organization, and UNFDA, and UNHCR, and the Development Agency, UNDPI. They are some of the foundations. You can find the list in Google by writing and Googling UN in Turkey. And so they generally get the support of the volunteers. For instance, in the global economic, and we work together with the interpreters and with the experts. They work around the clock so that they can help us. And those people are helping and volunteering with their expertise and also with their skills, and they work around the clock. And as a result of this, as UND, we try to make sure that we are paying them a certain allowance for make sure that they can continue their lives. And how you can be aware of those UN volunteer programs. You can go to UN.org, and there's a special call website, and you have to visit UND.org special calls. So you can look at your country, and you can find the volunteer positions. And while you are making your applications, you can make national or international programs. And if you want to apply for a national program, you have to be the citizen. But if it's an international call, it's important that you shouldn't be the citizen of that country. There's that kind of a distinction. And when you are looking at those calls, there are certain categories, and let me give some brief information. The first one of them, and the most important one, is the specialist. So specialist volunteer. If you're a specialist volunteer, they have to have an expertise of 2 years. And for the international positions, they need to be older than 22. And for the international, they need to be 25 years old. And but in addition to that, if there's another version which requires less, this is the youth volunteer, and it requires less of an age. It is they have zero experience, or they have very little experience in the field, and it is for the young people, and they want to get an expertise in the UN environment. So this is a category where they can participate as a volunteer. In addition to that, there's another one, and the number is increasing every day. There's this expert. And expert volunteers, and the number is increasing day by day. And recently, there will be some community experts. There will be some community volunteers, and this is going to be active very soon. And finally, I will be talking about online volunteers. Online volunteers, this is how we call them. And in order for you to apply them, there are 3 prerequisites. The first one is you have to be plus 18. And the second thing is you have to graduate from a university. And the third thing is you have to speak at least one of the languages of United Nations. And they're English, Spanish, French, Russian, Arabic, or Chinese. And so the most commonly spoken language is English, and also this is the global language of UN. That's the reason why we prefer the English language mainly. And if you have all those conditions right now, immediately, you can just go to unv.org, and you can create an application, and you can follow the calls. And if there's a position, you can also follow it from Twitter and social media accounts. In addition to that, you can Yetenek Kapısı.org, which is organized by the Presidential Office, and also you can find sivil alan, sivil sayfalar, sivil toplum, and we can find it from the EU Project.com. There's those kind of websites. And let's talk about the online volunteering. In online volunteering, we have a different platform, and this works in a separate way. www.onlinevolunteering.org is the website, and you can create a profile, and you are just uploading your skills and what are your potentials and what do you like to do. So you are creating a biography of yourselves, and after that it is creating a very dynamic advertisements, and you can follow that according to your capabilities, your skill sets, and your languages, because they're not only UN languages. For instance, we made a call, and right now our two friends, during the course of the day, they're following us and they're making sign interpretation, they're making analysis, and they are trying to share them from the social media. We have social media analysis, and they're looking at the key messages. So it's important that the people should be speaking Turkish. So they looked for the call. And Zeynep and Hassan, I would like to thank them for their social media analysis. I'd just like to end my words here, but there's one thing that I really want to emphasize. In order to find solutions to the community problems, you don't have to look for an opportunity. Volunteering starts at home, and those opportunities can be created by yourself. For instance, personally, climate crisis, and environmental problems, I'm aware of them, and I'm trying to avoid the food waste, and I want to reduce the amount of the packaging. And I encourage you to use your hashtag and to invite the people for their own volunteerism. And we see Atakule here, the sign of Atakule, and it is blue for International Volunteers Day. Atakule's tower you can see on the right corner of me. And I would like to thank the organizing committee, and I would like to thank our foundation for this great organization. Thank you.
Strong cooperation, practical solutions and wide-ranging expertise, change management. We are GIZ. GIZ is Germany's leading provider of international cooperation services. Over 20,000 staff work in 120 countries. People and partnerships are at the heart of what we do. Technical cooperation between Germany and Turkey began over 50 years ago, from bringing the first color television to Turkey to collaborating with the Bosphorus Tunnel project. Germany and Turkey have long been working together towards a future worth living. Today at GIZ Turkey, we have over 200 members of staff working in our Ankara and Gaziantep offices. We collaborate with Turkey's ministries, municipalities, private sector and civil society to provide solutions as a facilitator, mediator and change agent. We empower individuals and institutions through capacity development, harness digital technologies for positive impact, and create prospects for people and with people across Turkey. In doing so, we promote the exchange of expertise between Turkey, Germany, and the European Union. The Sustainable Development Goals provide the overarching guiding framework for GIZ Turkey's work. GIZ's Support to Refugees and Host Communities cluster provides formal vocational education and skills development training for young people and adults, and creates better learning environments for Turkish and Syrian students. The cluster also fosters dialogue and social cohesion among communities across the country, and facilitates the exchange of best practices in migration policy between Germany and Turkey. GIZ's Energy and Climate Cluster equips experts with the skills to develop monitoring plans and annual emissions reports. The cluster helps Turkey's industrial actors to monitor their greenhouse gas emissions and improves the energy efficiency of public buildings. It also builds competencies and creates employment in the renewable energy sector. Our international services work in several areas, delivering technical assistance and consultancy services, providing EU pre-accession assistance, and implementing large-scale technical projects. Having implemented over 300 successful projects, Germany and Turkey's strong partnership continues to grow. GIZ Turkey, working to shape a future worth living.
Selamlar tekrardan.
Hello again. We would like to thank for this further explanation, and we are inviting everyone to be a volunteer for UN. And we come to the end of the day, so I hope that it was a quite nice day, and it was enlarging your horizons. And we were very happy to celebrate this day together with you, the International Volunteer Days. As a new member of UN. I am very happy to be the presenter of the day, and I would like to thank all the participants, all the volunteers, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for this great event. In addition to that, we would like to thank our simultaneous interpreters, and also I would like to give the floor to Rimi Mishoğlu from UN, and also from the National Volunteer Committee, Derya Kılıçal and Erdem Vardar, for the closing remarks. Thank you. Hello again to everyone, and for the third time I would like to say hello to everyone. And so I would like to get the message from you, and we would like to thank a lot for her contribution as well. And so if we think before 9 o'clock, so we are here, and I'm watching the screen, and I'm watching the broadcasting, and I'm very excited, and I feel very excited. And so it's great to have these feelings together with you. It's a great opportunity to be part of this organization. And while I'm finishing this day, while I'm finishing with the closing remarks, I just want to say a couple of things. I want to talk about the sentences, and I want to talk about the figures, because some people are affected by the sentences and by the figures. And so I'm really living my heart to the panel of the intergenerational volunteerism. I really loved the panel. And Mert Fırat said something in the inauguration part of this conference, and he said that for us, for lives, we are doing certain things, and this is not a social responsibility, that's a must-have things. But since we don't have the opportunities, and since when the people are limited, we are considering this a social responsibility, but actually this is beyond it, and so we have to work on it. So I really want to take as a note to myself what Mert said in the morning. And Bülent Yılmaz said that you have to be vocal and you should demand. So I think this is a source of inspiration for me. And in addition to that, Yeşim Özsoy, especially about the art and the theater, she said very nice things, because you went to certain theaters, you had the inspiration, and you enlarged your vision, and you learned a lot, and it is a time to pay it back, because you can donate to the theaters, and you can share certain things, and you can strengthen the theater and the art, because it's very important for the continuity of the art. And now I would like to talk about the figures a little bit. The figures are like they're just the average calculation of something, so we can actually give later on more concrete figures. We have 4 institutions and 55 panelists, and instantly there are 450, but in total we reach 3,000 people, and 6 hours live broadcasting. And also from the social media, we are announcing this in social media, and we reach 7,000 likes in social media accounts. And as the National Volunteering Committee, 40% of our followers increased by 48% as a result of this event. And so I can say that I just, before giving the floor to Nil and Erdem, you see us there, but there's a huge team at the background. So we have the communication agency, and we have this team, and organizing committee. Onur Soysal is also is very important. His support is measured, because he is working around the clock, and he's doing everything on behalf of us. We would like to thank Onur for his contribution, and I want to thank Nil and give the floor to Nil. And so I am waiting for your closing remarks as well. Thank you a lot. And that was an amazing day. We are experiencing an amazing day. We're saying, really, we did this. Every time we say that, hopefully we did this. I'm glad that we did this. I thank a lot. I will, Yuva Association, Farkadanlar Association, and they are giving their secretary every 2 years they're changing their roles. And so they just took the position this year. They are having this general secretary, and they created this international voluntary days event, and I believe that we made something great. And all the members, together with the other members, together with the agents, and GIZ, without the GIZ, it would be impossible because they gave us the financial support. And we have a lot of heroes in realizing of this organization, but we made such kind of a allocation in our responsibilities. And I would like to extend our thanks at the end of the closing remarks. And let me tell my impressions. What shall we do in the future as United Nations volunteers? I just want to share my notes. First of all, I am really want to leave my heart to the intergenerational volunteerism. That was amazing because it really showed us the young people are standing in a great position, and we can clearly understand it from the panel of intergenerational volunteerism. And we, from now on, there's no other option but to pave the way for the young generations. And when we look at the panels, all the people are saying that we're ready, we have to do more, and with solidarity we can be more successful. That is the common message. The public sector said that, the private sector and the NGOs said the same things. So I believe that the road is intersecting, and only about the climate panel, I have a question mark. Maybe we can do more. And because when I look at our 3 friends, we ask, how did you get the inspiration? And 3 of them, and they had their own opportunities. Their conscious families and open radio, for instance, they heard about those kind of things for the first time. And the other person was in the Robert College, and that was because of the opportunities. And we learned that they learned it because of those sources. And the other activists actually lived the same thing. And how we can expand to the rest of the society, it shouldn't be only limited with the people who have the opportunities, but we need to create more expanded target groups. The education is very important, and the academy panel too. We listened the important work as the United Nations program. We need to have this kind of a structure. And so I think from the first day of our education, it should be the part of the curriculum of the education, because I believe that we're stronger together. And I'm very happy. So this is my day in COVID. And it's very exciting here to speak about the volunteering, and I can still stand. I am very happy that we have volunteers, and I would like to celebrate everybody's International Volunteers Day. By the way, Neil, I hope that you will recover immediately, and you look perfect, even though you are suffering from COVID right now. And I hope that you will recover soon. Okay, so I want to thank everyone, but as the National Volunteering Committee, we will be running our projects, and this event, of course, will not be our last event. It's important that we have more volunteers. We need to extend the mentality of volunteering, and the policies should be shaped. The rights of the volunteers should be empowered, should be strengthened. And we have so many actors in this area, and their capacity should be increased. And the solidarity between institutions, those are our areas. And let me finish with our vision. And so we have worked on our vision recently, and we are unanimous about our final vision. So active citizenship, and to be able to reach sustainable development plans, multilateral Turkey, and we need to work on this behalf. I would like to say good night to everyone, and thank you for your participation. Have a good night. See you next year, hopefully.